Section 25 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 25. F. Third Period. Punic Wars, from the beginning of Rome's universal empire to the destruction of Carthage and Corinth, 264 to 146. 264 to 241. First Punic War, contest over Sicily. For the earlier history of the Punic people, Carthaginians, see page 16, etc. Cause of the war: the ill feeling which had long existed between Rome, the first land power, and Carthage, the first sea power of the West, and which had only been waived for a moment during the attack of Pyrrhus, who represented the Hellenic states which were hostile to both powers. Since 311, the Romans had endeavored to form a fleet of war. About this time, establishment at Rome of two commanders of the fleet, Duum Viri Novalis, later 267, of four quaestors of the fleet, Quaestores Classici. Special cause: the Mamertines, that is, men of Mars, formerly Campanian mercenaries in the pay of Agathocles, had seized the city of Messana and put the male population to death. They were besieged by King Hiero II of Syracuse. Part of their number sought aid from the Carthaginians, another part from the Romans. The Roman Senate hesitated. The assemblies resolved to grant the assistance asked. 265. A Roman fleet consisting principally of the ships of the South Italian allies and the advance guard of the army arrived in Rhegium. Meanwhile, the Mamertines had admitted Carthaginian ships to the harbor and received a Carthaginian garrison in the citadel. The Roman advance guard crossed the strait, occupied Messana, and drove the garrison from the citadel. The Carthaginians declared war. 264. A Carthaginian fleet besieged the Romans in Messana. The consul Appius Claudius Caudax crossed the strait with the main body of the army and relieved Messana. Unsuccessful attempt to take Syracuse. The consul returned to Italy, leaving a garrison in Messana. 263. Two Roman armies crossed to Sicily. Victory of the consul M. Valerius Maximus, called Massala, over the Carthaginians and Syracusans. Hiero, king of Syracuse, deserted the Carthaginians and joined the Romans, who advanced to the south coast of Sicily. 262. Agrigentum, captured by the Romans after defeat of a Carthaginian army under Hanno advancing to its relief. The Romans resolved to construct a large fleet. They built the first 5-decker, footnote, not the first ship of war. The Romans had long had vessels of war and 3-deckers, end of footnote. Penteris, after the model of a stranded Carthaginian ship. 260. First naval expedition of the Romans against Lipara, with 17 ships, had an unfortunate end. The whole squadron, with the consul Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio, being captured by the Carthaginians. Immediately afterwards, however, first naval victory of the Romans under C. Duilius at Mylae, west of Messana. 260. Boarding bridges, special honors paid to Duilius, columna rostrata in the Forum. The war was continued in the following years with changing fortune. The Carthaginians under Hamilcar maintained themselves in the western portion of the island. 257. Drawn battle at sea, off the promontory of Tyndaris. The Roman Senate decided to attempt a landing in Africa. A fleet of 330 ships under the consuls M. Attilius Regulus and L. Manlius Wolso sailed for the southern coast of Sicily, where at the mouth of the Himera the troops were taken on board. A Carthaginian fleet of 350 vessels attempted to stop the expedition, but in the great naval battle of Ecnomus, 256, south coast of Sicily, it was completely defeated. What was left of the Carthaginian fleet took up position before Carthage to protect the city. The Roman consuls landed to the east of the city at Clupea and laid waste the Carthaginian territory. Manlius returned to Italy with half the army. Regulus remained with 15,000 men. The Carthaginians, being defeated, sued for peace. Regulus demanded the cession of Sicily and Sardinia, surrender of prisoners and all vessels of war except one, and acknowledgment of Rome's supremacy. Stung by these insolent demands, the Carthaginians resolved upon most energetic preparations and levied troops in Greece, whence numerous bands of mercenaries, and among them the Spartan Xantippus, went to Africa. The Carthaginian army being thus greatly strengthened, the elephants numbered 100. 255 Regulus was defeated at Tunis and captured. A part of the Roman army escaped to Clupea. The Senate at once sent a fleet to Africa, which, after gaining a naval victory over the Carthaginians at the promontory of Hermes, took on board the Roman army, which was surrounded at Clupea, but on the return voyage 3/4 of the ships were lost in a storm. The Carthaginians reopened the war in Sicily, landing in Lilybaeum under Hasdrubal, son of Hanno. The Romans built a new fleet. 254 Capture of Panormus by the Romans. In the following year, 253, the Roman fleet crossed to Africa and laid waste the coast. On the return voyage from Sicily to Italy, it was almost annihilated by a storm. The Roman Senate declined to continue the naval warfare. On land, the Romans gained the victory of Panormus, 251, over Hasdrubal, under the consul Caecilius Metellus, who, at his triumph in Rome, exhibited over 100 elephants. The story of the embassy of Regulus to Rome falls in the period subsequent to this victory. It is, like the story of the cruelties inflicted upon him by the Carthaginians, probably an invention of a later time. The Romans renewed the naval war. They besieged Lilybaeum in vain. The consul P. Claudius Pulcher, in the sea fight at Drepanum, 249, defeated by the Carthaginians. Capture of a great number of Roman ships. After 2 more Roman fleets had been destroyed by storms on the south coast of Sicily, the Romans for the second time abandoned naval warfare. 248 to 242 Campaign by land on the south side of Sicily. The Carthaginian general Hamilcar, called Barak or Barcus, that is lightning, not only defended himself for 6 years successfully against the Romans, first on Mount Ercta, Mount Pellegrino near Palermo, then on Eryx, but also annoyed the Italian coast by privateers. Through the contributions of rich patriots at Rome, a new fleet was finally built entirely at private cost. With this fleet, the consuls Gaius Lutatius Catullus won the decisive victory at the Aegatean Islands, 241, opposite Lilybaeum, over the Carthaginian fleet under Hanno. Peace. 1. The Carthaginians gave up all claims to Sicily. 2. They paid 3,200 talents, $4 million, war indemnity in 10 years. The larger western part of Sicily became the first Roman province. The smaller eastern, the territory of Syracuse, Acre, Leontini, Megara, Hellerum, Netum, Tauromenium, part continued under the supremacy of Syracuse, which was allied with Rome. 241 ? In this period probably occurred the democratic reform of the constitution of the centuries, concerning the details of which but little is known with certainty. Only this is clear, that the right of first vote was taken from the centuries of equitis, and that henceforward the century which should cast the first vote. Centuria prerogativa was determined by lot. It is probable that the centuries from now on formed a subdivision of the wards tribus. It is further probable that the number of centuries was increased. Perhaps an equal number of centuries, that is, voting bodies, was established for each class, and in this manner the preponderance of the first class was abolished. 238. The Romans made use of an insurrection of the mercenaries and Libyan subjects against Carthage to extort from the Carthaginians the cession of Sardinia. This island was at a later time united with the island of Corsica, formerly Etruscan, afterwards conquered by the Romans, to form one province. For the present, the Romans were satisfied with the occupation of the coasts. 229 to 228, war with the Illyrians of Sshoger, brought about by the piracies and acts of violence committed by these tribes and their refusal to make the reparation demanded by the Senate. A Roman fleet of 200 ships soon brought the Illyrian pirates to terms and compelled the queen, Teuta, the guardian of her son, to accept the following conditions: release of all Grecian cities from her sway, abandonment of piracy, limitation of navigation, and payment of a tribute. The Greeks attested their gratitude to the Senate by admitting all Romans to the Isthmian games and the Eleusinian mysteries. The lasting result of the war was the firm establishment of Roman superiority in the Adriatic Sea and supremacy over Corcyra, Apollonia, Epidamnus, and some neighboring tribes. In 219, the renewal of the war led to the subjugation of a part of Illyria by L. Aemilius Paulus. 225 to 222, subjugation of Cisalpine Gaul, brought about by a dangerous invasion of the Gallic tribes inhabiting the plains of the Po, except the Cenomani, joined by numerous bands of Transalpine Gauls. The Celts entered Etruria, 70,000 strong, and advanced upon Rome. The Romans sent 2 consular armies against them, which were reinforced by a third. Surrounded by these forces, the Gauls were defeated and annihilated in the Battle of Telamon, 225, south of the mouth of the Umbro. The consul Gaius Atilius Regulus fell. 10,000 Gauls and one of their military leaders were captured. Nearly all the rest fell or killed themselves. The Romans entered Gallia Cispadana, and the inhabitants, the Boii, submitted. The Romans crossed the Po with severe losses, 223, and defeated the Insubres. After 2 more victories in the following year, 222, the consul Gnaeus Scipio captured Mediolanum, the capital of the Insubres, and Comum. To strengthen their power, the Romans founded the fortresses of Placentia, Cremona, and Mutina. The military road to Spolitium was extended across the Apennines to the Adriatic Sea and along the coast to Ariminum, via Flaminia. Further measures for the firmer establishment of their power in Cisalpine Gaul were interrupted by the Second Punic War. Footnote, also called the Hannibalic War, Bellum Hannibalicum. End of footnote. 218 to 201. Causes: envy of the Romans, excited by the new prosperity of Carthage, springing from her recent acquisitions in Spain, and the efforts of the party of the Barci to take revenge on Rome. Special causes: the conquests of Hamilcar Barcus in southern and western Spain, 236 to 228, being successfully pursued after his death by his son-in-law Hasdrubal. The Romans concluded a treaty with the Grecian cities Zacynthus or Saguntum, north of Valencia, and Emporii, now Amburius, at the foot of the Pyrenees, and compelled the Carthaginians to promise to neither attack these cities nor cross the Ebro with the purpose of making further conquests. After the murder of Hasdrubal, 221, the army chose the son of Hamilcar Barcus, Hannibal, then 28 years old, for their general. In order to make war unavoidable, even against the will of the Carthaginian government, Hannibal conquered and destroyed Saguntum, 219, after a brave resistance of the inhabitants for 8 months. A refusal to deliver up Hannibal, as demanded by a Roman embassy in Carthage, was followed by a declaration of war on the part of the Romans. The plan of the Romans to land their main army in Africa, while a second army should engage the Carthaginian troops in Spain, was thwarted by Hannibal's daring expedition to Italy by land, 218. Leaving a sufficient number of troops in Spain, Hannibal crossed the Pyrenees with 50,000 foot, 9,000 horse, and 37 elephants, traversed Gaul not far from the coast by way of Narbo, Narbonne, and Nemesis, Nimes. The Roman consul P. Cornelius Scipio, who had stopped at Massilia on the voyage to Spain, heard of Hannibal's march, but his attempt to prevent the Carthaginians from crossing the Rhone with a division of his army came too late. The Carthaginian army had already passed the river above Avignon. Cavalry skirmish. The Roman consul sent his brother Nahhas Scipio with the main part of the army to Spain, while he himself returned with a small force to northern Italy by sea. Hannibal marched up the Rhone to Vienna, then turned eastward through the territory of the Allobroges and Centrones, where he forced a way with great loss, crossed the Alps, still fighting by the pass of the Little St. Bernard, and after indescribable exertions and severe losses, reached the valley of the Dora Baltea with about 26,000 men and a few elephants. In Upper Italy, a small Roman army was engaged with the revolted Gauls. Hannibal defeated the consul Scipio, who had gone on before with the cavalry and light-armed foot soldiers in the cavalry engagement on the Tichinus, 218. September, a northern branch of the Po. The wounded consul was rescued by his 17-year-old son, the future Africanus. Reinforced by the Gauls, Hannibal defeated in the battle of the Trebia, 218. December, a southern branch of the Po, the other consul, Tiberius Sempronius Longus, who had been hastily recalled from Sicily before the commencement of his African expedition, and now commanded the united Roman armies. The remnant of the Roman force threw itself into the fortresses Placentia and Cremona. In northern Italy, Hannibal organized the national insurrection of the Cisalpine Gauls. Over 60,000 joined his army. In Rome, 2 new consular armies were placed in the field for the next campaign. One under Gnaeus Servilius took the Via Flaminia to Ariminum in Umbria, the other under Gaius Flaminius the Via Cassia to Arretium in Etruria to meet a possible attack by the Carthaginians. After Hannibal had released without ransom all prisoners belonging to the Roman allies, and by their influence had incited all Italy to desert Rome, he crossed the Apennines and marched unexpectedly to the Romans through the swampy regions about the Arno. Severe losses. Hannibal himself lost an eye. By this march he flanked the Roman defensive position. The consul Flaminius followed him in all haste and allowed himself to be decoyed by Hannibal into a narrow pass. In the battle of Lake Trasimene, 217, between Cortona and Perusia, the Roman army was partly slaughtered, partly made prisoner, in all 30,000 men. Terror at Rome, preparations for the defense of the city, destruction of the bridges over the Tiber, appointment of Q. Fabius Maximus as dictator. Hannibal, however, did not march upon Rome, but passed the fortress of Spolitium. After an unsuccessful attempt to surprise it, traversed Umbria across the Apennines to Picenum and the Adriatic Sea. There he rested his army, reorganized it after the Italian system, and established communication with Carthage by sea. Then he advanced southward. His hope that the Sabellian tribes would join him was not fulfilled. most of the cities closed their gates upon him. After the dictator Q. Fabius Maximus had united his 2 new legions with the army of Ariminum, he followed at a discreet distance the Carthaginian army, which went through Samnium to Apulia, and passed by Lucaria to Arpi. Fabius avoided a pitched battle, hence his nickname Cunctator, delayer, but tried successfully to weaken the Carthaginian army by numerous skirmishes. Hannibal crossed the Apennines again, and went through Samnium to Capua, which he tried in vain to seduce from Rome. The dictator followed and obstructed the Carthaginian march on the Volturnus, where Hannibal gained the pass by a stratagem only. Levius 22:16. After he had severely harried the Sabellian tribes, Hannibal returned to Apulia. Meantime, the military conduct of Fabius Maximus had so displeased the Roman populace that they entrusted one half the army to the independent command of M. Minucius, master of the horse, who had had a fortunate skirmish with the Carthaginians as a second dictator. Footnote: established by an inscription found in 1862. End of footnote. The new dictator attacked Hannibal, but was defeated and only saved from complete annihilation by the first dictator, Fabius Maximus. The consuls for 216 were the veteran general L. Aemilius Paulus, elected by the Optimates, and the incompetent Gaius Terentius Varro, elected by the popular party for the purpose of taking the offensive against Hannibal with an army of 86,000 Romans and allies. On the day when he had the decisive vote in the council of war, Varro imprudently attacked the Carthaginians, who held an advantageous position. The Romans suffered in the battle of Cannae in Apulia on the Aufidus. 216, the most terrible defeat they ever experienced. 70,000 fell, among them more than 80 men of senatorial rank and the consul L. Aemilius Paulus. The rest were captured or dispersed. Varro, with a small troop, escaped to Canusium. In the same year, the legion, which had been sent to Cisalpine Gaul, was almost entirely destroyed. The secession of Capua, the Samnites, Lucanians, and many cities of Lower Italy from the Roman alliance was the immediate consequence of the battle of Cannae. Admirable conduct of the Roman Senate. The time of mourning for the families of the fallen was limited to 30 days. Hannibal's ambassadors, who offered to exchange prisoners, were refused entrance to the city. A new army was formed by a levy of the youngest men and all who could bear arms, even slaves. They were armed in part out of the ancient spoils from the temples. M. Claudius Marcellus, who had approved himself in the Gallic War, was placed in command of the new army, which joined the remnants of the army of Cannae. A second army was conducted by the dictator M. Junius. The Romans successfully defended Naples, Cumae, and Nola. Carthage formed an alliance with Phil V, the third of Macedonia, and Hieronymus, the grandson and successor of Hiero of Syracuse. Hannibal went into winter quarters at Capua. 215, the fortune of war turned in favor of the Romans. Q. Fabius Maximus, Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, the consuls, and M. Claudius Marcellus, proconsul, led 3 Roman armies. In the battle of Nola, 215, Marcellus defeated Hannibal, who retired to Apulia. Hannibal was obliged to assume the defensive, since, with the exception of 4,000 men, he received no support from Carthage. The dispatch of reinforcements from Spain was prevented by the successful war of the Romans against the Carthaginians in Spain, 218 to 211. The Romans under P. Scipio and Gnaeus Scipio defeated Hasdrubal, Hannibal's brother, on the Iberus. Elbro crossed this river and penetrated the Carthaginian territory as far as the Betis Guadalquivir. There they defeated the Carthaginians in 2 encounters at Iliturgi and in Tibili, and maintained themselves in southern Spain until 212, in spite of varying fortune. At the same time, they were pressing the Carthaginians in Africa through their ally Syphax, king of western Numidia. The alliance with Philip of Macedon likewise brought no help to Hannibal. 214 to 205, the First Macedonian War was successfully conducted by the Romans with scanty forces. The irresolute Philip did not dare to fulfill his promise to Hannibal of landing in Italy. In 211, the Romans brought about a league of Grecian states against Philip under the lead of the Aetolians, which was joined by Illyrian and Thracian chiefs, and even by King Attalus of Pergamus. The war was on the whole unfavorable to Philip. In 206, peace was concluded between Philip and the Romans against the wishes of the latter, but it was nevertheless accepted by the Senate. The alliance with Syracuse proved also of no use to Hannibal, as the war in Sicily, siege of Syracuse, was decided by Marcellus in favor of the Romans, 214 to 210. After the destruction of the Carthaginian army of relief under Hamilcar by defeat and disease in the swampy lowlands of the Anapus, 212, Syracuse was captured and plundered, in spite of a brave resistance. Archimedes. In Italy, Hannibal gained possession of Tarentum through treachery, 212, and laid siege to the citadel of that city by land and sea. Death of Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus in Samnium. Hannibal advanced to Campania and compelled the Romans to raise the siege of Capua, after which he defeated 2 Roman armies in Lucania and Apulia, but retired to Tarentum. The Romans again laid siege to Capua. In Spain, the war took an unfavorable turn for Rome in this same year, 212. Both Scipios were defeated and killed by the Carthaginians and their ally, Massinissa, son of the king of eastern Numidia, king himself in 208. The Romans were driven back over the Ebro. 211, Hannibal attacked the Roman army before Capua. He was repulsed, and in order to force the Romans to raise the siege, he marched through Samnium to the territory of the Equi on the later Via Valeria, past Tiber, across the Anio, directly upon Rome, and encamped a mile from the city, Hannibal ante Portus. Finding the Romans prepared for defense, he retired, after ravaging the neighborhood, to Lower Italy, without having gained his end. 211, Capua surrendered to the Romans, who visited a terrible punishment upon the city. 53 citizens were beheaded, many sold into slavery. The community was deprived of the right of self-government. Hannibal's attack on Rhegium and on the citadel of Tarentum having miscarried, his Italian allies abandoned him and tried to make their peace with the Romans. 210, P. Cornelius Scipio, son and nephew of the brothers who fell in Spain, and now 25 years old, was sent to Spain with proconsular powers. Livius 26:18. In Italy, Hannibal gained a victory over the proconsul Gnaeus Fulvius at Herdonia. In Sicily, the Romans captured Agrigentum, slaughtering the Carthaginian garrison and selling the populace as slaves, and reduced the whole island under their power. In Spain, Scipio crossed the Ebro, 209, and conquered New Carthage. 209, M. Marcellus, having been defeated in an encounter with Hannibal, gained a victory over him in a second battle on the following day. Q. Fabius Maximus captured Tarentum. 30,000 Tarentines were sold as slaves. Hannibal retired to Metapontum. 208, Marcellus fell in a cavalry skirmish at Venusia, great exhaustion of Rome and its allies in consequence of the war in its own country, now in its 10th year. In Spain, Scipio, 208, pressed victoriously southward, but fought a drawn battle at Baecula with Hasdrubal, and was unable to prevent him from crossing the Pyrenees on his way to his brother Hannibal. Arrived in Upper Italy, 207, Hasdrubal was successful in inciting the Cisalpine Gauls to arms. Great preparations in Rome, 23 legions, to prevent his union with Hannibal, who was advancing to meet him through Lucania and Apulia. The consul M. Livius Salinator was sent against Hasdrubal, the consul Gaius Claudius Nero against Hannibal. Drawn battle at Grumentum in Lucania between Nero and Hannibal. The latter broke through the enemy, marched to Apulia, and encamped by Canusium. Nero, who had followed him, left a part of the army to watch Hannibal, while with the rest he joined his colleague by means of forced marches. The two consuls defeated Hasdrubal in the bloody battle of Sena Gallica, 207, not far from the river Metaurus. Death of Hasdrubal. On receipt of the news of this defeat, the Romans threw the head of Hasdrubal among the Carthaginian pickets. Hannibal retired to Bruttium. In Spain, victory of Scipio at Baecula over Hasdrubal, son of Gisco. 206. After completing the expulsion of the Carthaginians from Spain by the capture of Gades, Cadiz, and after concluding a secret alliance with Massinissa, P. Cornelius Scipio returned to Rome. For the following year, 205, Scipio was elected consul and made preparations in Sicily for an African expedition. Mago, the youngest brother of Hannibal, landed at Genoa with the remnants of the Spanish army of the Carthaginians and called the Ligurians to arms. At once the Romans levied 3 armies against him. 204, Scipio landed in Africa. Massinissa, who had been driven from his throne by the Carthaginians and by Syphax, husband of Hasdrubal's daughter, Sophonisbe, now their ally, joined Scipio. 203, Scipio defeated Hasdrubal, son of Gisgo, and Syphax by a night attack and threatened Carthage. Unsuccessful negotiations for peace. The Carthaginians recalled Hannibal and Mago from Italy. The latter died on the passage. Hannibal embarked at Croton, having previously massacred the Italian soldiers who refused to accompany him. After fruitless personal negotiations between Scipio and Hannibal, the decisive battle of Zama, 202, was fought, wherein the Carthaginian army was defeated and annihilated. Hannibal escaped to Hadrumetum. 201, Scipio granted the Carthaginians peace on the following conditions: 1. Surrender of their Spanish possessions and of all Mediterranean islands still under their control. 2. Transfer of the kingdom of Syphax to Massinissa. 3. Payment of a yearly tribute of 200 talents, $250,000 for 50 years. 4. Surrender and destruction of all ships of war except 10. 5. No war to be undertaken without the permission of Rome. P. Cornelius Scipio, who received the cognomen of Africanus, celebrated his triumph in Rome with a splendor never before witnessed. Syphax. The Italian allies of Hannibal were in part sentenced to cede large portions of their territory, in part reduced to subjects of Rome, deprived of their independence and their right to bear arms. Peregrini Didicticii, foundation of numerous Roman colonies in Lower Italy. In consequence of another general rising of the Cisalpine Gauls and the Ligurians, 200 to 191, Upper Italy was again subjugated after a severe struggle. Although the peoples of Transpadane Gaul retained their tribal constitutions, they soon became, with few exceptions, completely Latinized. This took place still more quickly among the Cispadane Gauls, after the leading tribe, the Boii, had been almost exterminated in war. Numerous colonies were in part founded, in part reorganized. Via Emilia, from Ariminum to Placentia. Spain was regarded as a Roman province after 205. It was divided into 1. Hispania Caeterior, later Tarraconensis, and 2. Hispania Ulterior, or Boetica and Lusitania. The country was, however, during this period and a part of the next, commonly in a state of war. In 195, the consul M. Porcius Cato gained a great victory over the Spaniards and decreed a universal disarmament. The insurrection soon began again. A victory of the praetor L. Emilius Paulus, 189, and another, still more important, gained by the praetor Gaius Calpurnius over the Lusitanians, 185, induced quiet for a time in Hispania Ulterior. The victories of Q. Fulvius Flaccus, 181, and Tiberius Gracchus, 179 to 178, partially subdued the Celtiberians of Hispania Caeterior. 200 to 197, Second Macedonian War. Cause: a Macedonian force of mercenaries sent, as the Senate, maintained by King Philip, had fought at Zalma against the Romans. King Attalus of Pergamus, the inhabitants of Rhodes and Athens, besought assistance from the Romans against King Philip the Third of Macedonia, who, in alliance with Antiochus III, was warring with Egypt and also grievously troubling the supplicants. In the autumn of 200, the Romans landed at Apollonia in Illyria under P. Sulpicius Galba. The Roman fleet guarded Piraeus and threatened Euboea. Philip was repulsed before Athens and driven from central Greece. The Romans, who were joined in 199 by the Aetolians and afterwards by the Achaeans, carried on the war with varying fortune, but without result, until 198. The consul T. Quintius Flaminius took command of the army. He had subdued Epirus, got into the rear of Philip's strong position, and defeated the king in the battle of Kynoscephalae in Thessaly. 197. Peace. Philip was obliged to give up the hegemony of Greece and, in general, all possessions outside of Macedonia proper, and to pay 1,000 talents, $1,250,000, in 10 years. He was to maintain no more than 5,000 soldiers and 5 ships of war, and not to carry on war beyond his own borders without the consent of Rome. During the Isthmian games, T. Quintius Flaminius proclaimed under general rejoicing the decree of the Roman Senate declaring the Greek states free and independent. The majority joined the Achaean League. The Romans limited without destroying the power of Nahhas, tyrant of Sparta, hoping thus to counterbalance the Achaean League. 195. At Carthage, a democratic reform of the constitution was carried out by the influence of Hannibal. The oligarchs defamed Hannibal before the Roman Senate, which demanded that he be delivered to the Romans. Hannibal fled to the east. 192 to 189. War with Antiochus III of Syria. Cause: interference of the king of Syria in Grecian affairs and of the Romans in Asiatic politics. Reception of Hannibal at the court of Antiochus. Antiochus, deceived by the Aetolians, who had fallen out with Rome and promised to join him with all the Greek cantons as allies, began the war without listening to the advice of Hannibal by landing in Thessaly on the Gulf of Pegae, whence he went to Euboea. Most of the Greeks, especially the Achaean League, remained true to the Romans, who were also joined by Philip of Macedon, Eumenes of Pergamus, and Rhodes. Antiochus occupied the pass of Thermopylae. Landing of the consul Manius Achilles Glabrio in Epirus, 191, and march to Thessaly. The former consul Porcius Cato, conqueror of the Spaniards, who served as military tribune in the Roman army, surprised the Aetolians on the mountain path of Ephialtes, while the consul captured the pass itself and scattered the army of Antiochus, who escaped the Caucasus with a few soldiers, and there took ship for Ephesus. The Romans besieged the Aetolians in Naupactus. Their fleet under Gaius Livius defeated that of Antiochus at Chios. In the following year, 190, a fleet from Rhodes defeated a fleet of the king under the command of Hannibal at the mouth of the Eurymedon, and somewhat later the Roman fleet with that of Rhodes won a naval victory at Myonnesus. A Roman army nominally under the command of the consul L. Cornelius Scipio, but really under his brother P. Cornelius Scipio Africanus, marched through Macedonia and Thrace, crossed the Hellespont, and defeated Antiochus in the battle of Magnesia on the Sipylus, 190, not far from Smyrna, whereupon the king concluded peace in the following year. 1. Surrender of all European possessions and of his Asiatic possession as far as the Taurus. 2. Payment of 15,000 Euboean talents, $19,125,000, within 12 years. 3. Surrender of Hannibal, who, however, escaped. This peace struck the kingdom of the Seleucidae from the list of great powers. The Roman Senate, having resolved for the present not to acquire any immediate possessions in Asia, divided the ceded territory among its allies, Eumenes of Pergamus and Rhodes, and proclaimed itself the protector of the Greek cities of Asia against the Galatians. 189 Expedition of Nahhas Manlius Wolso, and regulator of the political relations of Asia. In Greece the Aetolians were conquered and subjugated. The other cantons retained for the present their independence. Internecine quarrels continued among the Greeks, and the Roman Senate was in all cases appealed to as arbitrator. Philip of Macedonia received but scanty remuneration for his services in the war against Syria. 183 Death of Hannibal. He poisoned himself at the court of Prusias, king of Bithynia, by whom he saw himself betrayed. Death of his conqueror P. Cornelius Scipio Africanus at Lenternum, whither he had retired after he and his brother Lucius had been accused by M. Porcius Cato of having been bribed by Antiochus. 180 The lex annalis of the tribune L. Willius established, besides a military service of 10 years, a fixed age for all the curule offices: aedilis 37 years, praetor 40, consul 43. Since the first Punic War, the expenses of the great games were no longer borne by the public treasury, but by the aedilis, which at once closed the office to all who were not men of property. The higher offices of state and the position of senator became more and more decidedly privileges of the nobility. 171 to 168 Third Macedonian War. Destruction of the Macedonian monarchy. Cause the plan of Philip V, the third, to revenge himself on the Romans and to regain the old borders of Macedonia, was carried forward by his son and successor Perseus, the murderer of his brother Demetrius, who favored Rome. King Eumenes of Pergamus informed the Senate of the preparations of Perseus. During the first 3 campaigns, weak and unsuccessful conduct on the part of the Roman generals, combined with injustice and cruelty against the allied Achaeans and Epirotes, who were thereby forced to actual desertion. At last L. Aemilius Paulus, son of the consul who fell at Cannae, obtained the chief command. He restored discipline in the Roman army, drove back the Macedonians, and defeated Perseus in the battle of Pydna. 168 September. 11,000 Macedonians were captured, 20,000 perished. Perseus fell into the power of the Romans in Samothrace. Splendid triumph of Aemilius Paulus. The spoils brought to Rome were so immense that henceforward the citizens were relieved from the tribunum. Dissolution of the kingdom of Macedonia, which was transformed into 4 confederacies dependent upon Rome, neither the right of emigration nor of intermarriage, Camercium et Canubium being allowed them. Genthius, king of Illyria, who had been an ally of Perseus, being soon conquered, 168, that country was divided into 3 tributary districts with federal constitutions. Epirus was cruelly punished, 70 towns being plundered and destroyed, 150,000 Epirites sold as slaves. The Greek cantons, friend and foe alike, were reduced to the condition of subject clients. 1,000 Achaeans of high standing, among whom was the historian Polybius, were carried to Rome for examination, 167, and detained without trial 16 years in Italian cities under surveillance. The old allies of the Romans, Eumenes of Pergamus and Rhodes, who had attempted to hold the position of mediators during the war, were chastised and all the possessions of the latter on the mainland taken away. In a war which broke out between Syria and Egypt, the Senate interfered as guardian of both powers. The Roman ambassador Gaius Popilius Linus arrogantly and insultingly ordered Antiochus IV, king of Syria, to retire from before Alexandria. He drew a line around the king with his staff and bade him decide before he stepped from the circle. Polybius 29:27. 149 to 146. Third Punic War. Cause: the Carthaginians, whose commerce and maritime power had begun to increase, having been unable to procure from Rome any reparation for several losses of territory which they had sustained at the hands of Massinissa, finally took up arms themselves. The Roman Senate, on the instigation of M. Porcius Cato, Ceterum Censeo Carthagenum Esse Delendum, declared this a breach of the peace. 2 Roman armies landed at Utica. Humble submission of the Carthaginians, who, at the command of the consul, delivered up their warships and weapons. But when ordered to abandon their city and make a new settlement 10 miles from the sea, the Carthaginians resolved on a desperate resistance, with the greatest sacrifices on the part of all the inhabitants of Carthage, without regard to rank, age, or sex. New equipments were provided. Weapons were manufactured day and night. A new fleet was built in the inner harbor. An attack of the Romans was repulsed. Siege of Carthage. 147. P. Cornelius Scipio Aemilianus, son of Aemilius Paulus, adopted son of P. Cornelius Scipio Africanus, major, assumed the command. He shut off the city completely on both the land and sea side. 146. Capture and destruction of Carthage. Street fight lasting 6 days and a conflagration which lasted 17 days. The remaining inhabitants were sold into slavery. The coastland from the river Tusca, opposite the island of Galata to Thene, on the Syrtis Minor, was made a Roman province under the name Africa, with the capital at Utica. The rest of the country fell for the present to the allied kingdom of Numidia. Splendid triumph of Scipio, who received the name of Africanus Minor. 148 to 146. Fourth Macedonian War. Against Andriscus, who gave himself out as Philippus, brother of Perseus, pseudo Philippus, and incited the Macedonians to rise against the Roman rule. He was defeated in 2 battles and captured by Caecilius Metellus. Macedonia became a Roman province. 146. 146. Achaean War. Cause: return of 300 Achaeans from Italy after an imprisonment of 16 years. The anti-Roman party was thereby strengthened in all cities. Incited by Critolaus and Diaeus, the Achaean League began war with Sparta, with whom the Romans took sides. The Senate pronounced the dissolution of the League. Victory of Metellus over Critolaus at Scarphia in Locris. Diaeus summoned all who could bear arms together on the isthmus and armed 12,000 slaves. He was defeated by the consul L. Mummius in the battle of Leucopetra. 146. Corinth, the chief city of the Achaean League, was occupied by Mummius without a blow. The art treasures were sent to Rome, and the inhabitants were sold as slaves. The territory of the city was in part given to Sicyon, in part transformed into Roman public land. Corinth destroyed at the command of the Senate. The other Greek cities were, for the most part, mildly treated and allowed to retain their autonomy, their own administration and jurisdiction, but in such a way that they were subordinated to the governor of Macedonia and had to pay tribute to Rome. Not until later, it seems, did Greece become a Roman province with the name Achaia. At the close of this epoch, Rome possessed 8 provinces: 1 Sicilia, 241, 2 Sardinia, 238, with Corsica, 3 Hispania Caeterior, 205, 4 Hispania Ulterior, 205, 5 Gallia Cisalpina, 191 ? 6 Illyricum, 168, 7 Africa, 140, 8 Macedonia, 146, and Greece, Achaia. The first 4 provinces were at first governed by praetors, so that, counting the praetor urbanus and the praetor inter cives et peregrinos, who always stayed in Rome, there were 6 praetors elected every year. Later, however, it was decreed that all 6, after Sulla 8, praetors should remain in Rome during their year of office. 4, 6, to preside over the standing courts, quaestiones perpetui. Of these, the first, for cases of extortion, de repetundis, was established in 149 by the Lex Calpurnia. To this were added, down to the time of Sulla, courts having jurisdiction over fraud in obtaining office, de ambitu, over high treason, de maestate, over embezzlement, de peculatu. Sulla created courts for the trial of cases of murder and poisoning, de sicariis et veneficiis, of forgery of wills and of counterfeiting, de falso. For the year succeeding their year of office, the praetors went as propraetors to the provinces which had fallen to them by lot. The propraetors received as a rule, however, only those provinces which were considered quiet and which could be administered without any considerable military force. Those which were still the scene of warfare were assigned to one of the consuls in office, or to a proconsul, the consul of the preceding year having his term of command prolonged for the prosecution of the war, imperium prorogare, or an ex-consul vir consularis, or an ex-praetor vir praetorius, being appointed proconsul. Thus the provinces were at a later period distinguished into proconsular and propraetorial. The organization of a province was commonly entrusted to the general who had conquered it, and a commission of 10 senators. Many cities in the provinces retained their own jurisdiction and municipal government, civitatis libori, in consequence of a treaty concluded with the Roman people, fides, hence civitatis foederati, or of a law, lex, or a decree of the Senate, senatus consultum. The taxes of the provinces were generally let to tax farmers, publicani, mostly Roman citizens of the equestrian order, ordo equester, many of whom also did business in the provinces as bankers, negotiatores. In 153, the term of service for the consulate began in January for the first time, and this soon became the rule. Especially noteworthy in this epoch is the practical disappearance of the dictatorship. The last dictator with military power was appointed after the Battle of Cannae, 216, and the last nominated for municipal business was in 202. After this, in times of peculiar danger, the Senate conferred dictatorial power on the consuls by the formula, "The consuls shall take measures for the public good according to their discretion. Videant consulas ne quid detrimenti res publica capiat," which somewhat resembles a modern proclamation of martial law or state of siege. End of section 25. Section 26 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 26. G. Fourth Period. Firm establishment of the universal power of Rome. Period of the Civil Wars, 146-31. First part. 143-133. Numantine War. Continuance of hostilities in Spain. War in Lusitania against Viriathus, 147-139, ended only by the latter's murder. The war in northern Spain centered around the fortified city of Numantia, footnote, the present Gare, an hour's walk north of Soria on the Duero. Which was vainly besieged by Metellus, and then by several incapable generals, who utterly neglected the discipline of the army. Finally, P. Cornelius Scipio Aemilianus Africanus Minor received the command. He restored discipline, and after an investment of 15 months' duration, starved the city into submission. Desperate defense. 133. Surrender and destruction of Numantia. Scipio Aemilianus received the surname of Numanticus. After the fall of Numantia, all Spain, excepting the mountain tribes of the north, was reduced under Roman government. 135 to 132. First Servile War. Insurrection of the slaves in Sicily, who were terribly ill-treated under the Syrian Eunice, who called himself King Antiochus, and fought a long time successfully against the Roman armies, maintaining himself in Henna and Tauromenium, but was finally captured and executed, together with a great number of the insurgents. 133 to 121. Civil disturbances under the Gracchi, excited by the political and social reforms urged through revolutionary means by the brothers Tiberius Gracchus and Caius Gracchus. Constant increase in the number of great estates worked by slaves, latifundia. The number of slaves in Italy was immensely increased by the successful wars and by a most extensive slave trade, especially with Eastern Asia. The order of free peasants and renters was thereby greatly reduced, while there was formed in the capital a numerous rabble without property or occupation, who lived on bribes and gifts of grain. Bad government of the Optimates. Family cliques, which took exclusive possession of all public offices and places in the Senate. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, 163 to 133, son of the plebeian consul of the same name, through his mother Cornelia, grandson of the victor of Zama. When tribune of the people proposed the reenactment of the Licinian agrarian law, which had long been forgotten, with this alteration, that besides the 500 jugera, 250 jugera of public land should be allowed for every 2 sons, and that damages should be paid for all buildings erected on land which had to be given up. Opposition of the tribune M. Octavius, who had been gained over by the Senate, and whom Tiberius Gracchus caused to be deposed by an unconstitutional popular decree. The agrarian law was accepted by the people. Its execution was entrusted to Tiberius Gracchus, his father-in-law Appius Claudius, and his brother Gaius Gracchus. 133. Death of Attalus III, king of Pergamus, who left his kingdom and his treasures to the Romans. Tiberius Gracchus proposed in the popular assembly, contrary to the common usage, according to which the Senate had the disposal of this inheritance, to divide the treasures of Pergamus among the new landowners, in order that they might procure the necessary equipment. Preparation of further popular laws of political tendency, shortening of the time of military service, extension of the right of appeal, etc. Tiberius Gracchus tried, contrary to the constitution, to secure the election to the tribunate for the following year. The election was forcibly stopped by the Senate. Tiberius Gracchus and 300 of his followers were killed by the Optimates, armed with clubs and chair-legs, and led by the consul P. Scipio Nasica. 129. After the defeat of Aristonicus, a pretender to the throne of the Attalidi, by Perperna, Pergamus became a Roman province under the name of Asia. 133 to 129. The division of the public lands was partially carried out as decreed. The struggle between the democracy and the Optimates continued the leader of the latter party, P. Scipio Aemilianus, husband of Sempronia, the sister of the Gracchi, who had successfully opposed the proposals of the Democratic Tribune. 129. Gaius Carbo, found dead in his bed, murdered? 125. The Democratic consul M. Fulvius Flaccus, who had unsuccessfully proposed to give the right of citizenship to all Italians, was sent by the Senate, which wished him out of the way, to assist the Massaliotes against the Gauls, by whom they were hard pressed. He laid the foundation of Roman supremacy in Transalpine Gaul. The immediate purpose of this occupation was the establishment of communication by land between Italy and Spain. In 123, the proconsul Sextius founded the colony of Aquae Sextii, Aix, Gallia Narbonensis, so called after the colony of Narbo Martius, founded in 121, a Roman province. In 123, the Balearic Islands were subjected to Rome. 123. Caius Sempronius Gracchus, for 2 years quaestor in Sardinia, returned to Rome against the will of the Senate and was elected tribune of the people. Surpassing his brother in talent, force of character, and passionate energy, Gaius Gracchus not only took up again the latter's social reforms, but also brought forward, one after another, a series of proposals looking to a revolutionary alteration of the Constitution. Had they been completely adopted, these innovations would perchance have substituted for the existing aristocratic republican government the rule of one man under the form of a democracy. Whether Gaius Gracchus desired such a power for himself is, however, very doubtful. By the regular distribution of grain at the expense of the state, Gaius Gracchus attempted to make the proletarii of the capital his willing tool in coercing the comitii. He was able to secure in 122 his election to the tribunate for the second time. The lex judiciaria transferred the jury duty from the order of senators to that of the equites, and made the pre-existing separation between these two parts of the Roman aristocracy still more abrupt. The designation ordo equester, which belonged originally to those citizens only who actually did cavalry service, had been gradually extended to all who, in consequence of having property to the amount of at least 400,000 sesterces, were liable to such service. Since 129, the senators were obliged, according to law, on entering the Senate, to leave the centuries of equites. Hence equites denoted especially the members of the aristocracy of wealth who were not members of the Senate, yet the young men of senatorial families continued to serve regularly in the centuries of equites. Encroachments of Gaius Gracchus on the administrative privileges of the Senate by means of resolves of the popular assembly, the lex provocatio reenacted, colonies sent out by decrees of the people instead of by decrees of the Senate. Gaius Gracchus himself established the colony of Junania on the site of Carthage. The absence of the all-powerful tribune from Rome was utilized by the Senate to secure him a dangerous opponent in the person of the tribune M. Livius Drusus. The proposals of this tribune, in the interests of the lower classes, were constantly approved by the Senate with the view of undermining the popularity of Gracchus. 122. The motion of Gaius Gracchus and his colleague M. Fulvius Flaccus to grant the Latins all the rights of citizenship and the other Italians Latin rights was defeated by the united opposition of the Senate and the lower classes of the capital. Gaius Gracchus was not elected tribune for the following third year. 121. Civil strife in the city occasioned by a murder committed by one of the supporters of Gracchus. The Democratic party occupied the Aventine, which, being poorly defended, was stormed by the Optimates. Gaius Gracchus and M. Fulvius were slain along with several hundred of their supporters. Of the prisoners, about 3,000 are said to have been strangled in prison. Restoration of the power of the Senate and the former condition of things. After him, Livius Drusus had removed the ground rent and repealed the law prohibiting the alienation of assignments of public land, and thereby given the Optimates opportunity to repurchase their confiscated lands. A decree of the people, 111, converted all public lands in possession of citizens into the private property, not subject to taxation, of those who had formerly enjoyed the usufruct. 111 to 105. Jugurthine War. Cause: Micipsa, Massinissa's eldest son, had decreed in his will that after his death his sons Hiempsal and Adherbal should reign over Numidia in common with his nephew and adopted son Jugurtha. Quarrels of the kings. Attempt to actually divide the kingdom. Jugurtha murdered Hiempsal and expelled Adherbal, who sought protection in Rome. A commission of the Senate, which was bribed by Jugurtha, arranged a division of the kingdom entirely in Jugurtha's favor. The latter attacked Adherbal anew, defeated him, and besieged him in Cirta, his capital. Without heeding the intervention of the Roman Senate, Jugurtha captured Cirta and put to death Adherbal and the whole male population of the city, including many Italians. Indignation at Rome, and finally, at the instance of the tribune Gaius Memmius, declaration of war against Jugurtha. Jugurtha bought from the consul L. Calpurnius Bestia a peace, which the Senate, upon the motion of Memmius, refused to ratify. Invitation of the king to Rome. Jugurtha appeared in the city upon guarantee of safe conduct, and gained partisans for himself by his money. When, however, he connived at the murder of Massiva, a third grandson of Massinissa, in Rome itself, he was banished from the city, and the war was renewed. 110 to 109. The war was unsuccessfully conducted by the Romans. Jugurtha defeated a Roman army, sent it under the yoke, and dictated a peace which was repudiated by the Senate. 109. Q. Metellus, entrusted with the command, defeated Jugurtha on the river Muthul. The Romans occupied Numidia with two armies, one under Metellus, the other commanded by his legate Gaius Marius, son of a day laborer from the vicinity of Arpinum. 108. After fruitless negotiations, another Roman victory, Jugurtha withdrew to the oases of the desert and induced the nomads of those parts, Gaetuli, to take up arms against the Romans. Pursued into the desert, he joined forces with his father-in-law, Bacchus, king of Mauritania. 107. Marius, in spite of the opposition of the aristocrats, received the consulate and chief command. He conquered the Gaetulians, repulsed the combined attack of Jugurtha and Bacchus at Cirta, entered into secret negotiations with Bacchus through his quaestor L. Cornelius Sulla, 106 to 105, and secured the delivery of Jugurtha into his hands. The captive king was led in triumph at Rome and died of hunger in prison. Numidia was divided between Bacchus and Gauda, the last living grandson of Massinissa. 113 to 101. War against the Cimbri and Teutonus. The Germanic, or according to others Celtic, tribe of the Cimbri, Kempho, that is warriors, made their way from the north into the Alpine regions, defeated at Norea in Corinthia. 113. The consul Nahhas, Papirius Carbo, turned afterwards westward towards the Rhine, which they crossed, and defeated a Roman army under M. Junius Silanus. 109. Who had hurried to the aid of the Allobrogus. Helvetian bands pressed into Gaul and defeated the consul L. Cassius Longinus Garun. 107. The Cimbri traversed Gaul in various directions, defeated and annihilated two large Roman armies under Q. Servilius Scipio and Gnaeus Mallius Maximus at Rossia, Orange, on the Rhone. Terror at Rome, 105. Violent proceedings of the democratic leaders against the incapable generals of the Optimates, Scipio, Maximus, and others condemned. 104 to 100. Marius, elected consul 5 times in succession. The Cimbri, meantime, had crossed the Pyrenees and were wandering aimlessly about among the Spanish tribes. Defeated by the Celtiberians, they recrossed the Pyrenees, traversed western Gaul, and gave Marius time to reorganize the Roman forces in the Provincia Narbonensis province. Defeated by the Belgians, the Cimbri united with the Germanic tribes of the Teutons and with Helvetian tribes, Teugenes and Tigoreni. These 3 peoples resolved to enter Italy in 2 separate bands. The greater part of the Cimbri and the Tigoreni were to invade Italy from the north, while the Teutons, with the Ambrones, the best among the Cimbri, and the Teugenes, were to force their way into Italy through southern Gaul. 102. Marius attempted to intercept the latter band. By his position at the junction of the Isere and the Rhone, he covered the 2 military roads which at that time alone connected Gaul and Italy, pass of the Little St. Bernard and the Shore Road. Futile attempt of the barbarians to storm the Roman camp. They passed the camp on their way down the Rhone. Marius, following them, defeated and annihilated their army in the battle of Aiguisextii, Aix-en-Provence. 102. The king of the Teutons, Teutobod, was captured. Thereupon Marius crossed the Alps to the assistance of his colleague Catulus, whom the Cimbri, having reached Italy by way of the Brenner Pass, had discomfited upon the Adige and driven behind the Po. The 2 consuls, having joined forces, advanced across the Po and annihilated the Cimbri in the battle of Vercelli in Campus Raudius. 101. Triumph of Marius, who was hailed by the multitude, the 3rd Romulus, the 2nd Camillus. At the time of the Cimbrian War occurred the complete abolition of the Servian military organization, according to which military service was principally a tax on property, but which had already been several times altered. This had also long been the principle upon which the military service of the Italian allies was regulated. Hereafter the system of a citizen levy was supplemented by a recruiting system, principally, of course, from the idle and lazy portion of the population, and by a system of reinforcements, whereby cavalry and light armed troops were drawn henceforward from the contingents of subject and vassal princes. A separate military order was formed, which was distinct from the civil order, and opposed to it the organization of the army. The strengthened divisions of the legions, henceforward 6,000 men in 10 cohorts, also underwent important changes. 103 to 99. Second servile insurrection in Sicily under Tryphon and Athenion, which was put down by the consul Manius Aquilius after a hard struggle. 100. Marius, for the 6th time consul, aiming at the royal power, joined the leaders of the people, the praetor Gaius Servilius Glaucia and L. Apuleius Saturninus, with the purpose of overthrowing the constitution. Saturninus, having gained the tribunate by murder, procured by violent means a division of lands among the veterans of Marius. The consul Q. Metellus went into voluntary banishment. The murder of Gaius Memmius, who had been nominated consul for the year 99, led to an actual contest in the Forum between the Optimates and the popular party. Saturninus and Glaucia, being betrayed by their accomplice Marius, were killed with many of their followers. 99. Q. Metellus recalled to Rome. Marius, hated by both parties on account of his equivocal conduct, went for a time to Asia. 98. 91. 3 bills brought forward by the tribune M. Livius Drusus. 1. Reform of the judicial department, Lex Judiciaria, which restored to the Senate the places on the juries which had been taken from it, at the same time enlarging the Senate by the addition of 300 equites. 2. A new division of lands, Lex Agraria, 3. Bestowal of the right of citizenship on the Italians, de civitata sociis danda. The first two proposals were adopted by the Committee E, but declared null and void by the Senate. As he was on the point of bringing the third before the people, Drusus was assassinated. The disappointment of the Italian allies, who had fixed their hopes upon Lewis, caused the revolt of nearly all the Italians, excepting the Latins, most of the Etruscans and Umbrians, and some southern cities, and led to the Marcian or Social War, 91–88. The Italians formed a federal republic under the name Italia, governed by a senate of 500 senators from all Italian tribes. The capital was Corfinium. They appointed 2 consuls and 12 praetors. The terrible danger reconciled for the moment the parties at Rome, and caused the adoption of energetic measures, repeated levies of citizens, and enrollment of freedmen in the army. The best generals of both parties offered to serve under the consuls. 90. At the seat of war in the north, Marius fought against the Marcians and the other Sabellian tribes, for the most part successfully. The Roman consul Rutilius fell. Nahhas, Pompeius, Strabo, defeated at first, was afterwards victorious. At the southern seat of war, Campania, Samnium, Lucania, the allies got so decidedly the better of the Roman consul L. Julius Caesar, in spite of the dashing forays of Sulla, that the Etruscans and Umbrians in the north, who had before remained faithful, were encouraged to revolt. In order to prevent this, a law was passed, granting the right of citizenship to the Latins and to all districts among the above peoples which had remained faithful, Lex Julia. 89. Successful conclusion of the war in the north. Superiority of the Roman arms in the south, especially under Sulla, by the Lex Plautia Parperia. Roman citizenship was given to all Italians who applied for it. They were, however, included in 8 tribes only, which were especially designated. The towns of Cisalpine Gaul, which had municipal organizations, received Latin rights, Lex Pompeia. 88. By this concession, the war in the south was also in the main brought to a close. 88–84. First Mithridatic War. Cause Mithridates, or Mithridates VI, king of Pontus, 120–63, had extended his power over the eastern shore of the Black Sea, Colchis, and along the Cimmerian Bosphorus, Crimea, and southern Russia. Kingdom of the Bosphorus. He had conquered Paphlagonia and Cappadocia, and had provoked the interference of the Senate by his encroachments on the client cities of Rome in Asia Minor. Already had Sulla, who was then proconsul in Cilicia in 92, taken arms against him and reinstated a king in Cappadocia. A second expulsion of this king and quarrels of Mithridates with the king of Bithynia, who was supported by the Roman consul M. Aquilius, led to war. 88. Mithridates defeated Nicomedes, king of Bithynia, on the Amphnius, a branch of the Hyllus, defeated the Roman generals Appius, Cassius, and Aquilius, the latter being cruelly put to death, and drove them out of Asia Minor. The Grecian cities of Asia joined him, and upon an order issued from Ephesus, put to death in one day all the Italians within their walls, 80,000, or according to others 150,000. Sulla, the consul for 88, was on the point of starting for Asia to attack Mithridates, when there broke out the civil war between Sulla Optimates and Marius Democrats, 88–82. Direct cause: the revolutionary proposals of the tribune P. Sulpicius, which were carried by the most violent means, and particularly designed to secure the division of the new citizens, Italians and freedmen, among all the 35 tribes, ut novi cibus libertinique in omnes tribus distribuere and tour. 88. The populace, under the control of demagogues, deprived Sulla of the chief command and gave it to his opponent Marius with proconsular power. Sulla marched with his army from Nola upon Rome and took the city by storm. Sulpicius and 11 other outlaws were killed upon the flight. Marius escaped by way of Minturni to Africa. Sulla restored the old order of voting in the centuries as it had existed under the Servian constitution, but had been given up in 241, and decreed that in future the popular assembly should not vote upon any measure which had not previously passed the Senate. 87. An Optimate, Gnaeus Octavius, and a Democrat, L. Cornelius Cinna, were elected consuls. Sulla, as proconsul, took the command in the Mithridatic War. During Sulla's absence, Cinna endeavored to renew the laws of Sulpicius by violence. After a bloody struggle in the Forum, he was driven out by the Optimates. He formed an army in Campania of armed bands of dissatisfied Italians, liberated slaves, etc., and uniting with the aged Marius, who had returned from Africa with Q. Centurius and Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, advanced upon Rome, which was compelled to surrender. Revolutionary reign of terror in the city. 5 days' slaughter at Marius' command of all Optimates who had not fled, among others L. and Gaius Caesar, M. Antonius, P. Crassus, Q. Catullus, confiscation of their property, plundering, and outrages of the armed bands. 86. Marius, for the 7th time in Cinna, consuls. Sulla deposed in his absence. Death of Marius, over 70 years old. L. Valerius Flaccus was made consul in his stead, and appointed by the popular party to the command of the Mithridatic War. 87-84. Tyrannical government of Cinna at Rome, regardless of the newly restored democratic constitution. Meantime, the outlawed Sulla was conducting the war against Mithridates. The latter had sent his general Archelaus with an army and fleet to Greece, where most of the cities joined him at once, particularly Athens, under the government of Aristion. 87. Sulla landed with 30,000 men in Epirus, advanced to Boeotia, drove Archelaus and Aristion out of the country, and besieged the former in Piraeus, the latter in Athens. He defeated an army of relief from Pontus, and after a tedious siege captured Athens. 86. March. Sulla defeated Archelaus, who had voluntarily evacuated Piraeus, gone by sea to Boeotia, and joined the reinforcements sent by Mithridates in the battle of Chaeronea. 86. And in the next year, in the battle of Orchomenus. 85. After which he went into winter quarters in Thessaly. In the following year, Sulla, supported by a fleet of ships collected from Asia Minor and Syria by Lucullus, marched through Macedonia and Thrace, crossed the Hellespont to Asia, and through the mediation of Archelaus concluded peace with Mithridates in Dardanus. 84. 1. Evacuation of the Roman province of Asia, restoration of all conquests made by Mithridates, and reinstatement of the kings of Bithynia and Cappadocia. 2. Mithridates surrendered 80 ships of war and paid 3,000 talents. After the conclusion of peace, Sulla turned his attention to the Roman army of the Democratic party, which had gone to Asia in 86 under the consul Flaccus, and after his murder had fought successfully under Fimbria. Victory over the younger Mithridates at Miletopolis. A part of the army, having gone over to Sulla, Fimbria, committed suicide, whereupon the rest of his army joined Sulla. After leaving these troops behind, Miletus Flaviani, 2 legions under Licinius Murena, and inflicting upon the Grecian cities of Asia Minor the immense fine of 20,000 talents, $25 million, which Lucullus was to collect. Sulla sailed from Ephesus to Piraeus, went by land to Patri, and thence by sea to Italy. 83. Sulla landed with 40,000 men in Brundisium after the death of Cinna. 84. During a mutiny in Ancona, where he intended to embark against Sulla, his colleagues Carbo the younger, Marius, and Sertorius were the leaders of the Democratic party. Nevertheless, for the year 83, neither of them, but instead 2 incapable men, L. Scipio and Gaius Norbanus, were elected consuls. Sulla, who upon landing was joined by the 23-year-old Gnaeus Pompeius, with an army of volunteers, formally guaranteed their rights to the Italians and marched against the consuls. He conquered Norbanus on Mount Tifata and opened negotiations with Scipio in the course of which the entire army of the latter went over to Sulla. 82. Sulla rested for the winter in Capua, and fought during the following year against the younger Marius and Carbo, who had been appointed consuls. At Sacri Portus, Sulla defeated Marius, who retired to Praeneste, where he was surrounded by a division of the army under Q. Ofella. Sulla perceived this, and passed rapidly through Rome to attack the Democrats in Etruria, whither also a part of his army under Metellus, Pompeius, and Crassus had already forced its way from Picenum and Umbria, and were pressing Carbo hard. On receipt of the news that strong Samnite bands were advancing to the relief of Praeneste, Sulla went back to Latium, prevented the relief of Praeneste, and repulsed an attack of the Samnites upon Rome, November 82. More than 3,000 prisoners were slaughtered at Sulla's command. Praeneste surrendered. The younger Marius was put to death by his slaves at his own command. The party of Marius in northern Italy had already been completely defeated at Faventia. Carbo and Sertorius fled. Sulla took terrible vengeance upon the conquered cities and towns of Italy. The party of Marius in Spain was defeated at a later time by Gaius Annius and Valerius Flaccus. In Sicily and Africa it was defeated by Pompeius, whom Sulla allowed to triumph and saluted with the surname of Magnus. 82. Sulla had himself appointed dictator in Rome for an unlimited time for the sake of reorganizing the commonwealth. Dictator Rai Publici Constituendi, a power analogous to that of the decemvirs. Reactionary reign of terror. Proscription. Lists of the evil-minded. Lex de proscribendis malis civibus. The number of the outlawed, on whose death a reward was set and whose property was confiscated, amounted to 4,700. Allotments of lands to the veterans of Sulla, and establishment of military colonies with full right of citizenship in the territories of cities of the hostile party, whose right of citizenship was abrogated. Liberation of 10,000 slaves belonging to the proscribed citizens, and bestowal upon them of the right of citizenship, the so-called Cornelians. 83 to 81. Second Mithridatic War, conducted by the propraetor Murena, who occupied Cappadocia, which Mithridates, in spite of the peace, had not completely evacuated, and invaded Pontus, where he was defeated by Mithridates and obliged to withdraw. The war ended in a treaty which was a renewal of the first peace. Attempt at a conservative aristocratic reform of the government in Rome by a series of laws originated by Sulla. Legis Cornelii. Reorganization of the Senate, which had suffered severely from the proscriptions of the civil wars. It was now enlarged in an unprecedented manner by the addition of 300 members to be chosen by the Comitia Tributa. Admission to the Senate became a prerogative of the quaestorship. Henceforward 20 quaestors were annually elected by the Comitia Tributa. Abolition of the censor's privilege of revising the roll of the Senate every 5 years, and consequently introduction of the irremovability of the senators. Thus the Senate for a short time was indirectly chosen by the people, and acquired a representative character. The places in the juries which Gaius Gracchus had transferred to the Equites were restored to the Senate. The privileges of the Senate were further increased. It acquired, in particular, the right of prolonging the term of office of proconsuls and propraetors, and of removing them. The Comitii lost the power of electing the priests, which had been given them in 104, the priestly colleges receiving again the right of filling their own vacancies. On the other hand, Sulla gave up the Servian order of voting, the restoration of which had been attempted in 88. Powers of the tribunes of the people reduced. Misuse of the right of interpellation punished with heavy fines. The right of the tribunes to initiate rogations subjected to the approval of the Senate. It was also decreed that acceptance of the tribunate conveyed incapacity for accepting higher offices. Reorganization of the Department of Justice. increase of the perpetual courts, quaestionis perpetui, henceforward 8 praetors, criminal legislation, lex de sicariis, de falso, etc. 81. Sulla permitted the election of consuls, but continued to conduct the government under the title of dictator. For the year 80, he caused himself and his companion in arms, Q. Metellus, to be elected consuls, and so bridged the way to constitutional government. 79. Sulla voluntarily abdicated the dictatorship and retired to private life. 78. Death of Sulla, probably in consequence of a hemorrhage. Footnote: he did not die of the so-called phthiriasis. End of footnote. 78 to 77. Attempt of M. Aemilius Lepidus, consul with Q. Lutatius Catullus, 78, and the Marian M. Junius Brutus to violently overthrow the work of Sulla. Lepidus, on his way from Etruria to Rome at the head of an army, was defeated on the Campus Martius by Catullus. Defeated a second time at Cosa, he fled to Sardinia, where he fell sick and died. Brutus was forced by Pompeius to surrender at Mutina, and was afterwards put to death. 80 to 72. War against Sertorius, who in 83 had been allotted Lusitania and Spain as his province. He had been driven out, 82, by Sulla's generals, and after leading a roving life as an adventurer along the coasts of Spain and Africa, returned to Lusitania. Here this party leader, alike distinguished as statesman and general, had founded an independent sovereignty. Q. Metellus and even Gnaeus Pompeius waged for a long time unsuccessful war against him. He formed an alliance with Mithridates, but was murdered in 72 by his subordinate Periperna. The latter was defeated and executed by Pompeius. 73 to 71. War of the Gladiators and Third Servile War. Bands of gladiators who had escaped from a gladiatorial school at Capua occupied Vesuvius under command of 2 Gauls and the Thracian Spartacus, and from this vantage ground plundered and burned throughout the neighborhood. Reinforced by numerous slaves, they grew to an army and defeated 4 Roman armies in succession. Spartacus, who wanted to leave Italy, was forced by his companions to remain. He marched upon the capital. Terror in Rome. The praetor M. Licinius Crassus received the chief command. The insurgents refrained from attacking Rome and wandered about Italy, ravaging and plundering. Crassus defeated them in 2 battles, in the second of which, on the Salaris, Spartacus fell, fighting valiantly. The remnants of the bands were annihilated by Pompeius, who was returning from Spain. In 70, the consuls M. Licinius Crassus and Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus restored to the tribunate the privileges which it had lost under Sulla. The Aurelian law, Lex Aurelia, passed during their consulate, repealed the enactment of Sulla that the jurors should be taken exclusively from the senators. Henceforth 1/3 should be senators, 2/3 men of the equestrian census. Of these, 1/2 should be taken from the so-called tribuni arii. Already in 72, the privilege of the censors of revising the roll of the Senate, which Sulla had abolished, had been restored, and probably 5 years became again the length of the censor's term of office. 64 senators were expelled from the Senate by the censors Gellius and Lentulus. 78 to 67. War against the pirates. The result of the neglect of the Roman marine since the destruction of Carthage, and of the oppression of the Roman governors in Asia, was a constant increase of piracy. There gradually grew up an organized pirate community, whose principal seats were Crete and Cilicia. The pirates controlled the entire Mediterranean as far as the columns of Hercules, and captured the vessels which were conveying grain to Rome. 78. War had been waged with the pirates in 78, at first under the proconsul of Asia, P. Servilius, who destroyed many pirate cities, and in the year 75 took possession of Isauria, Pamphylia, Pisidia, for Rome under the name of Cilicia, and afterwards under the praetor M. Antonius, 74, who possessed most extensive powers but accomplished little, and in 71 died at Crete after being defeated by the Cretans. 68. Metellus, after long contest subdued Crete province since 67, whose inhabitants lived for the most part upon piracy, as piracy still continued. 67. Pompeius received on the motion of Gabinius Lex Gabinia for 3 years unlimited command over the whole Mediterranean and its coast for 50 miles inland. The public treasuries and resources of all the provinces and client states were placed unconditionally at his disposal. In 3 months Pompeius, in 2 short campaigns, completely cleared first of the western, then the eastern Mediterranean of pirates, captured 3,000 vessels, put to death 10,000 pirates, destroyed their fortresses, captured 20,000 men, and settled them in the interior of the country. Construction of Pompeiopolis in Cilicia, 74-64, Third Mithridatic War, caused strained relations between the Romans on the one side and Mithridates of Pontus and his son-in-law Tigranes of Armenia on the other. The latter took possession of the kingdoms of Cappadocia and Syria, when Nicomedes III of Bithynia, likewise son-in-law of Mithridates, bequeathed his kingdom to Rome, and Bithynia was made a Roman province. Mithridates declared war and occupied Bithynia. 74. The conduct of the war was entrusted to the 2 consuls L. Lucullus, who was to enter the kingdom of Pontus through Phrygia, and M. Aurelius Cotta, who sailed with the fleet for the Propontis. Mithridates defeated the latter by land and sea at Chalcedon, and laid siege to Cyzicus, which was relieved by Lucullus, who hastened from the south. 73. Mithridates was forced to retreat with great loss. Lucullus, as proconsul, conducted the war successfully at sea, then took the offensive on land, crossed the Halys, Kissel-Ermach, traversed Pontus, defeated Mithridates at Bekere, and drove the king completely out of his kingdom. He took refuge with his son-in-law Tigranes, while Lucullus, after a tedious siege, captured the trading cities Heraclea, Sinope, Amissus, and occupied Armenia Minor, 72-70. Without waiting for authority from the Senate, Lucullus opened war upon Tigranes, crossed the Euphrates into Armenia proper, defeated Tigranes in the famous battle of Tigranokerta, 69, captured that city, and then turned against the 2 kings who had now joined forces. Lucullus forced the passage of the Euphrates, 68, by a second successful encounter with the enemy, crossed the river here in its upper course for the second time, marched through the Armenian plateau toward Artaxata, the residence of Tigranes, but was compelled by a mutiny among his soldiers, P. Clodius, brother-in-law of Lucullus, to begin a retreat over the Tigris to Mesopotamia long before he had reached Artaxata. Footnote: the second victory of Lucullus was not gained near Artaxata. End of footnote. Lucullus took Nisibis by storm, but was obliged to cross to the right bank of the Euphrates again to rescue a division of the army which had been cut off. 67. Meantime Mithridates returned to Pontus and defeated a Roman force under Triarius at Ciela. New mutinies in the army of Lucullus, who was at the same time informed that he was slandered at Rome, that he had been recalled, and the consul M. Achillius Glabrio appointed in his stead. Glabrio went to Asia, but in consideration of the difficult position of affairs did not assume command. Lucullus conducted the Roman army by a masterly retreat back to Asia Minor. Mithridates, having not only reconquered Pontus, but also commenced to ravage Bithynia and Cappadocia, a law was passed at the instance of the tribune of the people, Gaius Manilius, Cicero's oration pro imperio Nahhas Pompeii, or pro legi Manilia, entrusting 66 Nahhas Pompeius with the command in Asia with unlimited powers. Unfriendly meeting of Lucullus and Pompeius at Donala in Galatia. After concluding a treaty with the Parthians, whom he guaranteed possession of Mesopotamia, Pompeius opened the campaign partly with new troops, drove Mithridates out of Pontus, and defeated him in the battle by night on the Lycos, Yeshul-Ermach, 66, near the future Nicopolis in Armenia Minor, abandoned by Tigranes. Mithridates fled to Colchis. Pompeius followed as far as the Phasis, returning then to Armenia, where his ally, the king of the Parthians, had meantime made an inroad. At Artaxata, Tigranes gave himself up to Pompeius, who permitted him to keep Armenia proper for his own kingdom, but took from him all his conquests, Syria, Phoenicia, Cappadocia, and imposed upon him a fine of 6,000 talents. 65. After an expedition northward, where he fought successfully with the Caucasian tribes, Pompeius for the second time abandoned the pursuit of Mithridates, who had taken refuge in the Tauric Caronesi, Crimea, and went to Pontus and thence to Syria. End of section 26. Section 27 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 27. G. Fourth period. Firm establishment of the universal power of Rome. Period of the Civil Wars, 146-31. Second part. 64-63. Organization of the Roman possessions in Asia under Pompeius. New provinces. 1. Pontus, comprising Bithynia, already treated as a province since 74, the coast of Paphlagonia, and the western part of Pontus proper along the coast. The rest of the kingdom of Mithridates was given to vassal kings. 2. Syria, comprising at first only the coast from the Gulf of Isis to Damascus, afterwards considerably enlarged. 3. Cilicia, reorganized by Pompeius, although it had been a province in name since 75. It included Pamphylia and Isauria. These Asiatic provinces were much cut up and surrounded by a. Territories of autonomous cities, b. Princely and priestly sovereignties under Roman supremacy. The most distinguished of the vassal kings of Rome in the east were the king of Cappadocia and Deiotarus, king of Galatia. In Palestine, after the capture of Jerusalem and the temple, Pompeius restored Hyrcanus, who had been driven out by his brother as high priest and civil governor, but made him tributary to Rome. 63. Mithridates, who had busied himself with gigantic schemes of a land expedition to Italy, killed himself at Panticapaeum in the Tauric Chersonese in consequence of the revolt of his son Pharnaces. Upon receipt of this news, Pompeius returned to Pontus. He confirmed Pharnaces in possession of the kingdom of the Bosphorus. 61. Return of Pompeius to Italy. He dismissed his army at Brundisium and entered Rome as a private citizen. Magnificent triumph, lasting 2 days. 66-62. Conspiracy of Catiline. Union of the Democrats and the Anarchists. Leaders of the Democrats, M. Crassus and Gaius Julius Caesar, born 102, son-in-law of Cinna, outlawed by Sulla, afterwards pardoned. 67. Quaestor in Spain. 65. Idela. 63. Pontifex Maximus, leader of the anarchists. L. Sergius Catilina, ex-praetor, one of Sulla's executioners. The Democrats dreaded the reconciliation of Pompeius, whose military dictatorship was the work of their own hands, with the Optimates. Hence they sought to overthrow the existing government before the return of Pompeius by a violent revolution, while the anarchists, in part proletarians, in part young men of honorable families who were sunk in debt, hoped for plunder and confiscation of property. The first conspiracy in 66, according to which the consuls for 65 were to be murdered, and Crassus made dictator, and Caesar master of the horse, failed of execution through the indecision of some participants. At the close of the year 64, it was again renewed for the purpose of securing the election of L. Catilina and Gaius Antonius, also a former follower of Sulla, at the consular elections for 63 by the influence of Caesar and Crassus, who were to remain in the background. Antonius alone was, however, actually elected. His colleague for 63 was M. Tullius Cicero, a favorite lawyer and orator belonging to no party unreservedly, born 106, 75 quaestor in Sicily, 70 prosecutor of Verres, 69 aedila, 66 praetor urbanus. The latter resigned beforehand to Antonius, who was deep in debt, the lucrative governorship of Macedonia, thereby detaching him from the conspirators. Formation of an insurgent army in Etruria under Gaius Manlius, a comrade of Catiline. At Rome, organization of the conspirators, who at a given signal were to fire the city and thereby produce universal confusion. Plan of Catiline to murder his competitors at the consular election 462, and the consul Cicero, who would preside over the election. Cicero, informed of this by his spies, denounced the conspiracy in the Senate, appeared on the day of the election surrounded by numerous armed guards, and defeated the election of Catiline. The latter's plan of having Cicero surprised and murdered in his own house was also betrayed and failed. 63 November 8, first speech of Cicero against Catiline, delivered in the Senate. Catiline left the city and betook himself to the army of Manlius in Etruria. November 9, second speech of Cicero against Catiline to the people. The accomplices of Catiline, Lentulus, Cetigus, Gabinius, Statilius, and Caeparius, were taken into custody on the strength of written proofs of guilt obtained by Cicero. December 3, third speech of Cicero against Catiline to the people. December 5, fourth speech of Cicero against Catiline in the Senate. Decree of the Senate that the traitors be strangled in prison without trial and sentence. Caesar opposed the resolution. Cato's speech determined the vote. Executed by the consul Cicero. Cicero greeted as Pater Patrii. The consul Antonius was entrusted with the conduct of the war against Catiline. His lieutenant defeated Catiline at Pistoria. 62. Catiline and 3,000 of his followers fell on the field. 62. Caesar administered the praetorship in Rome, a part of his large indebtedness having been paid by Crassus. He went for the year to Hispania Ulterior, 61, as pro-praetor, where he laid the foundation of his military fame, and where he found means to discharge his debts. He returned bearing the honorary title of Imperator, but refused to triumph, in order that he might become a candidate for the consulship. The refusal of the Senate to grant the allotment of lands requested by Pompeius for his veterans led to a complete break between Pompeius and the government, and resulted in the so-called First Triumvirate. 60. A reciprocal agreement of the three statesmen Pompeius, Caesar, and Crassus. They secured the election for the next year, 59, of Caesar as consul. As his colleague, the Optimate Imbibilus, and the Senate opposed the proposals brought in by Caesar for an agrarian law, especially in the interests of Pompeius' veterans. Lex Julia de agro campano, ut ager campanus plebi devideretur. and the ratification of the organization of Asia. These measures were submitted to the popular assemblies and passed by them without the approval of the Senate. Violence offered Bibulus and M. Porcius Cato. Bibulus did not dare leave his house again during his year of office. Intimate friendship and close family ties between Caesar and Pompeius. Caesar's daughter, Julia, 23 years old, given to Pompeius in marriage. On the motion of P. Vatinius, tribune of the people, Caesar received by a popular decree the government of Gallia, Cisalpina, and Illyricum for 5 years, with extraordinary powers. At Pompeius' motion, the astounded Senate added Gallia Narbonensis to Caesar's province. A. Gabinius, a friend and military companion of Pompeius, and L. Piso, father-in-law of Caesar, were elected consuls for the following year. The execution of the agrarian law was entrusted to Pompeius and Crassus before Caesar departed for his province. 58. The absence of Cato and Cicero from Rome was procured by P. Clodius, tribune of the people, who had secured this office at the sacrifice of his patrician rank by hasty adoption into a plebeian family. Cato was appointed by a popular vote to take possession of the kingdom of Cyprus, which had been left to Rome by will. Cicero was driven to flight by the decree, "Whoever shall have caused the execution of a Roman citizen without legal sentence shall be punished with outlawry." Lex Clodia, ut qui civem Romanum indemnatum intermissit aqua et igni interdiceretur, and then banished by a second Lex Clodia to a distance of 400 Roman miles from Rome. Clodius caused Cicero's house on the Palatine to be burned, and his Tusculan and Formian estate to be ravaged. 58 to 51. Conquest of Gaul by Caesar. Results of Caesar's 8 years of brilliant warfare, and its meaning in the history of the world. 1. Annihilation of the Celts as a nation, for whose lasting Romanization Caesar opened the way. 2. Creation of a dam, which for 4 centuries protected the Romano-Hellenic civilization against destruction by the German barbarians. 3. Enlargement of the boundaries of the Old World, not only by the immediate conquest, but also through the information obtained by Caesar's expeditions to Britannia and Germania. 4. Acquirement of the means for accomplishing the change, now become necessary, of the Roman Republic into monarchy. The veteran legions and troops of the allied states who had become attached to their general and expert in war. 58. Victory of Caesar over the Helvetians, who had invaded Gaul at Bibracte. Footnote: on the site of the modern Autun, according to Gerler, 2 miles west of Autun, according to Napoleon III. End of footnote. And over the German prince Ariovistus, northeast of Vesantio, Besançon, in the vicinity of Mühlhausen in Alsace. Caesar Bellum Gallicum 1. 57. Subjugation of the Belgae, annihilation of the Nervii in Hennegau by a terrible battle on the Sambre, not far from Bavay. Bellum Gallicum 3. In the southeast, occupation of Octodurus, Martigny, to secure the Alpine pass of the great Saint Bernard. 56. Subjugation of the Veneti in Armorica, Bretagne, by Caesar, after hard fighting on land and sea, and of the Aquitani by his lieutenant P. Crassus, son of the Triumvir, in the northeast. Successful war with the Morini and Menapi. Bellum Gallicum 3. 55. Caesar drove the Germanic tribes of the Usipetes and Tencteri back across the Rhine. Passage of the Rhine on a bridge of piles between Gobelins and Andernach. After a stay of 15 days on the right bank, Caesar recrossed the stream. Bellum Gallicum 4. First expedition to Britain with 2 legions. Departure from 2 ports, one of which was Itius Portus, east and west of Cape Grisnez, landing between Dover and Dial, probably at Walmer Castle. Bellum Gallicum 4. 54 second expedition to Britain with 5 legions. Cassavellaunus, leader of the British Celts. Caesar crossed the Stour and the Thames between Kingston and Brentford, while Cassavellaunus attacked the Roman camp where the ships lay. Retreat and embarkation of Caesar after he had received hostages. Bellum Gallicum 5. 53 Insurrection of the Eburones under Ambiorix and of other tribes. Caesar crossed the Rhine a second time. Bellum Gallicum 6. 52 General insurrection of the Gauls under the Arvernian Vercingetorix. Siege and capture of Avaricum, Bourges by Caesar. Occupation of Lutetia Parisiorum, Paris by Labienus. Unsuccessful siege of Gergovia near Clermont in the Auvergne. Caesar compelled to retreat, united with Labienus. Siege of Alesia, Alise Saint-Rein at Semur in the Département Côte d'Or, between Châtillon and Dijon, by Caesar, while the Roman army was in turn surrounded and besieged by the insurgent army of relief. After a hard fight, complete victory of Caesar. Vercingetorix forced to surrender himself. He was executed at Rome 5 years later. Bellum Gallicum 7. 51 Completion of the subjugation of Transalpine Gaul. Cruel punishment of the insurgents. 10 legions located in detachments throughout the country held it in obedience to Caesar. While these magnificent feats of war were placing the older military fame of Pompeius in the shade, the latter was trying unsuccessfully to master the anarchy at Rome. Leader of the ultra-democrats, the former tribune P. Clodius. In opposition to him, the recall of M. Tullius Cicero was procured in 57 by the efforts of the tribune T. Annius Milo. In the same year, M. Porcius Cato returned to Rome. The aristocratic reaction opposed the armed bands of Clodius, which patrolled the streets and formed with the armed bands of Milo. The attempt of the Republicans in the Senate to free themselves from the influence of the rulers, and the resolution to revise the agrarian law passed during the consulate of Caesar, resulted in a renewal of the alliance of the 3 statesmen. In 56, a meeting of the triumvirs, Caesar, Pompeius, and Crassus, and their followers, 200 senators, took place in Lucca. In consequence of agreements there concluded, the election of Pompeius and Crassus as consuls for 55 was carried by the use of force. A decree of the people, Lex Tribonia, then assigned to Pompeius the government of both Spains for 5 years, and to Crassus that of Syria, while Caesar's command in Gaul was prolonged for 5 years more, and the payment of those troops which he had recruited on his own authority was assumed by the state. The Roman aristocracy was obliged to submit to these decrees. After the close of his year of office as consul, Crassus went to Syria in 54, where he undertook in 53 an expedition against the Parthians. He suffered a terrible defeat at Carrhae in Mesopotamia, and was shortly after killed by the Parthians during an interview with one of their satraps. Pompeius remained in Rome and delegated the administration of his provinces to his legates. In 52, Clodius and Milo, happening to meet on the Via Appia, a fight sprang up between their followers, during which Clodius was wounded, and then at Milo's command put to death. Clodius' corpse was carried to the Curia Hostilia, near the Forum in Rome, and there burnt together with the building. To put an end to the disturbances of the mob which followed this event, Pompeius was appointed consul without a colleague by the Senate, and clothed with dictatorial power. Trial of Milo, who was condemned by the jurors in spite of Cicero's oration. Footnote: not the one which we have. This was written for the occasion, but the tumult and fear prevented its delivery. End of footnote. In his defense, to be banished. Cicero, proconsul in Cilicia, breach between Caesar and Pompeius, whose connection had been previously weakened by the death of Julia. 54. Pompeius selected his new father-in-law, Metellus Scipio, for his colleague in office, caused his governorship in Spain to be prolonged for 5 years, and deprived Caesar of 2 legions, urging the importance of the Parthian War, which a victory had already ended. Pompeius openly reassumed the leadership of the republican aristocracy, lex divi et ambitu. Caesar remained leader of the democracy, which under a constitution without representation led of necessity to monarchy. Demand of the Senate that Caesar should resign his command before the expiration of the term which had formerly been granted him. Refusal of the Senate to permit Caesar to stand for the consulship during his proconsulship, as had been allowed by the citizens. This brought about the civil war between Caesar and Pompeius, 49-46. The Senate declared Caesar a public enemy, hostis, should he not disband his army within a given time. The tribunes of the people who favored Caesar fled to him at Ravenna. 49. Caesar with 1 legion crossed the brook Rubicon, the boundary of his province, and thereby opened the civil war. Great consternation at Rome. Pompeius, who had only commenced his preparations, and the greater part of the Senate, fled to Brundisium. Caesar, reinforced by a 2nd legion which had overtaken him, marched through Umbria, Picenum, where Domitius at Corfinium was obliged to surrender, and Apulia, to Brundisium, to which he laid siege after a 3rd legion of veterans had joined him, and he had levied 3 new legions. Pompeius succeeded in conveying his troops by 2 expeditions to Greece before the capture of the city. Caesar, unable to follow him from lack of vessels, commenced the construction of a fleet and went to Rome. There he quieted the apprehensions of a return, of the horrors of the first civil war, magnanimous behavior toward his foes. Caesar bello civili. 1. 49 Spring. Caesar went by land to Spain to subdue Pompeius' legates, leaving Trebonius to besiege Massilia. The legates of Pompeius, Africanus, and Petreius were compelled to surrender at Ilerda, Lerida. 49 August. North of the Ebro, and their army was disbanded. Caesar bello civili. 1. Varro, who commanded in Hispania Ulteriora, threw himself into Cadiz, but most of the cities joining Caesar, he capitulated. On Caesar's march back to Italy, Massilia, which was suffering from starvation, surrendered on being threatened with a storm. Caesar bello civili. 2. Meantime, Caesar's legate Curia had reduced Sicily to subjection. He then crossed to Africa, where he was at first victorious at Utica, but was afterwards defeated at the Bagratus by Juba, king of Numidia, who had declared for Pompeius and fell in the battle. Caesar bello civili. 2. Caesar, during his absence, was proclaimed dictator at Rome by the praetor M. Aemilius Lepidus, on the authority of a new lex de dictoratore creando, but abdicated the office after 11 days, and had himself appointed consul with P. Servilius for the year 48, while that part of the Senate which had participated in Pompeius' flight to Greece prolonged the term of office of Pompeius and all the officials of the previous year. Caesar landed in northern Epirus at Oricum, not far from the promontory of Acroceraunia, with a part of his army. The transports which returned for the rest of the troops were mostly captured by the fleet of Pompeius, and the coasts of Italy being sharply watched, Caesar was placed in a situation of great difficulty, as M. Antonius was able to transport the second half of the army only after several months. His army being at last united, Caesar enclosed the army of Pompeius at Dyrrhachium by a long chain of military posts, daily skirmishes for the most part favorable for Caesar. At last, however, Pompeius broke through Caesar's line. Caesar, defeated and compelled to retreat, went to Thessaly, whither Pompeius followed him, leaving Cato in Dyrrhachium. In the Thessalian plain was fought 48 August 9th, the decisive battle of Pharsalus. Caesar, with about 22,000 men, defeated and completely scattered the army of Pompeius, which had more than twice that strength. 20,000 men laid down their arms. Pompeius fled to the coast and took ship for Egypt by way of Lesbos. At the command of the minister of the young king Ptolemaeus, he was murdered upon landing. Caesar followed Pompeius and landed in Alexandria with 4,000 men. Caesar bello civili. 3. Especial honors paid to Caesar in Rome: consulate for 5 years, tribunate for life, dictatorship for 1 year. Caesar, having taken it upon himself at Alexandria to decide between the 10-year-old Ptolemaeus and his followers and his 16-year-old sister Cleopatra, there broke out the so-called Alexandrine War, 48-47. An uprising of the whole population of Alexandria, supported by the Roman army of occupation which had been in garrison there since the restoration of the king Ptolemais Auletes. 55. Caesar, besieged in the royal palace, was in the greatest danger, from which only his reckless daring rescued him. He caused the Egyptian fleet to be set on fire, whereby the famous library of Alexandria was also burned. Caesar, with the help of an army of relief which arrived from Asia, defeated the Egyptian army on the Nile. The young king Ptolemaeus was drowned on the flight. The government was given to Cleopatra and her younger brother under Roman supremacy, and a Roman garrison was left in Alexandria. Caesar went to Asia Minor, and in a 5 days' campaign, Veni, Vidi, Vici, ended the war against Pharnaces, son of Mithridates, who had occupied Pontus, Armenia Minor, and Cappadocia. 47. Caesar defeated him at Zala and forced him to fly. Pharnaces fell in battle against a revolted governor. Arrangement of the Asiatic relations. Diotarus, who had fought against Caesar at Pharsalus, lost the greater part of his kingdom. Return of Caesar to Rome. After he had subdued a mutiny of the 10th Legion, he undertook the war in Africa, 47-46, against the adherents of Pompeius, Sextus Pompeius Scipio, Cato, Labienus, Petreius, King Juba. Caesar landed at Hadrumetum, where he was in great danger, since the larger part of his force did not arrive till later in consequence of a storm. After several unimportant encounters, Caesar defeated and annihilated the Republican army, which far outnumbered his own, in the battle of Thapsus, 46, during and after which 50,000 of the enemy were slaughtered by Caesar's embittered soldiers. Scipio killed himself on the flight. Cato committed suicide in Utica. Petreius and Juba agreed to kill one another in a personal contest. Juba struck Petreius down, and being himself but slightly wounded, had himself killed by one of his slaves. Labienus and Sextus Pompeius escaped to the latter's brother, Nahhas Pompeius, in Spain. A part of Numidia was united with the province of Africa by Caesar. The rest was given to Bocchus, king of eastern Mauritania. Return of Caesar to Rome, where he celebrated 4 triumphs for Gaul, Egypt, Pharnaces, Africa. Entertainments for the people, splendid games, distribution of gold and grain. Caesar was appointed dictator for 10 years, and censor without a colleague, under the title Praefectus Morum, for 3 years. Correction of the calendar by an extraordinary intercalation of 67 days in the year 46. Thereafter there was a solar year of 365 and a fourth days, a leap year every 4 years without exception. 46 to 45, war against the sons of Pompeius, Nahhas and Sextus and the rest of the Pompeian party. Although repulsed before Corduba by Sextus Pompeius, Caesar by great exertions defeated both brothers in the battle of Munda. 45, north of Ronda, between Cordova and Gibraltar, at which he was obliged to lead the legions against the enemy in person. Over 30,000 Pompeians were slain, and among them Labienus, Varus, Gnaeus, Pompeius. Sextus escaped. After Caesar had returned to Rome, he caused the Senate to appoint him at first 45 consul for 10 years, afterwards 44 dictator and censor for life. Since 48 he had borne the new official title Imperator, which denotes the possessor of the imperium, the concept of civil and military official power. This included full control of the finances and the military power of the state, and also the right of coining money with the portrait of the ruler of the state. As Praefectus Morum, censor, Caesar had the right of enlarging the Senate. As Pontifex Maximus, he possessed the control of religious affairs. As possessor, since 48, of a power resembling that of the tribunes, he had the initiative in legislation, and was the inviolable sacrosanctus protector and representative of the people. Accordingly, the position and powers of the new democratic monarch were almost exactly analogous to those of the old Roman kings. The people retained, nevertheless, at least in form, a share of the sovereignty, all laws affecting the constitution requiring, as under the Republic, to be ratified by the comitii, which were, however, easily controlled. The Senate became again what it had been under the kings, an advisatory council only. Caesar brought the number of members up to 900, and increased the number of quaestors from 20 to 40. Election to this office, it will be remembered, admitted the holder to the Senate. The democratic monarch, however, exercised to the utmost his right of appointing senators, and thereby gravely offended the nobility. Ex-centurions, Spaniards, Gauls, sons of freedmen, etc., found through him admission to the Senate. The monarch had an extensive right of nomination at the elections of magistrates. Restoration of the old royal jurisdiction, exercised by decision of the monarch alone, from whose sentence there was no appeal, a right which, of course, was but rarely exercised. Trial of Ligarius and of Diotorus. In general, the ordinary judicial system was retained, praetors increased to 16, reorganization of the military system, creation of legati legionis, pro praetori appointed by the imperator, reform of the financial administration, the system of tax farming was exchanged for the imposition of direct taxes, allotment of the Italian domains, particularly among the veterans, widespread colonization in the provinces with the view at once of Latinizing the provinces and of diminishing the number of proletarians in the capital, commencement of magnificent buildings in Rome, new system of provincial administration for the protection of the provinces against the extortions of the governors, sumptuary laws, criminal legislation, arrangement of the relations of debtor and creditor, project of a war against the Parthians to revenge the Roman defeat under Crassus and add to the security of the eastern boundary of the empire, conspiracy of some 50 republican aristocrats against Caesar's life, M. Junius Brutus, Gaius Cassius Longinus, Gaius Trebonius, Decimus Brutus, Tullius Cimber, etc. 44. Assassination of Caesar during a session of the March 15 Senate, which on that day was held by chance in a hall in the theatre of Pompeius. Caesar fell, pierced with 23 wounds, at the foot of a statue of Pompeius. For a moment the Senate took the reins of government again, and decreed that Caesar's laws should continue in force, and offered an amnesty to his murderers. But the populace of the capital, incited by the funeral oration of M. Antonius, violently assaulted the conspirators. The leaders of the conspirators departed for the provinces which the Senate had assigned them: M. Brutus to Macedonia, Cassius to Syria, Decimus Brutus to Gallia Cisalpina. In Rome, M. Antonius, consul with Dolabella, having possession of Caesar's papers, assumed an uncontrolled power under pretext of executing the will of the dictator, and caused Macedonia, the province of M. Brutus, to be assigned to himself, with 5 of the 6 legions which Caesar had dispatched thither for the Parthian war. Dolabella received Syria, the province of Cassius, while the provinces of Crete and Cyrene were assigned to M. Brutus and Cassius. Antonius, moreover, procured from the popular assembly the province of Gallia Cisalpina, which the Senate had refused him. In the hope of balancing the usurped power of Antonius, the Senate entered into negotiations with the 18-year-old Gaius Octavius, Caesar's grandnephew and adopted son, henceforward known as Gaius Julius Caesar, Octavianus. The latter, who was beloved by his soldiers, took command of 2 legions. Antonius, endeavoring to eject Decimus Brutus from his province of Gallia Cisalpina, there broke out the so-called War of Mutina, 44-43, as was advocated by Cicero in the Philippics. Hirtius and Pansa, consuls for 43, and young Octavianus as propraetor, were sent against Antonius, who was besieging Decimus Brutus in Modena. Pansa died at Bononia of a wound received in the first encounter. Hirtius fell as victor in the battle of Mutina, 43, against Antonius, who was now declared an enemy of the state, hostis, while Decimus Brutus followed him to Gallia Cisalpina. Octavianus, now sole commander of the army, which was originally the army of the Senate, marched to Rome and extorted his appointment to the consulship, the repeal of the amnesty extended to the conspirators, and their sentence, lex pedia. This accomplished, he took the field in appearance against Antonius, with whom he already had had secret negotiations. Meantime Decimus Brutus was abandoned by his troops, captured upon his flight, and put to death at Antonius' command. 43 November, at a meeting near Bunonia, the second triumvirate was formed, avowedly for the organization of the state, triumviri re publici constituendi, by Antonius Octavianus and Lepidus, the former magister equitum of Caesar. This new assumption of power was ratified by a decree of the people for a period of 5 years. New proscriptions, several hundred senators and 2,000 equites outlawed and their property confiscated, murder of Cicero. The triumvirs began war against the Republican party, 43-42, and crossed to Greece, where they were opposed by M. Brutus, who, despite the Senate's decree, had taken possession of his province, and Gaius Cassius, who had defeated Dolabella in Syria and driven him to commit suicide. In the battle of Philippi, 42, in Thrace, Antonius, who commanded the right wing, defeated the left wing of the Republican army under Cassius, while Brutus, with the right wing of the Republicans, drove back Octavianus. Hearing a false report of the defeat of Brutus, Cassius caused one of his slaves to put him to death. Brutus, being defeated by Antonius in a second battle, killed himself. Antonius ravaged the provinces of Asia and Syria, and then followed Cleopatra, whom he had ordered to meet him at Tarsus, to Egypt. Meantime, Octavianus in Italy was carrying out the promised allotments of land among the veterans. Quarrels between himself and the followers of Antonius led to the so-called Civil War of Perusia, 41-40, between Octavianus and Lepidus on the one side, and Lucius Antonius, the brother, and Fulvia, the wife of the triumvir, on the other. L. Antonius was compelled to surrender in Perusia. Octavianus, now supreme ruler of Italy, assumed the administration of Gaul and Spain, while Lepidus was put off with the government of Africa. Another civil war threatened, but was avoided by a compromise which the death of Fulvia facilitated. Antonius married Octavia, the sister of Octavianus. The administration of the empire was divided between the triumvirs, so that Octavianus 40 received the west, Antonius the east, and Lepidus Africa. 39. In the following year, however, the triumvirs were obliged to make terms with Sextus Pompeius, who had created a naval empire with Sicily as the base and had cut off the grain supplies from Rome. By the Treaty of Misenum, Sextus Pompeius received Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, and Peloponnesus, with the promise of a reimbursement for the loss of his paternal property. Antonius went to the east, where he lived for the most part with Cleopatra in Egypt. He carried on, however, a war with the Parthians, at first through his legate Ventidius 39, and afterwards in person 36, but without much success. 38 to 36 new quarrels led to the Sicilian War between the triumvirs and Sextus Pompeius. Octavianus, abandoned by both his colleagues, was obliged to conduct the war alone at first and suffered great loss at sea. A difference between Octavianus and Antonius was made up at a meeting in Tarentum, and Octavianus gave Antonius 2 Italian legions for the Parthian war, while Antonius placed 100 ships at the service of Octavianus against Sextus Pompeius. By means of this reinforcement, Octavianus got the upper hand of Sextus, especially since M. Vespasianus Agrippa commanded his fleet. Sextus Pompeius, defeated by Agrippa at Mylae, fled to Asia and died in Miletus. In the meantime, Lepidus, who had landed in Sicily, demanded this island for himself. Abandoned by his men, he was forced to surrender to Octavianus, who permitted him to retain the dignity of Pontifex Maximus and sent him to Kirkii. The administration of Africa was assumed by Octavianus. 35 to 33 campaigns of Octavianus against the Alpine tribes, the Dalmatians, and the Illyrians. Antonius defeated Artavastus, king of Armenia, captured him, and led him in triumph at Alexandria. New disputes between Octavianus and Antonius. The latter presented Cleopatra with Roman territory and sent his wife Octavia, the sister of Octavianus, papers of separation. Octavianus procured a popular decree removing Antonius from his command and declaring war upon Cleopatra. 31 to 30 War between Octavian and Antonius, also called Bellum Actiacum. During the long delay of Antonius and Cleopatra in Ephesus, Athens, and Patri in Achaia, Octavianus completed his preparations and transported his army to Epirus. His fleet of 250 ships under the command of Agrippa defeated the fleet of Antonius and Cleopatra, which outnumbered it in the Battle of Actium, 31 September 2. Cleopatra fled before the battle was entirely decided and was followed by Antonius. The army of Antonius surrendered to Octavianus without a blow. 30. Octavianus went to Asia, where he entered upon his 4th consulship, returned for a short time to Italy by sea to repress a revolt, and then returned to his troops and marched through Syria to Egypt. Antonius, abandoned by his troops, killed himself on hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, the latter, when convinced that Octavian spared her only that she might grace his triumph in Rome, poisoned herself. Octavianus made Egypt a Roman province. Octavianus sole ruler, after the manner of Caesar. 29. Octavianus celebrated 3 triumphs in Rome, and the temple of Janus was closed for the 3rd time in Roman history. Footnote: once under Numa and once in 235. Translator. End of footnote. End of section 27.
Section 28 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 28. H. Fifth Period. Reigns of the Roman Emperors down to the fall of the Western Empire, 31 BC through 476 AD. 31 BC through 68 AD, the 5 Julii, or the descendants of Caesar's adopted son, 31 BC through 14 AD, Caesar Octavianus Augustus. The surname Augustus, the Illustrious, the Sublime, which was given Octavianus by the Senate in 27 BC, is the name by which, as sole ruler of the Roman world, he is most commonly known. It also became, like Princeps, Caesar, Imperator, the title of the Roman sovereigns. Footnote. Princeps was, it is true, not an official title. About the meaning of this designation and its relation to the dignity of the Princeps Senatus, see Marquard Mommsen. End footnote. In later times, Caesar became a peculiar designation of the appointed successor of a reigning Augustus. Augustus reduced the Senate to 600 members and made a high census, 1,000,000 sesterces, the necessary condition of admission. The consular office was retained in name, but was sometimes held for a series of years by the imperator, sometimes granted as a special distinction to someone else for a short time, 2 months. The praefectus urbi, having police and criminal jurisdiction, and the praefectus praetorio, commander of the standing bodyguard of 9, afterwards 10, praetorian cohorts, became the most important officers. Division of Rome into 14, of Italy into 11 regions. BC 27. New division of the provinces into senatorial, comprising those quiet provinces which could be administered without an army. Africa, Asia, Achaia, Illyricum, Macedonia, Sicilia, Crete, with Cyrenaica, Bithynia, Sardinia, Hispania Boetica. And imperial, including those where an army was maintained, and which were administered by legates in the name of Augustus. Hispania Tarraconensis, Lusitania, the 4 provinces of Gaul, Narbonensis, Lugdunensis, Aquitania, and Belgica, Germania Superior et Inferior, Moesia, Syria, Cilicia, Cyprus, Aegyptus, Aerarium, and Fiscus. Footnote. Later many changes were made in this division. All provinces created after 27 BC were assigned to the emperor. End footnote. Period of the highest development of Roman literature. Moicenus died BC 8, friend of Augustus, patron and protector of the poets. P. Virgilius Maro, 70 to 19 BC. Q. Horatius Flaccus, 65 to 8 BC. The elegiac poets, C. Valerius Catullus, 85 to 54 BC. Albius Tibulus, 54 to 19 BC, S. Propertius, 49 to 15 BC, P. Ovidius Naso, born 43 BC, 9 AD, banished to Tomi on the Pontus Euxinus, died 17 AD. The historian T. Livius, 59 BC to 17 AD. Family of Augustus, C. Julius Caesar Octavianus Augustus, born 63 BC, died 14 AD. Married 1. Claudia, 2. Scribonia, 3. Livia, Tiberius and Drusus, sons of Tiberius Claudius Nero and Livia. Descendants: Julia, died AD 14, married 1. Marcellus, son of Octavia, died BC 23, 2. M. Vipsanius Agrippa, died BC 12, 3. Tiberius. Descendants: Gaius Caesar, died AD 4, Lucius Caesar, died AD 2, Agrippina, died AD 33, Julia, died AD 28, Agrippa Posthumus, died AD 14. Julia the Elder was banished to the island of Pandataria because of her excesses. Gaius Caesar and Lucius Caesar were adopted by Augustus BC 17 and designated as his successors. Agrippina the Elder married Germanicus, son of Drusus, and became the mother of the younger Agrippina, the mother of Nero. Agrippa Posthumus, almost an idiot, was adopted, but afterward banished to the island of Planasia. Julia the Younger was also banished. Tiberius, son of Livia by her first husband, Tiberius Claudius Nero, was adopted by Augustus AD 4. 29. Moesia subjected, made a province in 16 BC. 27 to 25. Expedition of Augustus against the Cantabri and Astures, the operations against whom he was obliged, on account of sickness, for the most part to leave to his legates. 25. Expedition to Arabia without results, conducted by C. Aelius Gallus, prefect of Egypt. Subjugation of the Alpine tribe of the Selasi. Foundation of Augusta Praetoria, Aosta. 23. Augustus caused the Senate to confer upon him for life the dignity of the tribunate, and the proconsular imperium in general. 22 and 21. Successful war against the Ethiopians, conducted by Petronius, the successor of Gallus in Egypt. 20. Campaign of Augustus against the Parthians, whose king, Phraates, upon hearing of the arrival of Augustus in Syria, restored the Roman standards which had been taken from Crassus. Tigranes was reinstated in the kingdom of Armenia by Tiberius. 19. Subjugation of Spain completed by the conquest of the Cantabri and Astures. 15. After the subjugation of the tribes from the northern boundary of Italy to the Danube, Raetia was made a Roman province, along with Vandalicia, Augusta Vindelicorum, now Augsburg, and Noricum. 12 through 9. Starting from the left bank of the Rhine, Germania Superior and Germania Inferior, which had been constituted provinces in 27, Drusus undertook 4 campaigns in Germany proper, and led the Roman armies to the Weser and the Elbe. Drusus died upon the way back. 8 through 7. Tiberius, the brother of Drusus and his successor in the command, after he had subjugated Pannonia, 12 through 9, compelled a portion of the Germanic tribes on the right bank of the Rhine to recognize the supremacy of Rome. Birth of Christ, 4 years before the commencement of our era. 6 through 9. An attack made by Tiberius upon the Suevian kingdom of Marbod was interrupted by an insurrection of the Illyrian and Pannonian tribes, which were reduced to subjection only after a severe contest. 10. Pannonia, the southwest portion of Hungary, made a Roman province. 9. 3 Roman legions under Quintilius Varus annihilated in the Teutoburg forest by Arminius Hermann, a leader of the Cherusci and husband of Thusnelda. Lex Papia Poppaea and Lex Julia directed against celibacy. 14. Augustus died at Nola in the 76th year of his age. 14 through 37. Tiberius, Claudius Nero, stepson of Augustus, by whom he had been adopted, a suspicious despot. The formal right of ratifying laws transferred from the Comitiae to the Senate. The law against high treason, de maestat, was extended to include the most trivial offences offered the sovereign. Rewards given to informers, delatores. Revolt of the legions on the Rhine, quelled by Germanicus, son of the elder Drusus, and of the legions in Pannonia, quelled by the younger Drusus, son of Tiberius. Tacitus, Annales 1, 16 to 49. 14 through 16. 3 expeditions under Germanicus against the Germans. On the third attempt, which was made by sea, Drusus landed at the mouth of the Ems and crossed the Weser. Roman victory in the battle on the Campus Idistaviso, according to Grimm, Idisiaviso, Meadow of the Elves, over Arminius, between Menden and Hameln. In spite of the success of the Roman arms, the right bank of the Rhine remained free. Tacitus, Annales 2, 5 to 26. 17. Germanicus recalled from Germany, through the envy of Tiberius, and sent to the east, installed a king in Armenia, made Cappadocia a Roman province, and died, 19, in Syria, of poison, administered by Piso? 23 through 31. Rule of the abandoned Sejanus, Tiberius's favorite. By uniting the praetorian cohorts in one camp near Rome, Sejanus laid the foundation of the future power of the praetorians. 23. Sejanus poisoned Drusus, son of Tiberius. 27. Tiberius took up his residence in Capri. 29. Banishment of the elder Agrippina, died 33. Livia died. 31. Trial of Sejanus, who was executed in company with many others, accomplices in the conspiracy. Macro succeeded Sejanus in the favor of Tiberius. 37 through 41. Caligula, properly Gaius Caesar Germanicus, youngest son of Germanicus, called by the soldiers Caligula, bootling, a cruel, half-crazy tyrant, odorant dum metuant. Self-adoration, bridge over the Bay of Puteoli, childish expedition with an immense army to the coast of Gaul, 39 through 40, which ended with the collection of mussels, Spolia Oceani. After his murder, the praetorians proclaimed as imperator his uncle, Claudius, Tiberius Claudius Nero, 41 through 54, son of Drusus, younger brother of Germanicus, a weak-minded, vacillating prince, ruled by miserable favorites, the freedmen Narcissus and Pallas, and his wives, 1. The shameless Messalina, and after he had caused her to be killed, 2. The ambitious Agrippina, daughter of Germanicus. Tacitus, Annales 11 and 12. 43. Commencement of the conquest of Britain, under the command of A. Plautius and his legate T. Flavius Vespasianus. The southern part of Britain became a Roman province. Tacitus, Agricolae 13-14, Annales 12, 31-40. During Claudius's reign, the following provinces were incorporated. In Africa, Mauritania, Tingitana, and Mauritania Caesariensis, 42. In the east, Lycia, 43, Thracia, 46, Judea, which had been a dependent kingdom, 41 through 44, became in 44 a province again. Agrippina persuaded Claudius to adopt L. Domitius, her son by Gnaeus Domitius. He took the name of Nero at his adoption, and to appoint him his successor in place of his own son by Messalina, Britannicus, whose sister Octavia was the promised wife of Nero. As Claudius showed signs of repenting of the adoption of Nero, Agrippina poisoned him. 54 through 68. Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, proclaimed imperator by the praetorians, was for the first 5 years of his reign under the guidance of the praefectus praetorio Boris and his teacher L. Seneca, who prevented the influence of his mother Agrippina from becoming predominant. Law against informers. With Nero's passion for the freed woman Acte, and afterwards for Poppaea Sabina, the opposition between himself and his mother grew stronger and stronger, and the list of his crimes began. He poisoned, 55, his step-brother Britannicus, whom his mother had threatened to make imperator, had Agrippina put to death, 59, drove from him his wife Octavia, whom he afterwards executed, 62, and married Poppaea Sabina. Excesses and mad cruelty of Nero. He appeared in public as chariot driver in the races, actor, and singer. Crawling servility of the Senate. Tacitus, Annales 13-16. 61. Revolt in Britain, suppressed by Suetonius Paulinus. 58-63. War with the Parthians and Armenians. After the capture and destruction of Artaxata, Domitius Corbulo forced King Tiridates of Armenia to acknowledge the supremacy of Rome. 64. A fire of 6 days' duration, followed by another lasting 3 days, destroyed a large part of Rome, set by Nero's command, in order that he might rebuild the city more beautifully. Nero accused the Jews and the communities of Christians of setting fire to the city. 64. First persecution of the Christians. Rebuilding in Rome on a large scale. The palace of Nero, Domus Aurea, occupied the entire Palatine and extended to the Esquiline. 65. Conspiracy of Piso discovered. Seneca died. 68. Revolt in Gaul. See Julius Vindex. And in Hispania Citerior, where the governor Sulpicius Galba, then 73 years of age, was proclaimed and acknowledged imperator. Nero fled and killed himself on the estate of one of his freedmen in the neighborhood of Rome. June 68 through January 69. Galba, Servius Sulpicius Galba, whose avarice soon gained him the hatred of his soldiers, Tacitus, Historiae 1, and who became the victim of the revolt of Otho, Marcus Salvius Otho Titanius, January through April 69. Once a favorite of Nero's. Tacitus, Historiae 1, 2. The legions on the Rhine had already proclaimed as imperator Vitellius, Aulus Vitellius, April through December 69, who defeated Otho in the neighborhood of Cremona, entered Rome, and made the city the scene of his senseless gluttony and extravagance. Tacitus, Historiae 2, 3. 69 through 96. The 3 Flavian emperors. 69 through 79, Vespasianus, Titus Flavius Vespasianus, proclaimed imperator through the influence of Licinius Mucianus, governor of Syria, at first in Alexandria, afterwards by his own legions and those of Syria and Palestine, where he was conducting the war against the Jews, who had been in revolt since 66. Vespasianus transferred the military command to his son Titus, and went to Rome, after a long stay at Alexandria, to find that his adherents had already put Vitellius to death. Restoration of discipline in the army and order in the finances. Reorganization of the Senate. 69 through 71. Revolt of the Batavians under Julius Claudius Civilis. Tacitus, Historiae 4. One of their leaders of royal descent. The insurgents at first declared that they took up arms not against the Roman Empire, but against Vitellius and for Vespasianus. Thus they gained the assistance of a large part of the Roman soldiers in those parts. Claudius Civilis repeatedly defeated the Romans, and, reinforced by Germans from the other side of the Rhine, thirsting for booty, he advanced far into Gaul. A great part of the Gallic tribes joined him, and for a moment he dreamed of founding an independent Gallic empire. When once Vespasian's power in Rome was secure, however, Cerealis, favored by the quarrels which had broken out between the allied Batavians, Gauls, and Germans, put an end to the revolt, and again reduced all Gaul under the Roman supremacy. 70. Capture of Jerusalem by Titus. Triumphal Arch of Titus in Rome. Erection of the Amphitheatrum Flavium, Colosseum. 78. Agricola, father-in-law of the historian Tacitus, made preparations for the complete subjugation of Britain. Vespasianus was succeeded by his son, Titus, Titus Flavius Vespasianus, 79 through 81, called because of his admirable qualities, Amor et deliciae generis humani, punishment of informers. 79. Eruption of Vesuvius. Herculaneum buried by mud, Pompeii by ashes and mud. Death of the elder Plinius, the leader of the Roman fleet at Misenum. 80. Fire and plague in Rome. Titus was succeeded by his brother, Domitianus, Titus Flavius Domitianus, 81-96. A cowardly, cruel despot. He undertook a campaign against the Chatti, 83, but returned without having seen a foe, notwithstanding which he celebrated a triumph. During his reign, the construction of the Roman boundary wall between the Rhine and the Danube was commenced. It was guarded by soldiers who were settled upon public land along its course, agri decumatis. 81-84, successful campaigns of Agricola in Britain, whereby the Roman power was extended as far as Scotland. Agricola recalled by Domitian through envy. 86-90, unsuccessful wars against the Dacians. Domitian bought peace of Decebalus by a yearly tribute. 93. Death of Agricola, poisoned by order of Domitian. Cruel persecution of the Jews, Christians, and philosophers. 96. Domitianus murdered by the freedman Stephanus, the empress, who was in fear of her own life, and the praefectus praetorio, Petronius Secundus, being cognizant of the crime. 96-192. Nerva and his adopted family. 96-98. Nerva, Marcus Cocceius Nerva, a senator 64 years of age, was raised to the throne by the murderers of Domitian. He repealed the law of treason, recalled the exiles, and reduced the taxes. He adopted and appointed as his successor Trajan, Marcus Ulpius Traianus, 98-117, governor of the province of Germania Inferior, born in the Roman colony of Italica in Spain, the first occupant of the throne of the Caesars, who was not an Italian. Excellent ruler and general. Magnificent buildings in Rome, Forum Traianum, and throughout the empire. 101 and 102. First war against the Dacians, in consequence of Trajan's refusal to pay the tribute promised by Domitian. Trajan crossed the Danube, captured the fortress of the king Decebalus, and forced him to make peace and cede a portion of his territory. 105-107. In the second war against the Dacians, Trajan built a stone bridge across the Danube, at Turnus Severinus, crossed the stream, defeated and subdued the Dacians. Decebalus killed himself. Magnificent games at Rome, wherein 10,000 gladiators are said to have appeared. Dacia, that is, Wallachia, Moldau, Eastern Hungary, and Transylvania, Siebenburgen, made a Roman province. Settlement of numerous colonists in Dacia, from whom the present Romanians derive their descent. It would be more correct to say their language only, the Romanian or Daco-Romanic, which prevails in Wallachia, Moldau, and a part of Transylvania. The column of Trajan at Rome, completed in 113. The governor of Syria took possession, 105, of the region east and south of Damascus, and of Judea to the northern end of the Red Sea, as the Roman province of Arabia. Footnote: that is, Arabia Petraea, so called from its capital Petra, not the whole peninsula of Arabia. End footnote. 114-116. Wars of Trajan with the Parthians. Chrosoes, nephew of the Parthian king, driven from Armenia. Armenia, Mesopotamia, Assyria, including Babylonia, made Roman provinces. Trajan, favored, as it seems, by internal troubles in the Parthian monarchy, conquered Seleucia and Ctesiphon on the Tigris, and sailed down the river to the Persian Gulf. Trajan, having appointed a king over the Parthians, started upon his return, but died at Selinus, Trajanopolis, in Cilicia. 117-138. Hadrian, Publius Aelius Hadrianus, adopted by Trajan? A lover of peace, an excellent administrator, learned and vain. Hadrian abandoned the new provinces of Armenia, Mesopotamia, and Assyria, so that the Euphrates formed the eastern boundary of the Roman Empire. He restored quiet in Moesia, and strengthened his power by the execution of those who conspired against him. 121, Hadrian began his progress through all the provinces of the empire, with a visit to Gaul. Magnificent buildings. In Rome, the Molus Hadriani, on the site of the present castle of St. Angelo, and the double temple of Venus and the goddess Roma, and the Athenaeum. In Athens, the city of Hadrian, the Olympium completed. Magnificent villa at Tibur, Tivoli. In Britain, a wall of defense was built against the Picts and Scots. Collection of the edicts of the praetors, Edictum Perpetuum, commenced by the jurist Salvius Julianus. 132 through 135. Revolt of the Jews on account of the foundation of the colony of Aelia Capitolina. Hadrian had adopted, during a fit of sickness, L. Aelius Verus, and appointed him Caesar. But as Verus died before him, he adopted T. Aurelius Antoninus, under the condition that the latter should adopt in place of a son, his nephew, the young M. Annius Verus, under the name of Marcus Aurelius, and L. Commodus Verus, the son of the deceased Caesar, Aelius Verus. 138 to 161. Antoninus Pius. Titus Aurelius Antoninus Pius. Peaceable reign, during which the borders were, however, vigorously defended against the attacks of the barbarians. Antoninus had his adopted son, M. Aurelius, educated by philosophers of the Stoic school. 161 to 180. Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. A wise and active sovereign, highly educated, pupil of Cornelius Fronto, a Stoic philosopher. Until 169, he reigned in common with his brother by adoption, the dissipated Lucius Verus. 162 to 165, war against the Parthians under the command of L. Verus, who, however, soon gave himself up to dissipation in Antiocha, while his legatees carried on the war with success, conquered Artaxata, appointed a king in Armenia, and burned Seleucia and Ctesiphon. A part of Mesopotamia was again made a Roman province. 166. Plague and famine in Italy. 166 to 180. War with the Marcomanni and Quadi. Marcus Aurelius fought with various fortune against the barbarians, who constantly made new attacks. During a short peace with the barbarians, conquest of the rebel Avidius Cassius in Syria, 175. Triumph in Rome, 176. The Senate erected an equestrian statue in his honor, which still adorns the Capitol. Before he had succeeded in making the boundaries of the empire along the Danube secure, he died in Vindobona, Vienna. He was succeeded by his degenerate son Commodus, 180 to 192, who bought peace of the Germans at the price of a tribute, entrusted the government for the most part to the Praefectus Praetorio, abandoned himself to his inclination for dissipation and cruelty, and was finally murdered by his intimates. 193 to 284. Imperators for the most part appointed by the soldiers. 193. Pertinax, strict and economical, murdered after 3 months by the Praetorians, who placed on the throne in his stead Didius Julianus, 193, who, among all competitors, promised them the largest present. The Illyrian legions proclaimed Septimius Severus, 193 to 211, who was recognized by the Senate and maintained himself against the other pretenders, Pescennius Niger in the east, Clodius Albinus in Gaul. Successful campaigns in Mesopotamia. Improvements in the administration of justice through the jurist Papinianus. In 208, expedition to Britain against the Scots. Restoration of the Roman wall, which had been partially destroyed. Septimius Severus died in Eboracum, York. His son, Caracalla, Antoninus Bassianus, 211 to 217, murdered his half-brother and co-regent Geta, along with thousands of his adherents, among whom was Papinianus. By the Constitutio Antoniana, Roman citizenship was conferred upon all inhabitants of the provinces, for the sake of the higher taxation which could then be imposed. Systematic plundering of the provinces, unsuccessful wars against the Goths, wrongly called Getae in Dacia, cruel treatment of the inhabitants of Alexandria, plundering expedition against the Parthians, murder of Caracalla. His successor, Macrinus, 217, purchased peace from the Parthians. The soldiers proclaimed as imperator the 14-year-old Elagabalus, 218–222. The form Heliogabalus is a corruption. Priest of the sun at Emesa in Syria, who was put forward as the son of Caracalla. He gave himself up to the most infamous debauchery. The government was conducted by his mother and grandmother. He adopted his cousin, the young Bassianus Alexianus, who succeeded to the throne after the murder of Elagabalus by the Praetorians, under the name of Severus Alexander, 222–235. Excellent ruler, advised by the jurists Domitius Ulpianus and Julius Paulus. His strictness with the soldiers led to several mutinies, in one of which Ulpianus was murdered. 226. In consequence of the dissolution of the Parthian monarchy of the Arsacidae and the foundation of the new Persian empire of the Sassanidae by Artaxerxes, Artaxerxes, corrupted into Artaxerxes, New Persian Ardashir, a descendant of Sassan, a new war broke out in the east, which Severus Alexander carried on, according to the Roman historian Lampridius, with success. According to the Grecian Herodian, unsuccessfully. At all events, there seems to have been an armistice in 233. After the murder of Severus Alexander on the Rhine, the soldiers raised to the throne Maximinus Thrax, 235–238, a Thracian of extraordinary size and strength. Expedition across the Rhine. German townships laid waste. Meanwhile, the legions in Africa proclaimed the senator, Gordianus I, 237, then 80 years old, imperator. He appointed his son, Gordianus II, co-regent. They were both defeated by the prefect of Mauritania. The son fell in the battle, the father put himself to death. The Senate at Rome, which had already taken sides against Maximinus Thrax, elected the senators Pupienus Maximus and Caelius Balbinus Augusti, to whom was added, at the people's demand, the 13-year-old grandson of Gordianus I. Maximinus Thrax was killed by his own soldiers at the siege of Aquileia. The Praetorians at Rome murdered the two imperators appointed by the Senate, Pupienus and Balbinus, so that the young Gordianus III was left sole imperator, 238–244. A new war with the Persians, 241. The young imperator married the daughter of the veteran Misitheus, Timisitheus, whom he made praefectus praetorio, and whose guidance he followed. After the death of his father-in-law, Gordianus was murdered by the new praefectus praetorio, Philippus Arabs, 244–249, whom he had been obliged to accept as co-regent in 243 at the demand of the soldiers. Peace with Persia. Philippus returned to Rome. Became a Christian in secret? 248. Celebration of the 1000th anniversary of the foundation of Rome. Revolt of the Moesian and Pannonian legions, which proclaimed one of their officers imperator. 249–251. Decius, whom Philippus sent to quell the mutiny, was compelled by the legions to assume the title of imperator. He defeated and killed Philippus in the Battle of Verona. 250. General persecution of the Christians. Martyrdom of Fabianus, Bishop of Rome. Decius defeated the Goths, who were plundering Thrace, but fell in battle after he had followed them across the Danube. The legions elected Gallus, 251–253, who soon had his co-regent, Hostilianus, son of Decius, put to death. Destructive pestilence in almost all parts of the empire. Gallus was deposed by the conqueror of the Goths, Aemilianus, 253, who after 4 months was killed by the soldiers. He was succeeded by Valerianus, 253 to 260, the general of the legions in Gaul and Germania. He appointed his son Gallienus co-regent, and both carried on the war with the German bands, who were constantly making new inroads, especially the Franks in Gaul, the Alemanni, who invaded northern Italy but were driven back at Mediolanum, and the Goths on the Danube. Unsuccessful expedition of Valerianus against the Persians. Defeated at Edessa, he was captured, and at the age of 70 carried about as the slave of King Artaxerxes. His reign and that of his son Gallienus, 260 to 268, was disturbed by the appearance of a great number of pretenders to the throne, and by the invasions of the barbarians, particularly of the Goths, who came in ships from the Black Sea. Confusion throughout the empire. The so-called Time of the 30 Tyrants. 2 pretenders only maintained themselves for any length of time, Tetricus in Gaul and Spain, and Odenathus of Palmyra in Syria. The latter wrested Mesopotamia from Persia, and was recognized by Gallienus as co-regent for the East. After the murder of Odenathus, 267, his consort Zenobia ruled in Palmyra. Gallienus laid siege to Mediolanum, which had been occupied by the pretender Aureolus, and was there murdered by the contrivance of the latter. Aureolus was put to death by Claudius II, 268 to 270, whom the soldiers raised to the throne. He defeated the Alemanni and the Goths, and was succeeded by Aurelianus, 270 to 275. He concluded peace with the Goths by the sacrifice of the province of Dacia. The Danube was henceforward the boundary of the empire. The greater part of the Roman colonists were transported to Moesia, a part of which was now called Dacia, Aureliana. Aurelian repulsed the Alemanni and the Marcomanni, who had made an inroad into Italy, victory on the Metaurus, and began the erection of a new wall around Rome, which included the enlarged imperial city, 271, completed in 276. He defeated Zenobia in 2 battles, at Antiocha and at Edessa, subdued Syria, besieged and destroyed Palmyra, captured Zenobia, and reconquered Egypt, 273. Having thus subdued the east, he turned against Tetricus in Gaul, whom he defeated and captured at Chalons, 274. Aurelian, rightly called Restorer of the Universal Empire, Restitutor Orbis, was murdered on an expedition against the Persians. At the request of the army, the Senate elected the senator Tacitus imperator, 275. He defeated the Alani, who had invaded Asia Minor, but died after 3 months. His brother Florianus, who attempted to secure the succession, was defeated by Probus, 276 to 282, who drove back the Franks, Burgundians, Alemanni, and Vandals, entered Germany, and strengthened the wall between the Rhine and Danube. He enrolled a large number of Germans as mercenaries in the Roman army, and employed the soldiers in draining swamps and building canals and roads, for which reason he was murdered by them. The Praefectus Praetorio, Carus, succeeded, 282 to 283. He appointed his sons Carinus and Numerianus Caesars, and afterwards Augusti, conquered the Sarmatians, and perished, struck by lightning, on an expedition against the Persians, after having captured Ctesiphon. 284, Numerianus, who had accompanied his father to the east, was murdered by his father-in-law. 284, Carinus, who had remained in the west, fought at first with success against Diocletianus, 284 to 305, who had been proclaimed imperator by the soldiers. Carinus was ultimately murdered by his own troops. Diocletian, who created an oriental court at Nicomedia in Bithynia, and thence ruled the east, entrusted the administration of affairs in the west to the brave Maximianus, 285, as his co-regent or Augustus, who took up his residence for the most part in Mediolanum, Milan. 292, Diocletian appointed 2 more Caesars. 1. Constantius Chlorus, who was obliged to divorce his wife Helena and marry the stepdaughter of Maximianus, received the government of Gaul, Britain, and Spain, and dwelt commonly in Augusta Trevirorum, Trier, while Maximianus was appointed to the government of Italy and Africa. 2. Galerius, who became Diocletian's son-in-law, and received the government of Illyricum, including Macedonia and Greece. 296, Diocletian subdued the revolt of Egypt. Constantius suppressed a revolt in Britain. Galerius fought against the Persians, unsuccessfully in the first year, but in the second, 297, he gained an important victory, and extended the frontiers to the Tigris again. Maximianus suppressed an insurrection in Africa. Constantius defeated the Alemanni. 303, General persecution of the Christians, which Constantius discouraged in his province. 305, Diocletian abdicated, and retired to Salone in Dalmatia, after he had obliged Maximianus also to resign his dignity. Constantius and Galerius were raised to Augusti. At the desire of Galerius, the claims of Constantinus, son of Constantius, and of Maxentius, son of Maximianus, being passed over, Severus and Maximinus were appointed Caesars, the first receiving Italy and Africa, the second Syria and Egypt. 306, after the death of Constantius in Britain, his son, by Helena, Constantine, assumed the administration of his father's provinces, Gaul, Spain, and Britain, with the title of Caesar. He fought successfully with the Franks and Bructeri. Meanwhile, the praetorians at Rome chose Maxentius imperator, whereupon his father, Maximianus, reassumed the dignity he had unwillingly resigned. The empire had thus 6 rulers, 3 Augusti and 3 Caesars. 307, the Caesar Severus, having been created Augustus by Galerius, went to Italy to attack Maxentius, but was deserted by his soldiers and put to death at Ravenna. Galerius appointed Licinius co-regent and Augustus in his stead, and Constantine therefore assumed the same title, so that there were now 6 Augusti in the empire. 310. In the struggle that followed, the aged Maximianus was captured in Massilia and put to death by command of Constantine. Galerius died of disease, 311. War between Maxentius and Constantine. The latter issued edicts in favor of the Christians. Maxentius was defeated at Turin, 312, and at Saxa Rubra, 4 miles from Rome, by Constantine, hoc signo vinces, and perished by drowning as he attempted to cross the Tiber. Constantine became the protector of the Christians, but remained up to his death a catechumen. 311, alliance between Constantine and Licinius, who married Constantine's sister. Constantine took the field against the Franks, Licinius against Maximinus, who was defeated, and killed himself in Tarsus. So that now, 312 to 323, Constantine and Licinius were the only rulers in the empire, the former in the west, the latter in the east. In 314, however, they were embroiled in conflict. Licinius, defeated in 2 encounters, was obliged to cede Illyricum, Macedonia, and Achaia to Constantine. 323, Second War between Constantine and Licinius. The latter, defeated at Adrianople and Chalcedon, surrendered in Nicomedia, and was executed, 324, by Constantine's command. 323 to 337, Constantine the Great, sole ruler. Christianity recognized by the state, and favored at the expense of paganism. 325, First General Ecumenic Council of the Church at Nicaea in Bithynia. Arianism, that is, the doctrine of Arius, formerly a presbyter in Alexandria, according to which Christ was not of the same nature, but of like nature only, homoiousias, with God the Father, was rejected, and the doctrine of Athanasius of Alexandria, according to which Christ was of the same nature, homoousias, consubstantialis, with God the Father, was declared a dogma of the Church by the Symbolum Nicanum. 330, Constantine selected Byzantium, Nova Roma, Constantinopolis, for the capital. The empire was redistricted. The 4 great prefectures, Oriens, Illyricum Orientale, Italia, Gallia, were divided into 13 dioceses, these into 116 provinces. New hierarchy of officials, 7 superior court offices. Council of State, Consistorium Principis. New arrangement of the taxes. Cruelty of Constantine in his family. His eldest son Crispus and one of his nephews executed through the plots of his wife Fausta, who was herself put to death. Constantine, before his death, divided the administration of the empire among his 3 sons as Augusti, and 2 nephews as Caesars. After his death in Bithynia, the 2 Caesars were put to death by Constantius. The 3 sons of Constantine redivided the empire at Constantinople. 337 to 340. Constantinus II received the West, the prefectures of Italia, Gallia, and a part of Africa. 337 to 361. Constantius received the East, the prefecture Oriens. 337 to 350. Constans received the prefectures of Illyricum Orientale and a part of Africa. Constantius carried on a long and indecisive war with the Persians. Constantinus II attacked his brother Constans and fell at Aquileia. In 350, Constans also died, so that Constantius, after the conquest of the usurper Magnentius, 353, again united the whole empire. Julianus, a cousin of the emperor, who was appointed Caesar, fought successfully with the Alemanni and Ripuarian Franks, and assigned the Salian Franks lands in northern Gaul. Constantius died on an expedition against Julianus, who had been proclaimed Augustus by the legions, 361 to 363. He is known as the apostate, apostata, because he was an adherent of the heathen philosophy and abandoned Christianity, hoping to bring about a reaction in favor of the heathen cult, which he wished restored in a purified form. Julianus defeated the Alemanni and the Franks, restored the fortresses which had been erected against them along the frontier, and defeated the Persians at Ctesiphon, but died of a wound on his return. The soldiers raised the Christian Jovianus to the throne, 363 to 364. He ceded the greater part of Mesopotamia to the Persians. Christianity reinstated in the privileges which Constantine had granted. After the sudden death of Jovianus, the legions raised Valentinianus I to the throne, 364 to 375. He appointed as co-regent first his brother, Valens, 364 to 378, an Arian who governed the east from Constantinople, and afterwards, for the west, his son, Gratianus, 367 to 383, who, upon his father's death, acknowledged as co-regent for the administration of the West his 4-year-old half-brother, Valentinian II, 375 to 392, who had been proclaimed imperator by the soldiers. 375. Beginning of the migrations of the Teutonic tribes. 378. After the death of Valens at Adrianople in battle against the West Goths, Gratianus created the heathen Theodosius co-regent, 379 to 395, and entrusted him with the administration of the East. Theodosius became a Christian after his recovery from a severe illness, fought successfully against the West Goths, but was obliged to accept them as allies, federati, in their abodes in Moesia and Thrace. Gratianus fell in battle against the imperator proclaimed by the legions in Britain, Clemens Maximus, 383 to 388, whom Theodosius recognized as co-regent, under the condition that he should leave Italy in the hands of the young Valentinian II. In 387, Maximus drove Valentinian from Italy. He fled to Theodosius, who, returning with him, captured Clemens Maximus at Aquileia and executed him. 390. Insurrection in Thessalonica. Cruelly punished by Theodosius. 7,000 executions. On this account, Bishop Ambrosius of Milan, 8 months later, excluded the emperor from Christian communion until he had done penance. 392. After the murder of Valentinian II by Arbogastes, and after the new imperator Eugenius, whom Arbogastes set up, had fallen at Aquileia in battle with Theodosius, 394, and Arbogastes had put himself to death, the whole empire was, for the last time, reunited under Theodosius, 394 to 395. After his death, the division of administration into an eastern and a western section, which had existed for 100 years, became a permanent division of the empire. 395 to 1453. Arcadius received the Eastern Empire, also called the Byzantine or Grecian Empire. Imperial Vicar Rufinus. Capital Byzantium or Constantinople. 395 to 476. The Western Empire, capital Rome, Ravenna imperial residence after 402. Under Honorius, 395 to 423. Guardian and Chancellor, the Vandal Stilicho, murdered in 408, by command of Honorius, to whom he had been defamed. After the death of Honorius, the usurper Joannes reigned for a short time, 424, but was finally overthrown with the assistance of the Eastern Empire, and the 6-year-old Valentinian III made imperator, 425 to 455. The government being conducted at first by his mother Placida, sister of Honorius in his name. Valentinian was murdered by Petronius Maximus, 455, who married Eudoxia, widow of Valentinian, but was killed shortly before the capture of Rome by the Vandals. The throne was usurped by Avitus, 455 to 456, who was soon deposed by Racemir, a military leader of the German mercenaries in the Roman army. Racemir placed upon the throne Majorianus, 457 to 461, whom he afterwards deposed in favor of Libius Severus, 461 to 465, after whose deposition Racemir conducted the government, 465 to 467, without the pretense of an imperial figurehead, until 467, when he placed Anthemius upon the throne, 467 to 472, who was succeeded by Olybrius, 472. Racemir and his sovereign dying this year, the Eastern court interposed, and placed Glycerius on the throne of the West, 473, who was succeeded by Julius Nepos, 473 to 475, also by appointment of the Emperor of the East. In 475, Orestes, a leader among the mercenaries, placed his son Romulus Augustulus upon the throne, 475 to 476, who, combining in his name that of Rome's first king and first emperor, became the last of the imperial line in the West, being deposed by Odovaker, 476, military leader of the Heruli and Rugii, who made himself ruler, not king, of Italy, and was recognized by the Eastern Emperor Zeno as Patricius of Rome and Prefect of Italy. End of section 28.
Section 29 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Dillingast. Section 29, Part 4, Teutons. Aryan geography. The Teutonic race has occupied 3 regions in Europe. 1. Germany comprises Central Europe, the slope from the Alps north to the sea. It may be roughly bounded as follows: north, German Ocean, Baltic; east, the Weg line, indicated by the Vistula and the Carpathian Mountains; south, the Alps; west, the Rhine. This region falls into 3 physical divisions. 1. The broad and lofty chain of the Alps, divided into the Swiss Alps on the west and the Tyrolese Alps on the east, whose deep valleys foster the rise of small independent communities. Mont Blanc, 14,748 feet; Mont Rosa, Jungfrau, etc., Lake Geneva, Lake Constance, Lake of Lucerne, Vierwalde Stadtsee, etc. 2. A broad upland extending 2/3 of the way from the Alps to the sea, and embracing the present Württemberg, Bavaria, Bohemia, Saxony, Saxon duchies, Hesse, etc. 3. A low plain reaching to the sea, and including the present Holland, Hanover, Prussia, etc. Modern Germany comprises 2 and 3. The peninsula of Denmark has belonged in historic times politically to Scandinavia and Germany. Through the middle of Germany, a range of low mountains extends from southeast to northwest, from the Jura in France to the Carpathians in Hungary. This range, known to the Romans as Hercynia Silva, includes the Jura, Vosges, Schwarzwald, Black Forest, Taunus, Thüringer Wald, Erzgebirge, Riesen, Gebirge, Sudettis, and forms an arc whose convex side is turned toward the west and north. The valley of the Danube south of this range, and the depression on its northern base extending from the Lahn to the Middle Elbe, the old commercial route between Frankfurt of Main and Leipzig, are the 2 natural roads which give the East access to Western Europe. Other mountain groups: Bohemian Forest, forming the southeast border of Bohemia; Harz, north of the Frankfurt road; rivers: south, the Danube, flowing into the Black Sea; north, the Rhine, with its branches Neckar, Main, etc.; Ems, Weser, Elbe, flowing into the German Ocean; Oder, Vistula, flowing into the Baltic. The Roman provinces Rhaetia, Vindelicia, Noricum, Pannonia occupied the Alps on the northern bank of the Danube. Germania, superior and inferior, were Gallic provinces on the left bank of the upper and lower Rhine. To Germany proper, which was never a province of the empire, the Romans applied the name Germania Magna. 2. Scandinavia, the great peninsula jutting west and south from the north of Europe. It falls into 2 divisions: 1. A rugged mountainous region on the west with deeply indented coasts, Norway; 2. On the east, a less mountainous region with numerous rivers flowing into the Baltic and the Gulf of Bothnia, Sweden. The southern part of Scandinavia was known to the Romans under the name Scandia, and was thought to be an island. 3. The British Isles. Ethnology. 1. According to the theory of the Asiatic origin of the Aryans, the Teutonic migration followed the Celtic and preceded that of the Slavs. The Teutons or Germans appear to have taken the northern route, and to have first settled along the coast, on the plain, and in the northern portion of the plateau. The valley of the Danube and Bohemia were early occupied by Celtic tribes, and it was only gradually that these were dispossessed by the invading Germans. Whether the Teutons entered Germany in 2 bands is not clear. Certain it is that from a very early time a radical difference has existed in language and customs among the Germans, whereby they are divided into High Germans, inhabiting the inland plateau, and Low Germans, dwelling on the coast. The Romans divided the Germans, Germani. Footnote: the origin of this name is doubtful. See the disputed passage in Tacitus Germania 2. End of footnote. Either into two sections, the Suevi and the non-Suevi, Caesar, or into three branches which were named after the sons of Manus, the son of the earth-born god Tuisco, Istivonus, Ingivonus, Herminonus. The former division is thought to correspond to that of High Suevi and Low Germans. The latter answers territorially to the fusions of tribes which later formed the Franks, Saxons, and the Thuringians. Of the separate tribes may be mentioned: 1. Non-Suevi, Istivonus, Ubii, Isipii, Tecterii, Sugambri, Marsi, on the right bank of the Rhine, where we find later the Almani and Ripuarian Franks, Igivonus, Batavians, Frisians, Saxons, Chauci, Cimbri, along the coast from the Rhine to the right bank of the Elbe. 2. Suevi, Chatti in Hessen, Cherusci on the upper Weser, Hermunduri in Thuringia, extending as far as the Danube. These three were included under the Herminones. Marcomanni in Bohemia, Quadi on the Danube, Semnonis, the center of what seems to have been a very loose political organization of the Suevi between the Elbe and Oder, Langobardi, Rugii in the northwest toward the Vistula, Burgundionis on the Oder, Gatonas, later Goths, extending beyond the Vistula, Vendali, Alani. ? In Denmark dwelt the Saxons, Angles, and Jutes until the 5th century A.D., when a large part of these tribes migrated to England, and their place was taken by Danes from the islands on the east. 2. Scandinavia was occupied by Finnish tribes, Citones, from the north, and by invading Germans from the south at an unknown time, Guti, Goths, Suenas, Swedes in Sweden, Northmen in Norway. 3. British Isles. Religion. The religion of the Teutonic race was a pantheistic nature worship. 1. Germans. Beyond the unsatisfactory passages in Caesar, Belgal 6:21, and Tacitus Germania 9:10, etc., all our knowledge of the ancient religion of the Germans before the introduction of Roman civilization and of Christianity is derived by inference from later sources or from the younger but much fuller mythology of Scandinavia. Among the great gods, Asses, of the Germans were Woden, Odin in the north, the All-Father, Donar, Thor, his son, at once the storm god and the god of agriculture, Zeal or Thiu, Tur, also a son of Woden, god of war, Fro, Freyr, god of love, Palter, Balder, god of justice, Nerthus or Hertha, Frau, Bertha, the earth, Fraua, Freya, sister of Fro, Frigga, Freya, wife of Woden, Helia, Hel, goddess of the lower regions. Below the Asses were the giants, the Norns or Fates, the Valkyries or messengers of the gods. In the realm of lower mythology, the German imagination was remarkably fertile. Fairies, kobolds, elves, nixes abounded and still live in children's tales and the many popular fancies which the modern study of folklore has revealed. The Germans had no corporation of priests like that of the Druids, though the priests and priestesses of certain divinities stood in high honor. Their worship consisted in the repetition of formal invocations and in the offering of sacrifices, prisoners being often immolated to the gods. Woods and trees were held in special reverence and often devoted to the performance of worship beneath their branches. Certain days were set apart for the worship of certain deities, whose names have come down to us in the names of the days of the week: Tuesday, Teus Dag; Wednesday, Woden's Dag; Thursday, Thor's Dag, Donner's Dag; Friday, Freya's Dag. Some of the customs of these recurring festivities were afterwards impressed into the service of Christianity. Such was the decoration of trees with flower wreaths and candles, now a part of Christmas rites. Footnote: in Germany, the tree is simply decorated. The presents to be exchanged are piled around the support of the tree or placed on an adjacent table. The exchange of gifts was not a part of the old German custom, but is perhaps a survival of a practice observed by the Romans during the Saturnalia. Page 85. End of footnote. And such the colored eggs in a hare's nest, now an Easter custom, but originally an offering to some heathen divinity, divinations by flight of birds, neighing of horses, throwing sticks, etc. 2. Scandinavia. The faith of the northern Teutons was one of the most remarkable of the heathen religions, and one of the last in Europe to yield to Christianity. After being long transmitted by hearsay, the northern mythology was first committed to writing in the poem of the Elder Edda in the 12th, or as some scholars hold, in the 13th century. The poem is supplemented by the commentary known as the Younger Edda, written by Snorri Sturluson, 1178 to 1241. In the beginning existed the All-Father. In chaos, Ginnungagap, he created two worlds, Niflheim, the ice world in the north, and Muspelheim, the fire world, where sat Surt with the flaming sword in the south. Midway of the two, their opposing influences produced the giant Ymir, who became the progenitor of the evil race of frost giants, Herm-Therses. Ymir was fed by the milk of the cow Audhumbra, who licked the ice blocks and set free the god Bur, to whom a giant's daughter bore three sons, Odin, Val, and Ve. These three slew Ymir, in the deluge of whose blood perished all the frost giants, save two, who became the ancestors of a new race of frost giants. Of the body of Ymir, the gods formed the universe, the earth, the sky, and the stars. Dwarfs were the earliest inhabitants of the earth. Afterwards, the first man and woman were created from two trees. The universe thus formed comprised 9 worlds. Of these, the highest was Muspelheim, in whose highest part was Gimmel, the abode of the blessed. Below Muspelheim was Asaheim, or Godheim, where dwelt the great gods, Asa, in their capital, Asgard, with its lofty halls, the fairest of which was Valhall, the hall of Odin. Below Godheim was Manaheim, or Midgard, the earth, a disk of land surrounded by the ocean, and held together by the Midgard serpent, which lay at the bottom of the ocean, its tail between its jaws. Across the ocean was Jotunheim, the world of the giants, whose one purpose was the annoyance of mankind, on which account they were perpetually at war with man's defenders, the gods of Godheim. Below the earth was Helheim, the world of the dead, and lowest of all, Niflheim, with the fountain Hever-Gelmer, Bifrost, the bridge between Godheim and Manaheim, Gjallar bridge between Helheim, Jotunheim, and the worlds above. These worlds were, in the fancy of the north, surrounded and united by a mighty ash tree, Yggdrasil, with 3 roots reaching to Godheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim. The great gods were Odin and his sons, Thor, Vali, Heimdall, Vidar, Balder, Braga, Tyr, Hodr, besides Aller, Thor, Seta, and Njord, Freyr, sea gods, and Loki. Of the goddesses, the chief were Frigga, wife of Odin, Freya, goddess of love, Saga, goddess of history. Above all the gods were the Norns, or Fates. Below the gods were elves, trolls, witches, etc. Exploits of the gods. Especially famous were the dealings of Thor with the giants. After the creation followed a golden age, when all was well in Godheim, but after a time evil crept in, personified as Loki. Death of Balder, killed through the contrivance of Loki by his brother Hodr with a sprig of mistletoe, Frigga having bound all other created things not to hurt Balder. Loki's children were the Fenris wolf, chained until the coming of Ragnarok, the Midgard serpent in hell, binding of Loki. Finally comes the end of the world, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, battle of the Asagods with the Midgard serpent, Loki and the Fenris wolf, who have broken their chains. The good and the bad alike perish in the combat. Surt consumes Yggdrasil, and the whole world in flames. Vidar, Vale, Hoder, Balder, and the sons of Thor survive. A new earth and a new heaven are created. According to the belief of the Northmen, all good men and all who died in battle crossed over the bridge Bifrost, the rainbow, to Valhall, where they spent their days feasting and fighting until Ragnarok, when they passed to Gimel. Cowards and evildoers were punished in Helheim, and afterward Ragnarok in Nahhas. Footnote: the relation of these myths to Christianity, the extent to which they have been influenced by acquaintance with the Scriptures, is a subject of active inquiry, but nothing can as yet be said to be definitely determined. See Entstehung der Nordischen Götter. End of footnote. Civilization. It is probable that the Germans had not completed the transition from a pastoral to an agricultural people when they arrived in Central Europe. They were certainly in a low stage of civilization when they became known to the Romans, a stage not unlike that reached by the most advanced of the American Indians, the Iroquois. Cities were unknown to them. They seem to have settled, for the most part, each individual apart, each tribe separated from the other by a broad strip of mark land. Orders: 1. Nobles who derived their descent from the gods, but were entitled to no political privileges because of their nobility. 2. Freemen, that is, landowners, men born to arms, the work upon whose land was done by their bondmen. Out of this class developed later the lower nobility. 3. Freedmen, liti, lawson, or half-freemen, renters bound to military service, but excluded from the ownership of land, from the popular assembly, and from the courts. 4. Servants or bondmen, in part serfs bound to the soil, glebi ad scripti, in part actual slaves. The latter two classes form the majority of the population. Custom of comradeship, Gassendi ludus, out of which the feudal system developed after the occupation of the Roman provinces and the division of land among the faithful, fidelis, and under the influence of the Christian religion. Feudal superior, suzerain. Vassal, vassals or men. Fief, feudum or beneficium, held on tenure of service, distinct from allodium, property in fee simple. History. 1. The date of the first arrival of Teutons in Europe is wholly unknown. Pythius of Massalia, who visited the amber coast of the Baltic about 350 B.C., met with German tribes. From that time on, only the bare introduction of the word Germani in the Roman annals for 225 B.C. hints at any knowledge of the Teutons until the close of the 2nd century B.C., when the tribes of the Cimbri and Teutonus left their homes at the base of the Danish peninsula, driven from them by a flood, and after humiliating the Roman arms in Gaul, found their deaths on the fields of Aquae Sextiae and Vercellae, 102-101 B.C. The terrors of the invasion died away, but the Romans did not come again into contact with the Germans until Caesar's invasion of Gaul brought on a contest with the Suevian prince Ariovistus, which ended in the latter's defeat, 58 B.C. Subjugation of the Germans on the left bank of the Rhine. Caesar's 2 expeditions across the Rhine, 58-55. Under Augustus, systematic attempt to subjugate Germania Magna. Conquest of Rhedia and Noricum by Drusus, 15. Apollonia and Vendelicia. Expeditions of Drusus from the Rhine. 1. With the fleet on the Ems, 12. 2. Against the Cherusci on the Weser. Foundation of the citadel, Aliso, 11. 3. Along the Main to the Werra and Elbe, 9. Legend of the White Woman. Death of Drusus. His successor Tiberius reduced all the tribes between the Rhine and the Elbe to submission, and began the active construction of fortresses and colonies. The folly of Tiberius' successor Varus alienated the Germans and led to revolt. Under Arminius, one of the nobles of the Cherusci, 3 Roman legions were annihilated in the 3 days' battle in the Teutoburg forest. Footnote: the locality has not been satisfactorily made out. End of footnote. 9 AD, ? Augustus gave up the hope of subjugating the Germans, and later emperors did not revive it. Expeditions of Germanicus in revenge for the Teutoburg massacre of 1415-16. Thenceforward the Romans were contented with maintaining their borders against the free tribes, and with colonizing the land south of the Main and the Danube. Line of fortifications from Aschkefenberg on the Main to Regensburg on the Danube, Pfahlgraben, Teufelsmauser. Along this line Roman soldiers were settled on land for the rent of which they paid a tenth of the produce, hence agri decumatus. Foundation of colonies, Curia Ritorum, Chur, in Rhaetia, Uvenum, Salzburg, in Noricum, Windobonum, Vienna, in Pannonia, Augusta, Windelicorum, Augsburg, Castra Regina, Regensburg, in Windelicia. Active intercourse between Rome and Germany. Germans served both as privates and as officers in the Roman army. So Arminius. Traffic in amber. Of the internal affairs of the free Germans we are but scantily informed. In the 1st century B.C. a portion of the Hermunduri, the Marcomanni, had invaded Bohemia, driven out the Celti Boii, who took refuge in Pannonia, where they were gradually exterminated by the Roman arms, and established a state which, under Marbod Maroboduus, grew to formidable proportions. Intended expedition of Tiberius against Marbod, frustrated by the Pannonian revolt. 8. Feuds between the German tribes fostered by the Romans. Arminius expelled Marbod from his kingdom, but was himself murdered under suspicion of aiming at supreme power. The Cherusci, Hermunduri, and Bructeri were nearly exterminated in internecine strife. Revolt of the Batavians under Civilis. War of Marcus Aurelius with the Marcomanni. In process of time, a change came over the political organization of the Germans. The multitude of small tribes disappeared, and we find in their stead a smaller number of more extensive tribes. At the same time, the Slavs began to press upon the eastern Germans and urge them westward. The Germans increased in power and population, and became better and better trained in the arts of war and political intrigue as they came more and more into intimate connection with Rome. The provincial armies were largely German. German officers rose to high distinction and great influence in Rome. So Rome grew weaker and her foes stronger, until at last the impulse of the invading Huns in the east set all the tribes in motion. To Scandinavia, northern annalists present an historical Odin, probably no less mythical than Odin the god. According to these tales, which, like some other mythical history, may have greater historical value than the present credits them with, Odin was the leader of the Asas, who dwelt in Asia, between the Black Sea and the Caspian. Attracted to the falling fortunes of Mithridates, he was driven from his kingdom by Pompeius. He conducted the Asas westward to Scandinavia, where he subdued Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and gave these countries to his sons, Denmark to Skuld, Sweden to Ingave, Norway to Seeming. Odin ended his days in Sweden. The history of Scandinavia, as far as ascertained, belongs to the next period, and will be found on page 207. 3 British Isles. For the history of the Teutonic invasion of England, see page 176. End of section 29.
Section 30 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 30, Part 5, Slavs and Lithuanians. These closely related peoples belong to the northern branch of the European Aryans, and their westward migration followed that of the Teutons. The Slavs were known to the late Roman geographers under the name Vendi, hence Wends, as inhabiting the region beyond the Vistula, which bore the general name of Sarmatia, from the nomadic Sarmatians who inhabited it, interspersed with the Slavs, from whom they differed in language and descent. In the 5th century A.D., the Slavs occupied the country between the Baltic and the Black Sea, between the Carpathians and the Don. They dwelt in the steppes of Russia as far north as Novgorod on the Volga, and their westernmost limit lay between the Vistula and the Oder. In the 6th century, the Slavs began to extend themselves south and west, a movement which resulted in the permanent occupation of Bohemia and of the Balkan Peninsula, while their settlement extended east to Tyrol. In 623 AD, temporary formation of a Slavic monarchy of great extent under Samo in Bohemia, which endured 35 years. The conquests of the Slavs came to an end with the 7th century, and the separate kingdoms of Poland, Bohemia, Russia were gradually formed. Of the religion of the Slavs little is known with certainty, owing to the diversity of nomenclature among the various divisions of this widespread people, and to the lack of trustworthy authorities. Among the Slavs of the Baltic, who had a class of priests and built temples, occur the names Svatovit or Sventovit, god of light or of the air, with a temple at Arkona; Triglav, the three-headed god worshipped in Pomerania, Stettin; Radagost, Rugavit or Ranovit in Rugen; Jarovit, all gods of war; Zirnubo, black god, an evil deity. The Russians worshipped Kors, Volos or Veles, god of the herds, St. Blaise; Kupalo, god of the harvest; Jarlo, god of generation; Stribog, god of the winds; Lada, goddess of love and passion. The gods were worshipped by offerings of fruit and animals, seldom by human sacrifices. The Slavs were a pastoral and agricultural people. All inhabitants of the same district were kinsmen, bearing a common name, living under the rule of an elected elder, and holding property in common. A union of such districts formed a tribe. A union of tribes formed a people. The Lithuanians play no part in history before the 13th century. In the wider sense, the name includes the Letts and the ancient Prussians, who were known to the Romans as Estoi. In the narrower sense, it is limited to the inhabitants of the region between the Memel and the Finnish Estonians. End of section 30.
Section 31 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennie Hughes. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 31. 2. Medieval History, First Period. From the beginning of the migrations of the northern tribes to the Treaty of Verdun, 375 to 843. Part 1. Migrations of the Northern Peoples. Habitations of the Germanic tribes in the 4th century AD. AllenO, whose German descent is, however, not certain, on the Lower Volga; East Goths in southern Russia; West Goths in Dacia, eastern Hungary, Romania; Vandals in Pannonia, southwestern Hungary; Swabian Moravia, Bohemia and Bavaria; Burgundians on the Neckar and the Rhine, with Worms as their capital; Alemanni or Alemanni on the Rhine, between the Main and the Alps, partly along the Roman boundary wall Agri Decimatas; Ripuarian Franks on both sides of the Lower Rhine, capital at Colonia Agrippina; Salic Franks on the mouths of the Rhine, in Meergau, district on the sea, the Merovi, hence Merovingians. Footnote: according to other scholars, the name was a patronymic. End of footnote. Saxons from the Elbe almost to the Rhine; Thuringians south of the Saxons; Langobards on the Lower Elbe. The peoples which appear in the so-called Migrations of the Peoples were generally heterogeneous armed bands under the command of a leader or king chosen for his military prowess, Heerkonig. 375. Beginning of the migration of the Teutonic tribes. Period of migrations and invasions. The Huns, a Mongolian race, crossed the Volga. The Huns, joined by the AllenO whom they had defeated, fell upon the East Goths, King Ermanaric or Hermanric of the family of the Amalie, and in union with these upon the West Goths. That part of the West Gothic race which had remained heathen took refuge in the Carpathians. The Christians, and those who were just on the point of accepting Christianity in the form of Arianism, were allotted habitations in Moesia by the Emperor Valens. Footnote: a Gothic bishop, Theophilus, took part in the Council of Nicaea, 325. Wulfila, Ulfilas, Bishop of the West Goths, 348–381, translator of the Bible. End of footnote. Disputes with the Roman officials at the passage of the Danube, Frigigen, leader of the West Goths, led to war, and the Goths advanced, ravaging as they went. 378. Battle of Adrianople. Valens defeated and slain. His successor Theodosius made peace with the West Goths, who, for pay and the gift of a dwelling place, were to protect the frontiers of the Roman Empire as foederati. Alaric, leader of the West Goths belonging to the family of the Balthi, i.e. Bold, enraged at not receiving pay from Arcadius, laid waste Macedonia, Illyria, and Greece, 395, and advanced into Peloponnesus. Stilicho, Magister Utriusque Militiae of the Western Empire, came to the assistance of the Eastern Court. Landing with an army at Corinth, he surrounded the West Goths, but allowed them to escape. Alaric went to Illyria, and compelled the court at Byzantium to recognize him as Dux in Illyricum Orientale. 401. Alaric's first invasion of Italy. After a victory at Aquileia, he crossed the Po. Stilicho hastened from Rhaetia to meet him. 402. Drawn battle at Pollentia. Alaric made another attempt to advance southward, but was compelled to return to Illyria by disease, hunger, and desertion. 404–406. German bands under Radagais invaded Italy, but were defeated by Stilicho at Faesulae and annihilated by continued fighting and by hunger. 406–409. Bands of Vandals, Suebi, and Alani left the regions along the Danube, crossed the Rhine, sustained great loss in contests with the Franks, and finally invaded Spain. 409. Foundation of Teutonic monarchies in Roman territory. The Salian Franks gradually occupied northern Gaul. The Burgundians settled on the Middle Rhine, Worms, 406–413. 408. Stilicho murdered by the command of the Emperor Honorius. Alaric's second invasion of Italy. He besieged Rome, but retired on receipt of a ransom. The court at Ravenna refusing to grant Alaric's request that the Goths should be assigned lands for a permanent settlement in northern Italy, Alaric again advanced upon Rome, and forced the Senate to appoint Attalus, prefect of the city, emperor. Alaric besieged Honorius in Ravenna without success, quarrelled with Attalus, whom he deposed, and advanced for the third time upon Rome. 410. Capture and sack of Rome by Alaric. Alaric went to Lower Italy with the intention of crossing to Sicily and thence to Africa, but died at the close of 410 at Cosenza, and was buried beneath the Bocento. 410–415. Atholf, brother of Alaric's wife, led the West Goths to Gaul, though whether in fulfilment of a treaty with Honorius to resist the Romans, who had forced their way into the province, or of his own accord, is uncertain. He carried with him the sister of Honorius, who was detained as a hostage in the Gothic camp, and married her in Narbonne, 414. The proposed treaty with the imperial court was not, however, concluded. Atholf, hard pressed by the imperial general Constantius, went to Spain, conquered Barcelona, and was murdered in 415. After the murder of his successor Sigric, 415–19, Walder became king of the West Goths. He concluded a treaty with Honorius, and fought for Rome against Vandals, Alani, and Suebi. he received a grant of southern Gaul under Roman supremacy. Welder was the founder of the West Gothic, Visigothic kingdom of Tolosa, 415 to 507, with its capital at Tolosa, Toulouse, which soon became independent. 429. King Genseric conducted the Vandals and a portion of the AllenO to Africa at the invitation, as the story goes, of the Roman governor Bonifacius. Footnote: this is denied by the more recent authorities. End footnote. The latter was slandered at court by Aetius and accused of treason, but, making his peace with Placidia, the mother and guardian of the Emperor Valentinian III, he fought unsuccessfully against Genseric, who, after a short peace with the Romans, 435, conquered Carthage, 439. 429 to 434. Kingdom of the Vandals in Africa. Capital Carthage. Saint Augustinus, Bishop of Hippo Regius, died 430. 440. The Vandals, having created a great naval power, plundered the coasts of Sicily and Lower Italy by their fleet. 443. The Burgundians settled on the Upper Rhone and on the Saône. The Alemanni extended themselves over the Roman province of Germania Superior, hence called Alsace, and also occupied a part of Switzerland, east of the Burgundian territory. 449. The Angles and Saxons, long known as pirates along the coasts of the German Ocean, and having settlements on the coast of Flanders, Litus Saxonicum, were called in by the Britons after the withdrawal of the Roman legions from Britain to assist them in repelling the robber tribes of the northern mountains, the Picts and Scots. The Saxons and Angles crossed to Britain. According to tradition, the first bands were led by Hengist and Horsa, and founded in the course of time 8 states: Kent, Sussex, Wessex, Essex, East Anglia, Mercia, Deira, Bernicia. The last 2 were later united to form Northumbria, north of the Humber. Hence the number of states was then 7, heptarchy. The Britons for the most part migrated to Wales and to Armorica in Gaul, which was hence called Britannia, Brittany. 451. Attila, Etzel, Scourge of God, king of the Huns, in his train armed bands of Germanic peoples whom he had subjected, East Goths, Gepidai, etc., invaded and ravaged Gaul. He besieged Orleans in vain. Battle on the Catalanian fields near Chalon-sur-Marne. The battlefield itself was at Troyes. Attila defeated by Aetius, the Roman governor of the small district around Lutetia, which alone remained in possession of the Romans and the West Goths, with the aid of auxiliaries from the Franks, Burgundians, etc. Theodoric I, king of the West Goths, fell in the battle. 452. Attila went to Italy, destroyed Aquileia. Venice founded by Italian fugitives. Rome saved by Bishop Leo. After the death of Attila, 453, the monarchy of the Huns fell asunder. Not only the German tribes which had been subjugated by the Huns became free, the Gepidai were the first to shake off the yoke. The Slavic peoples also regained their liberty. During the following centuries, these latter tribes extended themselves throughout the eastern parts of Germany. 455. Rome, after the murder of Valentinian III by Maximus, plundered for 14 days by the Vandals, who had been called in by Eudoxia, widow of Valentinian. The Vandals controlled the entire northern coast of Africa as far as Cyrene and the islands of the western Mediterranean. 476. Odovacar, Odoacer, leader of the Herulian and other German bands in the pay of Rome, became ruler in Italy after the deposition of the last emperor of the West. There was no conquest of the Western Empire by Odovacar, but the line of emperors in the West came to an end in consequence of domestic revolution, and thereby the last bond was broken which had united the provinces, long since occupied by the barbarians, who, however, had usually nominally recognized the supremacy of the Imperator or Augustus in Ravenna. 486. Battle of Soissons. The Merovingian Clodovec, Clovis, 481 to 511, leader of the Salic Franks, defeated the Roman governor Syagrius, the successor of Aetius. Kingdom of the Franks in northern Gaul. Chlodwig by cruelty and deceit made himself sole ruler of all the Franks. 496. Victory of Chlodwig over the Alemanni, not at Tolbiacum or Zulpia. Conversion of Chlodwig and the Franks to Catholic Christianity. Chlodwig baptized by Remigius, Bishop of Rheims. Mitis deponi colla sigamba, adoro quod incendisti incendi quod adorasti. 493. Theodoric the Great, 493 to 526, after having defeated Odovacar, with whom he had been at war since 489, founded the kingdom of the East Goths, Ostrogoths, in Italy, 493 to 555. Residence Ravenna, at times Verona, hence in the hero romances, Dietrich von Bern. Cassiodorus, historian, Boetius, De Consolatione Philosophiae, and Symmachus, executed, 525. 500. Chlodwig, king of the Franks, attacked the Burgundians to revenge himself on Gundobad, the uncle of his wife Clotilda, for the murder of her father, defeated them at Dijon, and made them a tributary to the Franks. 507. Chlodwig defeated the West Goths at Vouillé or Voulon on the Clyne, a branch of the Vienne, in the vicinity of Poitiers. The West Goths, assisted by the East Goths, defeated the Franks at Aries and maintained their control of Septimania, the coast between the Rhone and the Pyrenees. Theodoric the Great united a part of southern Gaul to the kingdom of the East Goths, and undertook the government of that part which the West Goths retained, as well as of the Spanish possessions of that people, as the guardian of their king, his grandson Amalaric, a minor, son of Alaric II, and retained it till his death, 526, which first severed the connection of the two Gothic kingdoms. 507, 526 to 711. West Gothic, Visigothic kingdom in Spain, with its capital at Toledo. 526. After the death of Theodoric, his daughter Amalasuntha became regent in the East Gothic kingdom for her son Athalaric. The latter died young, 534, and his mother associated with herself as co-regent her cousin Theodat, who murdered her, thereby causing the 535 to 555 war between the East Goths and the Eastern Empire. 533 to 534. Belisarius, general of Justinian, emperor of the East, 527 to 565, destroyed the Vandal power in Africa. Decay of the kingdom of the Vandals after the death of Genseric, 477. Hilderic deposed by Gelimer, whom Belisarius captured. 540. Brilliant campaign of Belisarius against Vitiges, king of the East Goths, whom he carried captive to Constantinople. Belisarius, after he had declined the Italian crown offered him by the East Goths, was dispatched by Justinian against the Persians. During his absence, the East Goths, under their new king Totila, reconquered the greater part of Italy. 544 to 549. Belisarius, sent again to Italy, fought with varying success, but with increasing fame, against Totila. He recaptured Rome. After Belisarius had been again recalled, Rome was a second time taken by Totila. 552. Narses, the successor of Belisarius, defeated Totila at Taginae or Bustagalorum. Totila fell on the field. 553. The last king of the East Goths, Teja, fell in the battle of Mons Lactarius near Vesuvius. 555. Narses destroyed the kingdom of the East Goths. Exarchate. 568 to 774. Kingdom of the Langobards, Lombards in Italy. Alboin. Alboin, with the help of the Avars on the lower Danube, destroyed the kingdom of the Gepidæ and married Rosamunda, the daughter of the king of the Gepidæ. At the head of his Langobards, with the aid of Saxons and Slavs, he conquered Italy as far south as the Tiber. Capital of the kingdom of the Langobards, Pavia, Papia. The Langobards conquered almost the entire exarchate of the Byzantines, who retained only Venice, Ravenna, Naples, and Calabria. Rome, Ducatus Romae, became gradually independent under its bishops. Patrimony and Petri. After Alboin had been murdered by Rosamund because, as the story goes, he attempted during a carouse to force her to drink from her father's skull, his successor Clef pushed his conquests to Lower Italy, where independent Langobardian duchies like Beneventum were established. After an interregnum of 10 years, his son Ottharu was recognized as king. Through the influence of his wife Theodolinda, a Bavarian princess, the conversion of the Langobards to Christianity was begun. Among the successors of Ottharu the following deserve mention. Rothari, in whose reign the famous Code of Laws of the Langobards appeared, 644, Grimoald, Duke of Beneventum, who violently usurped the throne and completed the conversion of the Langobards, Liutprand, 717–744, who made further additions to the Code of the Langobards, and Aistulf, 750–756, whose attempt to conquer Rome was frustrated by Pippin, king of the Franks. 585. Kingdom of the Swabians, Spain united with that of the West Goths, who, like all the barbarians that had adopted Arianism, were converted to the Roman Catholic Church, 587. 590–604. Gregory I, the Great, Bishop of Rome. Beginning of the Papacy. Papa, papas, i.e. father, formerly the title of every Christian bishop, soon applied exclusively to the successor of St. Peter. End of section 31.
Section 32 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 14. An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 32. Part 2. Teutonic Kingdoms in Britain. From the first invasions to the supremacy of Egbert, 449 to 828. Roman Britain. Political divisions. 1. Britannia Prima. South of the Thames and the Severn. Cantae, Regni, Belgae, Atrebates, Durotriges, Dumnonii. 2. Britannia Secunda. Wales. Silures, Dimetae, Ordovices. 3. Flavia Caesariensis. Between the Thames, Severn, and Humber. Trinobantes, Caetuclanae, Iceni, Dobunai, Coritavae, Cornavae. 4. Maxima Caesariensis. Between the Humber and the Tyne. Parisae, Brigantes. 5. Valentia. Between the Tyne and the Forth. Otadenae, Gadenae, Selgovae, Novantae. Fortifications. In the north, wall of Agricola, 81, or Lollius Urbicus, between the Friths of Forth and Clyde. Wall of Hadrian, 122, between the Solway Frith and a point on the opposite coast near Newcastle on Tyne, replaced in the 3rd century by the Wall of Severus. In the south, the strongholds Burgh Castle, Reculver, Richborough, Lymne, Pevensey along the Saxon shore. Compare the Cinque Ports. Towns. Camulodunum, Colchester. Glevum, Gloucester. Lindum, Lincoln. Deva, Chester. Eburacum, York. Londinium, London. Roads. Watling Street from Kent to the Forth. Hermin Street from Sussex coast to Humber. Fossway from Cornwall to Lincoln. Ickenill Street from Chester to Dorchester. Footnote. Green. The more usual but incorrect routes assigned these roads are Watling, Kent to Cardigan Bay; Hermin, St. David's to Southampton; Foss, Cornwall to Lincoln; Ickenild, St. David's to Tynemouth. End of footnote. The Teutonic invaders. After the withdrawal of the Roman legions, about 410, the Britons suffered severely from the ravages of the Scots, Irish, on the west, and the Picts, Gals, on the north, which they resisted unaided for several decades. About the middle of the 5th century the Britons were overwhelmed from another quarter. Bands of Low Germans from the coast of Europe, west of the Baltic, whose piratical expeditions had long been the terror of southeastern Britain, began to settle in the island and conquer themselves homes and kingdoms. That they came at first to aid the Britons against their other foes is not impossible, but little faith, however, can be placed in the story of Vortigern and Rowena. The invaders came principally from 3 Teutonic tribes: Jutes, inhabiting the northern part of Denmark, Jutland; Angles or Engle, from modern Schleswig, south of the Jutes; Saxons, a more numerous people, living south of Schleswig along the Elbe and westward on the coast. Of the Jutes and Saxons, only a portion emigrated. The Angles seem to have gone en masse. Religion. The new settlers were pagans, sharing the faith of the continental Germans. Each man was priest in his household, and political rulers exercised also priestly functions for the regions under their control. Civilization. The invaders were rude warriors, cultivators of the soil, but fond of the hunt and still more fond of war. They settled in villages, the dwellers in each village being kinsmen, who often gave their family name to the place of their abode. In each village all were united by a bond of mutual protection and responsibility. Around the house lots and garden plots, which were for the most part practically private property, extended the common land, the mark, comprising tilled land, pasture, and woodland, which also served to isolate one village from another. The people were divided into 4 orders: Athel, nobles; Churl, free landowners; Lads, tenants owing service to their landlords; slaves, generally captives taken in war. Whether either of the invading tribes were under kings at home is unknown. Their leaders during the invasion were war chiefs, aldermen whose power was frequently prolonged and concentrated by the military necessities of their new conditions, until it became royal, and they took the title of king. Each village had its governor and its council, the latter composed of all freemen in the village. Each aggregate of villages, the 100, had its governor and council. The aggregate of hundreds, which made up the tribe, had its king and its great council, Witan, which elected the king, generally out of some one noble family, and was consulted by him. The Witan was in theory composed of all freemen in the tribe, but it soon became practically limited to the more wealthy and powerful among them. Each alderman, perhaps every man of note, had a personal following of companions, thanes, who had devoted themselves to his service and were supported by him. The development of monarchy caused a corresponding development of this institution. Powerful men were proud to be thanes of the king, and thus the number and power of the king's military household constantly increased. Jutes, Kent, 449. Footnote. The date is variously given, but 449 is the year most commonly accepted. I have followed throughout the conservative scholars. The ultra-skepticism, which would limit our knowledge of the 5th and 6th centuries in Britain to what can be guessed from the condition of things there in the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries, seems to me to be based on hypercriticism. End of footnote. Landing of the chiefs Hengist and Horsa in Thanet, then an island. Gradual conquest of the country between the Thames and the Andreswald. East and West Kent. South Saxons, Sussex, 477. El, a Saxon alderman, with his sons Cimon, Wenching, and Sissa, landed at Cirencester, and conquered the region south of the Andreswald. 491. Storm of Anderida, massacre of the inhabitants. West Saxons, Wessex, 495. A more important settlement was that begun by the Saxons under the aldermen Cerdic and Cynric, on the southern coast, west of the Andreswald. The formation of the country directed their line of extension west and north, thus bringing them into contact with the great body of western Cymry. 517. Cerdic and Cynric assumed the royal title. At the beginning of the 2nd decade of the 6th century, the Saxon advance was so sternly checked that 50 years elapsed before it was again resumed. Battle of Mons Badonicus, 520. The Cymric traditions of Arthur, king of the Silures, to whom this repulse of the pagan invaders is attributed, are probably founded in truth. Footnote. The northern Cymry seem also to have had traditions of an Arthur. Later fugitives to Bretagne carried the memory of Arthur with them. There his name was connected with the French legend of the Holy Grail, and woven into the romances which make up the Arthurian cycle. End of footnote. Cynric, 534 to 556, conquered modern Berkshire. Ceawlin, 556 to 591, 3, raised Wessex to such power that later years entitled him the second Bretwalda of Britain, the first being Elle. The meaning of this title is not clear. 577. By the Battle of Deorham, Ceawlin extended his power to the Severn and separated the Cymry of Cornwall, Devorah, from those of West Wales. East Saxons, Essex. During the latter half of the 5th century, Saxons settled north of the Thames. Sack of Camulodunum. Establishment of a small kingdom under the shadow of the great forest which then reached to the Wash. Erkenwyn, 527. Middle Saxons, Middlesex. A small division of the East Saxons dwelling about London. East Angles, East Anglia. While the East Saxons were making their settlements, Angles were occupying the region to the north, between the sea, the great fens about the Wash, Uffa, 575, and the forest. Norfolk, Suffolk. North Angles, Northumbria. Deira. Early in the 6th century, settlements of Angles north of the Humber. Conquest of central Yorkshire. Bernicia. At the same time, other Angles were settling along the Frith of Forth, where they may have found a Jutish colony already established. 547. Under Ida, the Flame-bearer, as the Cymry called him, the Angles pushed their conquests to the Esk. Footnote. The stubborn resistance of the Cymry here, as well as in the south, has been attributed to Arthur. End of footnote. Bernicia thus comprised the lowlands of Scotland, a region which still contains the purest type of the Teutonic conquerors of Britain, Saxon and Gael. Middle Angles, Mercia. Early in the 6th century, scattered bands of Angles occupied the present counties of Lincoln, Nottingham, Leicester, Warwick, and Northampton. The small kingdoms and lordships thus founded, Lindisfarras, Gainas, Magasaitas, Wiccas, were at a later time united in the great kingdom of Mercia, Crida, 582. Thus Britain south of the Firth at the close of the 3rd quarter of the 6th century was divided between Cymry and Teutons by a line drawn nearly north and south midway of the breadth of the land. Teuton and Celt, pagan and Christian, faced one another throughout the length of the island. As far as it went, the conquest was thorough. Not that the Cymry were exterminated. Many remained within the Saxon lines, and traces of Celtic and of still older blood are not infrequent in the most Teutonic parts of England today. Though the subjugated Cymry, however, might retain their Celtic blood, in all else they were soon assimilated with the conquerors. Temporary halt in the work of conquest. Wars of the invaders among themselves. 588. Formation of the kingdom of Northumbria by the enforced union of Bernicia and Deira under Ethelric, king of Bernicia. 590 to 616. Supremacy of Ethelbert, king of Kent, afterwards called the Third Bretwalda, over Essex, East Anglia, Middle Britain. His wife was the Catholic Christian princess Bertha, daughter of Charibert, king of the Franks. 597. Arrival of Augustine, legate of Pope Gregory the Great. Conversion of Kent. Quarrel between the British Church and Augustine. Date of Easter. Form of the tonsure. Conversion of the East Saxons. Laws of Ethelbert. An attempt to convert the East Angles led to the revolt, and, about 610 to 617, supremacy of Redwald, of East Anglia, over Middle Britain. He was afterwards called the Fourth Bretwalda. In the north, Aethelfrith of Northumbria defeated the Cymry of Strathclyde in the great battle of Chester, 607, and extended his realm to the sea, cutting off Strathclyde from Wales, as Wales had been severed from Cornwall by the battle of Deorham. Aethelfrith, defeated and slain in the battle of the Idle by Redwald, who had taken up the claims of Eardwin, son of Ealda, formerly king of Devorah. 617 to 633. Supremacy of Eardwin of Northumbria, called the fifth Bretwalda. His overlordship was more comprehensive than that of any of his predecessors, since, after the conquest of Wessex, 526, it included all Teutonic Britain except Kent. Conversion of Northumbria, 627. Revolt of the Mercians under Penda, 627 to 655, who, in alliance with Cadwallon of Wales, defeated Eardwin in the Battle of Heathfield, 633. Death of Eardwin. 633 to 655. Supremacy of Penda of Mercia over Middle Britain, Essex, and East Anglia. 635. Defeat of Cadwallon by Oswald of Bernicia in the Battle of the Havenfeld. Conquest of Deira. 635 to 642. Supremacy of Oswald of Northumbria, afterwards called the sixth Bretwalda, over Wessex, Sussex, Essex, Kent. Conversion of Northumbria, where many people had relapsed into paganism, by Irish, not Roman, missionaries. Conversion of Wessex. In the contest over East Anglia, Oswald was defeated by Penda and slain in the Battle of the Maserfeld, 642. Penda's sovereignty extended over Wessex, East Anglia, Deira. 655. Battle of the Winwed. Penda defeated by Oswiu, brother of Oswald, and his successor in Bernicia, and slain. 655 to 659. Supremacy of Oswiu of Northumbria, called the seventh Bretwalda, over all Teutonic Britain except Wessex, Kent, and Sussex. 659. Revolt of Mercia under Wulfhere. Henceforward the kings of Northumbria were sovereigns of merely local power. Rivalry between the Irish missionaries and Rome. A council convened by Oswiu decided in favor of Rome. Theodore of Tarsus, Archbishop of Canterbury, 609, undertook the organization of the English Church. 688 to 726. Ain, king of Wessex. Conquest of Kent, 694. Wars with the Cymry of Cornwall, 710. Laws of Ain, the oldest West Saxon code. Abdication of Ain, 726. Willibrord, missionary to the Frisians. Boniface, Winfrith, apostle of the Germans. Wilfrith, bishop of York. Cuthbert of Lindisfarne. Benedict bishop, abbot of Wearmouth. Cadman, Beda, 672 to 735. Historia Ecclesiastica Gentis Anglorum. 733 to 752. Supremacy of Ethelbald of Mercia over all England south of the Humber. 752. Battle of Burford, Oxfordshire. Defeat of Ethelbald of Mercia by the West Saxon Cuthred. Henceforward Teutonic Britain remained divided between the three great kingdoms, Northumbria, Wessex, Mercia. 756. Strathclyde subjected to Northumbria by Eardberth. 755 to 794. Offa, king of Mercia. Conquest of Oxfordshire from Wessex, 777. Conquest of the Welsh kingdom of Powys, west of the Severn. Offa's dyke from the mouth of the Wye to that of the Dee. Friendship between Offa and Charles the Great. Laws of Offa. 789. First recorded landing of Northmen in Britain on the coast of Devonshire. 802 to 837. Egbert, king of Wessex, being elected to succeed Beorhtric after 13 years' exile spent in the kingdom of the West Franks. Cornwall made tributary. Defeat of Beornwulf of Mercia at the Battle of Allendoon. 825. Submission of all England south of the Thames and of Essex. Egbert, overlord of Mercia and Northumbria. 828. Submission of Wales. 828. All England south of the Forth, with the possible exception of Strathclyde, united under Egbert. 834. The Northmen ravaged Sheppey. Egbert defeated by the Danes. 836. Battle of Hengestune. Victory of Egbert over Welsh and Danes. Death of Egbert. 837. End of section 32. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 33 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 33, Part 3, The Kingdom of the Franks under the Merovingians. 511. After the death of the Chlodwig, the first division of the Kingdom of the Franks. According to this division, which was not strictly territorial, the four sons of Chlodwig, Theodoric I, Thierry, 511 through 533, Clodimir, 511 through 524, Childebert I, 511 through 558, Clotar I, Clotaire, 511 through 561, ruled the kingdom from the four court camps of Metz, Orleans, Paris, and Soissons. 530 through 532, the kingdom of the Thuringians, conquered by the eldest of the brothers, Theodoric. The two younger brothers subjugated the Burgundians. The northern part of Thuringia, as far south as the Unstrut, fell to the Saxons, the allies of the Franks in the war. The southern part, to the Danube, became Frankish territory, but the name of Franconia was given to the region south of the Thuringian forest. The district between the Unstrut, the Thuringian forest, and the Saal continued to be called Thuringia. Acquisition of Provence in 536 and the supremacy over Swabia and Bavaria on the fall of the kingdom of the East Goths. From 558 to 561, the whole Frankish kingdom again united under Clotar I, who outlived his three brothers. After his death in 561, a second division of the kingdom among the grandsons of Chlodwig, Guntram, 561 through 593, Charibert I, 561 through 567, Sigibert I, 561 through 575, and Chilperic I, 561 through 584, into three parts in 567, Austrasia, with the capital at Reims and a population chiefly German, Nuestria, with the capital at Soissons, Burgundy, with Orleans as capital, in both of which later divisions the mass of the population was Romano-Celtic or Romance. Footnote: Charibert received the territory around Paris, but after his early death this was equally divided among his brothers, and the triple division alone was henceforth of importance. End of footnote. Family divisions and wars full of horrors. Feud of Brunhilda, Brunichildis of Austrasia, a daughter of Athanagild, king of the Visigoths, and Frudegundis of Nuestria, who died in 597, slave and afterwards wife of Chilperic I. 613. Second union of the entire kingdom of the Franks under Clotar II of Nuestria, great-grandson of Chlodwig. Brunhilda captured, tortured, and dragged to death by a wild horse. Origin of the power of the Majors Domus, house mayor, mayors of the palace, who were at first superintendents of the royal household, afterwards leaders of the feudal retainers, Leudes. The race of the Pippins, afterwards called Carolingians, of pure German blood, acquired a hereditary claim to the office of Major Domus in Austrasia first and afterwards in Nuestria. 622 through 678, third division of the kingdom of the Franks, interrupted, however, by several temporary unions, into the two parts into which it had meanwhile separated. 1. Austrasia, principally German, separated by the Schelde from 2. Nuestria, Romance, northern France to the Loire, not reckoning Bretagne, which was independent, and Burgundy. The duchies of Aquitania and Vasconia, Guyenne and Gascogne, between the Loire and the Pyrenees, were almost independent. End of section 33.
Section 34 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 34. Part 4, Mohammed, Mahomet, and the Caliphate. 622. Mohammed's flight, Hijra, from Mecca to Medina. 16th of July. Mohammed, i.e. he who is greatly praised, born at Mecca 571, of the family of Hashem, a merchant, husband of the wealthy Chadiah, acquainted from his journeys with the Jewish and the Christian religions, proclaimed himself a prophet among the tribe of the Koreshites. Islam, i.e. a submission to the will of God consequent on belief, one God, Allah, and Muhammad is prophet. Muslims, the believers. Victories of Muhammad in Arabia, 629. Preparation for the conquests of Syria. Muhammad died 632. Caliphs, i.e. successors. 632 to 634. Abu Bekere, father-in-law of the Prophet. Collection of the Quran, later enlarged by the transcription of an oral tradition, the Sunnah. Separation of the believers into Sunni, who recognized this addition, and Shia, who rejected it, and regarded Ali, the son-in-law of Muhammad, as the only rightful successor. Wars with the Eastern Empire and the Persians. 634 to 644. Omar, founder of the Arabian supremacy in the East. He assumed the title of Emir al-Mu'minin, Prince of the Faithful, which was afterwards borne by all the caliphs. Conquest of Syria, Damascus 635, Palestine and Phoenicia. Destruction of the empire of Sassanidae, the new Persians, by the Battle of Nahhas 641. Conquest of Egypt by Omar's general Amru, capture of Alexandria. 644 to 656. Othman, conquest of northern Africa, capture of Rhodes, murder of Othman during an insurrection. 656 to 661. Ali, husband of Fatima, Muhammad's daughter, not universally recognized. Muawiyah proclaims himself caliph in Syria, after bloody civil wars and after the murder of Ali, the Sunnite. 661 to 750. Umayyads obtain the caliphate. 661 to 680. Muawiyah I, great-grandson of Umayyah. He transferred the residence of the caliphs from Medina to Damascus. The caliphate was made hereditary. About 700, the governor Musa completed the conquest of Byzantine Africa as far as the Atlantic Ocean. The Berbers, who accepted Islam, together with the inhabitants of Punic, Greek, and Roman descent, became amalgamated with the Arabians under the name of Moors. Tariq, one of Musa's generals, crossed from northern Africa to Spain, and in the Battle of Jerez de la Frontera, plains of the Guadalquivir, destroyed the kingdom of the Visigoths. 711. Footnote. From Tariq comes the name Jebel or Jebel al-Tariq, Gibraltar, i.e. Mountain of Tariq, near which he landed. It would appear that the story of Tariq's having been summoned by the Visigoth Count Julian is mythical. End footnote. From this time on there coexisted in Spain 1. The province of the Caliphate, which became, at a later date, 756, the separate Caliphate of Cordoba. 2. The Christian kingdom of Astoria, founded by Pelagius, afterwards the kingdom of Leon. The Arabians penetrated the passes in the country of the Basques and invaded Gaul. Here a limit was set to their conquests by the battle between Tours and Poitiers, where they were defeated by Charles Martel, 732. Under the last of the Umayyads, the Caliphate reached its greatest extent, embracing southwestern Asia from the Gulf of Arabia and the Indus to the Mediterranean and the Caucasus, the entire northern coast of Africa, a great part of the Spanish peninsula, and in southern France the county of Narbona, besides Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearic Isles. In the Caliphate, declining vigour, constant wars with the followers of Ali. Abu Abbas, great-grandson of an uncle of the Prophet, overthrew the last Umayyad caliph, Merwan II. 750 to 1258. Rule of the Abbasidae. Residence at Baghdad. Treacherous murder of all the Umayyad princes. Only one, Abdur-Rahman, escaped to Spain and founded there the Caliphate of Cordoba. 756. End of section 34. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 35 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 35, Part 5, Kingdom of the Franks under the Carolingians. 687. Pippin of Heristal, Major Domus, Mayor of the Palace, of Austrasia, became by the victory of Testri, not far from St. Quintin, over the Major Domus of Soissons, Nuestria, sole Major Domus of the whole kingdom of the Franks, and called himself in future Dux et Princeps Francorum. Eudes, Duke of Aquitaine, defeated by the Arabian invaders, sought help from Charles, the son and successor of the Major Domus Pippin of Heristal. 732. Battle between Tours and Poitiers. Victory of Charles Martel, Major Domus from 714 to 741 over the Arabs. 751. With Pippin the Short, 741 through 768, Charles Martel's son, the Carolingians became king of the Franks. The last king of the Merovingians, Le Roi Fainéant, Childeric III, was deposed with the consent of Pope Zacharias and placed in a monastery. Pippin was raised upon the shield on the field of Mars at Soissons as king of the Franks. In 754, Pope Stephen III, who had come to France to seek help, anointed Pippin and his sons Charles and Carloman as kings of the Franks. For the future, Pippin styled himself king by the grace of God. In requital of this service, Pippin drove back Aistud, king of the Langobards, who was threatening the pope. Gift of the Exarchate of Ravenna and the Pentapolis, Ancona, Sinigaglia, Fano, Passaro, Rimini, the territory of Bologna and Ferrara, to the Pope, and thereby the first foundation of the Papal States. Pippin Patricius of Rome, that city not being included in the gift to the Pope. Bonifacius, the Anglo-Saxon Benedictine monk Winfried, named Bonifacius by Pope Gregory II, the apostle of the Germans, about 680 to 754. He preached Christianity in the country of the East Franks, in Thuringia, Hesse, and Friesland. Bishop since 722, archbishop since 732 without a settled bishopric, he brought all newly founded bishoprics and monasteries into strict dependence upon the papal chair. In 742, Concilium Germanicum, recognition of the Pope as head of the Church. In 748, Bonifacius became the first archbishop of Mainz. In 754, he was killed by the heathen Frisians. 768 to 814, Charles the Great, Charlemagne, since the death of his brother Carloman in 771, sole ruler. Carloman's sons took refuge with Desiderius, king of the Langobards, whose daughter Charles had married but afterwards rejected. 773 to 774, destruction of the kingdom of the Langobards. The Pope having refused to crown the sons of Carloman, Desiderius occupied the Pentapolis and threatened Rome. Charles came to the assistance of the Pope ex officio as Patricius of Rome. Capture of Pavia after a 6-month siege, during which Charles had visited Rome and renewed his alliance with the Pope. Desiderius placed in a monastery. Charles, king of Italy, by which is meant the kingdom of the Langobards, northern and central Italy. The larger part of southern Italy remained in the possession of the Eastern Empire. 772 to 804, war with the Saxons. The country of the Saxons was divided as follows: Westphalia on the Sieg, Ruhr, and Lippe, and on both sides of the Ems; Angern on both sides of the Weser as far as the Rhine; Eastphalia as far as the Elbe; North Albingia, north of the lower Elbe to the Eider. The Saxon war was resolved upon in the assembly Mayfield at Worms in 772. 772. Capture of the Eresburg, destruction of the Irminsul. 775. Capture of Sigiburg, subjugation of the Saxons west of the Elbe. The Saxons destroyed the Eresburg, but were subjugated anew, 776 to 777. First Mayfield in the land of the Saxons at Paderborn. New insurrection of the Saxons upon receipt of the news of Charles's defeat in the Pyrenees in 778, subdued by the army of the East Franks and Alemanni. 779, Charles gained a victory at Bocholt on the Aa. 780, submission of the Saxons, acceptance of Christianity. After a new and general revolt headed by Widukind or Witekind, in a defeat of the Frankish army, Charles took the field in person with success. 782, slaughter of 4,500 Saxons on the Aller. 783, a new and terrible uprising, the result of this massacre. Charles victorious, first at Detmold, then on the Nahhas. 785, after a 2 years' resistance, Witekind submitted and became a Christian. 778, Wars of Charles in Spain. Conquest of Saragossa. Return by Roncesvalles and defeat of the Frankish rearguard. Death of the hero Roland, Margrave of the Breton coast, a pretend nephew of Charles, whose deeds are celebrated in a series of romances. The Spanish mark was of later foundation and was strengthened by Ludwig, son of Charles, in 801. Footnote: Mark, a strip of land on the border of a country where the military power was especially well kept up under a markgraf, border count, who was responsible for the safety of the border. End of footnote. 788. Abolition of the Duchy of the Bavarians after the second revolt of the Duke Tassilo. Wars with the Northmen, the common name of the Germans of the Scandinavian North, and with the Slavs. Charles defeated the Wiltzi and advanced to the Peene in 789. 791 to 799. War with the Avars, who had aided Tassilo, Duke of Bavaria, conducted principally by Charles's son Pippin. 796. Storm of the King's Ring, the chief camp of the Avars, between the Danube and the Theiss. The country between the Ems and the Raab was annexed to the Frankish Empire and occupied by German colonists, especially by Bavarians. Soon after, complete ruin of the kingdom of the Avars. 800. Charles revived the office of the Emperor of the West. Pope Leo III, ill-treated by the relatives of his predecessor in an insurrection and expelled from the city in 799, sought Charles's camp at Paderborn. Restored by Charles to Rome, he crowned him emperor on Christmas Day 800. 793 to 804. New revolts among the Saxons, particularly in the north, led to a war with the Danes, with whom the Saxons had taken refuge. Gottfried, king of Denmark, invaded the Frankish Mark. His ships harassed the coasts of the German Ocean. 808. The Danes, defeated by Charles, the eldest son of the emperor, retired beyond the Eider. 810. The emperor was obliged to take the field against Gottfried in person. The Danish king was murdered by his own servants. Peace with his successors. Saxony north of the Elbe remained a part of the Frankish kingdom. Boundaries of the kingdom, Ebro, Raab, Eider, Garigliano, the Wends were again subjugated. Charles resided in Auchen in Austrasia, Aix-la-Chapelle, principally on account of its warm springs, or in the country Palatine on the Rhine at Ingelheim or in Nimwegen. Capitulari, imperial rescripts. Assemblies composed of all men of rank, both churchmen and laymen. In quo placito generalitis universorum maiorum tam clericorum quam laikorum conveniabat. Levy of troops, Heerban. Governors of counties, Gaugrafen. Counts of the border districts, Comites Marchiae, Markgrafen. Imperial messengers, Missi Regis, Sendgrafen, who made periodical circuits in different parts of the empire, heard complaints and reported the same with other observations and suggestions to the emperor. The Anglo-Saxon scholar, Alcuin, the Langobard Paul, son of Warnefred, Paulus Diaconus, called to the imperial court, where intellectual pursuits were favored and shared by the emperor. Schools for the education of the clergy at Tours and Paris. Einhard, Egenhard, the favorite secretary of Charles, author of the Vita Coroli Imperatoris. Charles the Great became the center of the most important series of romances of the Middle Age. 786 to 809. In the East, Charles found a friend and admirer in Harun al-Rashid, Caliph of Baghdad. His reign and that of his son Mamun cover the most fruitful period of science, art, and manufactures among the Arabs. The elder sons of Charles the Great, Charles and Pippin, dying before their father, he was succeeded by his youngest son. 814 to 840. Ludwig the Pious, Louis le Débonnaire. Ludwig's nephew, Bernhard, Pippin's son, according to Charles's decree, king of Italy under the supremacy of his uncle, rebelled against the latter, was defeated, captured, and killed. Ludwig had 4 sons, Lothar, Pippin, Ludwig, Charles the Bald, the latter by Judith, his second wife, of the noble Alemannian family of the Welfs. In 829, Ludwig substituted a new division of the empire, whereby his youngest son, Karl, received Alemannia and the royal title for the division made in 817, under which Lothar held the larger part of the empire and the imperial crown. Pippin had Aquitania, and Ludwig Bavaria. The 3 older sons at once revolted, and civil war broke out. On the field of Lies, near Colmar in Alsace, Ludwig, the father, was deserted by his troops in 833. He was taken prisoner, public penance, in the church at Soissons, but soon released by his reputant son Ludwig and replaced upon the throne in 834. Pippin died in 838, and his share of the empire was divided between Lothar and Charles, which caused a new rebellion on the part of Ludwig. In 840, Ludwig the Pious died on an island in the Rhine near Ingelheim. Ludwig and Charles in alliance defeated Lothar at Fontanetum, Fontenelle or Fontenay, in 841. Bilingual Oath of Strasbourg in 842. August 843. Treaty of Verdun. Division of the empire among the brothers as follows. 1. Lothar, center of the Frankish lands, i.e. Austrasia, Friesland, the Alemannian lands on the left bank of the Rhine, the greater part of Burgundy, Provence, a part of Languedoc. In general, a region bounded by the Schilde, Meuse, Saône, Rhône in the west, by the Rhine and Alps in the east, and Frankish Italy. 2. Ludwig the German, the eastern part of the Frankish lands, i.e. all those parts of the empire lying on the right bank of the Rhine, except Friesland, the diocese of Mainz, Worms, and Speyer on the left bank, in general a region lying between the Rhine and the Elbe. 3. Charles the Bald, the western part of the Frankish lands, i.e. Neustria, Aquitania, the northern part of Burgundy, Septimania, the Spanish Mark. Lothar retained the imperial dignity which his father had given him. His kingdom, which lacked natural boundaries and comprised various nationalities, contained within itself the germ of rapid dissolution. The Treaty of Verdun was originally merely a family contract, made without regard to national differences. In Ludwig's kingdom, however, the German element was in the majority. In that of Charles, the Romance element prevailed. Thus there developed, in the course of the following centuries, from the East Frankish element the German, from the West Frankish the French nationality. The East Franks called their language, in contrast to the Latin used by the educated clergy, the Deutsch, i.e. the language of the people, and gradually, since Henry I, those who spoke Deutsch came to be called Deutsch. End of section 35.
Section 36 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 36, Part 6, New Persian Empire of the Sassanidi, 226 to 641. Arian, 226 to 240. Artaxerxes I, Artashatar, son not of Sasan but of Papak, probably king of Persia proper, revolted against Artabanus, the last king of Parthia, whom he defeated and slew in the battle of Hormuz. Contest of Artaxerxes with the Arsacid kings of Bactria and Armenia. The claim preferred by Artaxerxes to all Asia as far as the Aegean involved him in a war with Rome. Defeat of Alexander Severus, followed by peace. Subjugation of Armenia. Restoration of the religion of Zoroaster. Collection of the text of the Zend Avesta. Artaxerxes was succeeded by his son Sapor I, Shapuri, 240 to 271. Wars with Rome, 1, 241 to 244. The Romans were successful under Gordianus, but his successor Philippus concluded peace with Sapor, leaving Armenia in his hands, but retaining Mesopotamia. 2, 258 to 260. A glorious war for Persia. Nisibis, Edessa, Antioch fell into their hands, and the Roman Emperor Valerianus was captured and remained a prisoner until his death 265 or 266. Defeat of Persians by Odenathus of Palmyra. Erection of many buildings and engineering works in Persia. Mani or Manes, a teacher of a new form of religion compounded of Christianity and Zoroastrianism. Manichaeism, expelled from Persia. Sapor was succeeded by his son Hormizdas I, Mazdi, who reigned 1 year and 10 days, 271 to 272, and was followed by his brother Varahan I, 272 to 275. Execution of Mani, aid sent to Zenobia. The murder of Aurelianus, 275, put an end to his expedition against Varahan, who was succeeded in the same year by his son Varahan II, 275 to 292. His reign is marked chiefly by the war with Rome, 283, which was closed by the mysterious death of Carus, 283 to 284. Revolt of Tiridates of Armenia, aided by Rome. Varahan III, son of Varahan II, reigned 4 months and was followed by his brother Narses, 292 to 301, who, after defeating his brother and rival Hormizdas, drove Tiridates from Armenia, 296. War with Rome. Galerius, at first unsuccessful in Mesopotamia, finally defeated Narses. Peace, 297. 1. Persia ceded 5 provinces beyond the Tigris to Rome. 2. The Tigris recognized as a general boundary between Persia and Rome. 3. Cession of a large part of Media to Armenia. 4. Persia surrendered to Rome her supremacy over Iberia, Georgia. Abdication of Narses and accession of his son Hormisdas II, 301 to 309, whose reign covers little of importance. At his death, the nobles set aside his son Hormisdas and conferred the crown upon his unborn child. A boy was born who received the name Sapor II, 309 to 379. During his minority, the country suffered from invasions of the Arabs, but on arriving at his 17th year, Sapor assumed the government and inflicted a terrible punishment on Arabia. Persecution of Christians, about 325. First war with Rome, 337 to 350. Defeat of Constantius at Singara, 348. Nisibis in Mesopotamia, thrice besieged by Sapor, in vain, 338, 340, 350. War of Sapor with Tatar tribes in the east, 351 to 359, and extension of Persian power in this direction. Armenia went over to Rome. Second war with Rome, 359 to 363. Invasion of Syria, capture of Amida after a desperate resistance. Julianus, emperor of Rome, invaded Persia and defeated the Persians before Ctesiphon, 362, but immediately began a retreat, in the course of which he died. His successor, Jovian, concluded peace with Sapor for 30 years, 363. 1. Restoration of the 5 provinces ceded by Narses. 2. Surrender of Nisibis and Singara to Persia. 3. Rome to give up all connection with Armenia. Conquest of Armenia by Sapor. Third war with Rome, 371 to 376, carried on without energy and concluded by an obscure peace. The brilliant reign of Sapor was followed by a time of quiet. Artaxerxes II, 379 to 383. Sapor III, 383 to 388. Division of Armenia between Persia and Rome. Persia receiving the larger part. Pharaoh IV, 388 to 399, deposed Khosroes, king of Persian Armenia, and placed his own brother on the throne. 391. Pharaoh was murdered during a mutiny and succeeded by his son Isdigerd I. Isdigirti, 399 to 419, 420, whose peaceful reign is remarkable for little except a persecution of the Christians in Persia and Armenia. He was succeeded by his son Pharaoh V, 419 or 20 to 440, who, having put down Khosroes, a pretender to the throne, renewed the persecution of the Christians and began war with Rome. Meeting with no success, he concluded peace, 422, and agreed to stop the persecution. Charity of Acacius, bishop of Amida, who ransomed 7,000 Persian captives. Beginning of Persia's wars with the Ephialites, Persian Hythal, a people dwelling beyond the Oxus and probably of Thebatic or Turkish stock, not Huns. Surprise, defeat, and death of the invading Khan. The Persians crossed the Oxus and chastised the Tatars in their own territory. Vararan was succeeded by his son Isdigerd II, 440 to 457, who had once declared war upon Rome, but has hastily concluded peace. 9 years' war with the Ephialites, ending with their defeat in their own country. The attempt of Isdigerd to convert Armenia to Zoroastrianism brought on a religious war wherein the Christians were defeated, 455 or 456. Forcible conversion of Armenia. Toward the close of his reign, Isdigerd was defeated by the Ephialites. After his death, civil war between his sons Perozes and Hormisdas, ending in the victory of Perozes, 459 to 483. Great famine in the 7th year of his reign. Unsuccessful war and disgraceful peace with the Ephialites, 464 to 465. revolt of Armenia under Vahan, which was still unsubdued when Perozes again attacked the Ephialites, at whose hands he suffered a severe defeat, falling in the battle. He was succeeded by his brother Ballas, Persian Valakesh or Volgasses, 483 to 487, under whom Persia probably paid tribute to Kush Nuwaz, the Ephialite Khan, pacification of Armenia, edict of toleration, destruction of fire altars. Ballas was succeeded by Kobad, first reign 487 to 498, son of Perozes, who had been in hiding among the Ephialites. Successful war with the Khazars, a people of uncertain race, Turkish or Caucasian, dwelling between the Volga and the Don. Communistic and ascetic doctrines of Mazdak, a high priest of Zoroaster, to which many converts were made, the king being of the number. Consequent disturbances in Persia and Armenia, resulting in the deposition of Kobad and the accession of his brother Samasp, 498 to 501. Kobad, however, soon escaped to the Ephialites and returned at the head of an army, whereupon Samasp voluntarily resigned the crown. Kobad, second reign 501 to 531, withdrawal of support from Mazdak, the refusal of the Eastern Empire to fulfill its agreement to contribute to the defense of the pass of Derbend in the Caucasus, which was the usual route of the nomadic tribes in their invasions of Persia or the Eastern Empire, caused Kobad to declare war. Sack of Amida, 502, an Ephialite invasion induced peace in 507, erection of the fortress of Daras, 12 miles from Nisibis, by Anastasius, the emperor of the East. Second war with the Eastern Empire, 524 to 531, wherein the Persians, at first successful, were defeated by Belisarius in the battle of Daras. 528, Kobad was succeeded by his son Khosroes I, 531 to 579, Anushirwan the Just, perhaps the greatest of the Sassanid kings. Peace with Rome, 533. 1. Rome paid 11,000 pounds of gold toward the fortification of the Caucasus. 2. Daras retained his fortifications, but was not to be the Roman headquarters. 3. Reciprocal surrender of recent conquests. 4. Eternal friendship and alliance, whence this peace is known as the Endless Peace. It endured for 7 years, at the end of which time Khosroes, jealous of the great victories of Justinian in the west, listened to the prayers of the east, Goths, and declared war. Capture of Antioch, 540. Khosroes extorted ransom from the principal cities of western Asia Minor. Returned home. A truce concluded in 545 was broken in 549 by Rome, who sent assistance to the Lazi, inhabitants of ancient Colchis, in their war with Persia. 551, capture of Petra by the Romans and Lazi. 563, definite peace between Persia and Rome. 1. Lazica ceded to Rome. 2. Rome to make a yearly payment to Persia. 3. Exercise of their faith secured to the Christians of Persia. 4. Commercial intercourse between the empires restricted to certain roads and marts. 5. Free diplomatic intercourse. 6. Dares to retain its fortifications. 7. Disputes to be settled by arbitration. 8. Allies of either party included in the peace. 9. Persia undertook the maintenance of the Caspian gates alone. 10. The peace was concluded for 50 years. Successful wars with the Ephialites and Khazars. 562. Expedition of Khosroes to Arabia against the Christian kingdom founded there by Abyssinians early in the 6th century. Khosroes expelled the Abyssinians and left the country under the control of Saif, leader of the native Homerites. After his murder, Arabia was made a Persian province. The expedition to India ascribed to Khosroes is doubtful. Dezebel Khan of the Turks, who had recently subjugated the Ephialites and entered into alliance with the Eastern Empire, invaded Persia but met with no success. 572, Justin, emperor of the East, declared war in Persia. Khosroes ravaged Syria. Fall of Daras, 573. Khosroes died, 579, in Mesopotamia. Improved administration in Persia under Khosroes. Empire divided into 4 governments: East Khorasan, Sistan, Kerman; North Armenia, Azerbaijan, Gilan, Kum, Isfahan, south Fars, Ahwaz, west Iraq or Babylonia, Assyria, Mesopotamia. Frequent progresses of the king, substitution of a fixed land tax for the former variable tax on produce, tax collectors placed under the supervision of the priests, reform in the army, improved irrigation, protection of foreigners, encouragement of learning, laws of Artaxerxes revised, collection of the Shahnameh, or Book of the Kings, the basis of Firdusi's epic, introduction of the fables of Pilpay and of the game of chess from India, toleration extended to Christians. Khosroes was succeeded by his son Hormisdas IV, Hormazd, 579 to 589, at first a wise ruler, afterwards the worst of Persian kings. 579, invasion of Persia by the Eastern Emperor Maurice. 581, defeat of the Persians at Constantia. The war continued with alternate defeat and victory until in Persia was invaded by Arabs, Khazars, and above all by the great Khan of the Turks. 589. He was defeated by the Persian general Bahram and fell in the battle. In the same year, Hormisdas provoked a war with Rome by invading Lazica. Bahram was defeated on the Araxes. An insult offered him by the king caused his revolt and the deposition and murder of Hormisdas, who was succeeded by his son Khosroes II, Abervitz, 589 to 628, who was at once involved in war with Bahram, who drove him from the kingdom and assumed the crown. The reign of Bahram Bahram VI was short, 590 to 591. Khosroes had taken refuge at Constantinople, and a Roman force restored him to his throne. Bahram, defeated, fled to the Turks. The second reign of Khosroes II was marked by a wonderful increase of Persia's power and by its sudden fall. 603 to 610, war with Phocas, murderer of Maurice, capture of Darius, Syria, Armenia, Galatia, Phrygia, ravaged, sack of Antioch. The accession of Heraclius to the throne of the Eastern Empire did not end the war. 612, invasion of Cappadocia. 614, capture of Damascus. 615, sack of Jerusalem. 616, capture of Pelusium and Alexandria by the Persian general Shahrbars. Submission of Egypt. 617, fall of Chalcedon. The Persians encamped within a mile of Constantinople. 620, capture of Ankara and of Rhodes. Persia restored to the limits which it attained under Darius I. So nearly had Khosroes driven Heraclius to despair that he prepared to take refuge in Carthage, but his design was prevented by the citizens of Constantinople. Thus driven to bay, the emperor formed the desperate resolve of attacking his enemy in his own country. 622, landing of the Romans in the Gulf of Isis, defeat of Shahrbars. 623, Heraclius sailed to Lazica and invaded Armenia. Khosroes retreated, and the Romans wintered in Albania. 625, battle of the Saras, defeat of Shahrbars. Khosroes allied himself with the Avars and placed two armies in the field, one against Heraclius in Asia Minor, one destined for a direct attack on Constantinople. The latter attempt failed. Constantinople held out, although attacked also by hosts of Bulgarians and other barbarians from the west. Winter campaign of Heraclius. 627, December 12, battle of Nineveh, defeat of the Persians, flight of Khosroes. Heraclius advanced to Ctesiphon, but returned without assaulting the city. Mutiny of the Persian troops at Ctesiphon under two of the king's sons. Seizure, murder of Khosroes. He was succeeded by his son Kobad II, Siroes, 628 to 629, who concluded peace with Rome on a basis of exchange of conquests and captives. Death of Kobad of the plague. Usurpation of Shahrbars, who before 2 months were over was murdered by his own troops. Reigns of Perondakt and Azurmidakt, daughters of Khosroes II, followed by a period of anarchy during which 9 or 10 nobles held the throne successively. 632 to 641. 651, Isdegerd, grandson of Khosroes II, last Sassanid king of Persia. His whole reign was a struggle against the growing power of the caliphs Abu Bekr and Omar. 633, expedition of Khalid, the sword of God, to Hira, defeat of the Persians. The whole region west of the Euphrates fell into the hands of the Arabs, who, however, suffered a temporary check by the loss of the Battle of the Bridge. Their ravages were soon renewed and extended throughout Mesopotamia. Great exertions of the Persians, levy of an army of 120,000 men, which was defeated in the 4 days' battle of Qadisiyah, 636, by Sa'd Abu Abi Waqas, loss of the Durufish Kawani, or royal standard of Persia, 637, invasion of Mesopotamia by Sa'ad, capture of Ctesiphon, defeat of the Persians in the battle of Jalula, 639, invasion of Susiana and Persia proper by the Arabs, capture of Hormuzan, a Persian general who, being brought before Omar, asked for a cup of water, which he hesitated to taste until assured by the Caliph that he should not be harmed until he had drunk the water, whereupon he dashed the water on the ground before the astonished Caliph, who respected his promise and spared the Persian's life. The recall of Sa'ad emboldened Isdigerd to make a final effort, collection of an army of 150,000 men, which was totally defeated in the battle of Nahhas, victory of victories, 641, fall of the Sassanid power. Persia, henceforward governed by the caliphs, Isdigerd III, lived for 10 years a fugitive and was at last murdered, 651. End of section 36. Section 37 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 37. Second period, from the Treaty of Verdun to the beginning of the Crusades, 843 to 1096, Part 1, Italy and Germany, 843 to 875, Carolingians in Italy. After the death of 2 sons of Lothar I, Ludwig the German and Charles the Bald divided Lothar's inheritance by the Treaty of Merowingians on the Meuse, 870. The German portion, Friesland, Lotharingia, or Lothringen, Lorraine, so called after Lothar II, was annexed to the kingdom of the East Franks. The Romance portion, Burgundy, Provence, to the kingdom of the West Franks. Boundary, the Meuse. After the death of Ludwig II, who was the eldest son of Lothar I, 875, Charles the Bald became emperor, died 877. 843 to 911, Carolingians in Germany, 843 to 876, Ludwig the German. Wars with the Slavs, with Charles the Bald, and especially with the Northmen, that is, the Scandinavian sea warriors, Vikings, by whose ferocious energy the west of Europe was, during this epoch, harassed almost beyond belief. In 845, simultaneous attack by the Northmen upon all 3 of the Frankish kingdoms. Ludwig the German's son, Charles the Fat, 876 to 887, at first in conjunction with his brothers Karlmann, died 880, and Ludwig, died 882. Successful resistance to the claims of Charles the Bald on the Rhine. Battle of Andernach, 876, and Italy. Charles the Fat became emperor in 881, and in 884 was elected king of the West Franks. He united once more under one scepter the monarchy of Charles the Great, with the exception of Sshoger, Burgundy, Dauphiné, Provence, part of Languedoc, which became a separate kingdom under Boso. Charles the Fat was deposed by East and West Franks on account of his cowardice. Siege of Paris by the Northmen. Abdicated the throne at Tribur, 887, and died almost immediately thereafter. The East Franks elected Arnulf of Carinthia, 887 to 899, grandson of Ludwig the German, illegitimate son of Carloman. He defeated the Northmen upon the Dyle at Lerwin, 891, and in alliance with the Magyars, a nomadic Finnish tribe which had gradually made its way from the Ural region towards Europe and under guidance of Arpad had invaded Hungary, conquered Svatopluk II, 893, the founder of the kingdom of Moravia. Arnulf went twice to Italy and was crowned emperor, 896. His son Ludwig the Child, 6 years old, 899 to 911, was completely under the influence of Hatto, Archbishop of Mainz. Terrible devastation of Germany by the Magyars. In 908 they traversed Bavaria, Franconia, and penetrated into Thuringia and Saxony. Louis, defeated in the neighborhood of the Lech, 910, was obliged to pay them tribute. Internecine feuds in Franconia. Adalbert of Babenberg against Rudolf, Bishop of Würzburg, of the family of Conrad of Hesse. Victory of the Conradines. Adalbert executed in front of his castle. Weakness of the young king. The monarchy seemed about to break up into duchies: Saxony, Franconia, Bavaria, Swabia, Lotharingia. After Ludwig's death, the aged Otto, the illustrious Duke of Saxony, refused the crown and secured the election of Conrad I of Franconia, 911 to 918, by the nobles. Invasions of Danes, Slavs, and Magyars. Conrad was constantly at war with the West Franks and with his own subjects in a vain endeavor to obtain recognition of his sovereignty, especially from Henry, son of Otto the Illustrious and Duke of Saxony, since 912. Lotharingia, with the exception of Alsace, became a part of the kingdom of the West Franks. 919 to 1024, kings and emperors of the Saxon house, in obedience to the wish of Conrad, expressed on his deathbed and seconded by his brother Eberhard, the Saxons and Franks elected at Fritzlar on the Eder. Henry I, 919 to 936, the Fowler, founder of the German monarchy. Henry compelled Burkhard, Duke of Alemannia, Swabia, and Arnulf, Duke of Bavaria, to acknowledge his supremacy. 924, the Magyars, Hungarians, made a new inroad. Henry concluded a 9 years' truce with them and secured immunity for Saxony and Thuringia by payment of tribute. 925, Henry regained Lotharingia. Enlargement and better fortification of old fortresses, Mersburg, and construction of new ones, Quedlinburg, Goslar, which at a later period became cities. There was no widespread founding of cities by Henry himself, but in his reign the Saxons were gradually accustomed to city life and to cavalry service and war. Successful wars with the Wends, against whom a great mark was established along the Middle Elbe, out of which at a later time, after the retirement of Margrave, Markgraf, Gero, 963, were formed the Altmark or Northmark, Meissen, and the Ostmark, later Mark Lausitz, lying between the two. Victory at Lutzen, 929, wars with the Bohemians, recognition of the duty of feudal service, and with the Danes, Gorm the Old, creation of a mark between the Eider and Slay, 934, afterwards called Mark Schleswig. Henry refused to pay the promised tribute to the Magyars, who thereupon made a new inroad. 933, victory of Henry over the Hungarians on the Unstrut, footnote, probably not at Mersburg, End of footnote. Henry died in 936. He was succeeded by his eldest son by Matilda, Otto I the Great, 936 to 973, who was elected by Saxons and Franks and crowned at Aachen by the Archbishop of Mainz. Homage of the princes of all the German races. Stama. First appearance of the four court offices. Duke of Lotharingia, Chamberlain, Duke of Franconia, Steward, Duke of Swabia, Cupbearer, Duke of Bavaria, Marshal. Countless swarms of Hungarians crossed Franconia, 937, to invade Saxony. Defeated and pursued by Otto, they took a western direction and ravaged France as far as the Loire. Otto defeated the rebellious Duke of Bavaria and drove him from his duchy, and subdued a revolt of Eberhard, Duke of Franconia, and his own half-brother Thankmar, who fell in the battle on the Eresburg, 938. Henry, Otto's younger brother, rebelled and was defeated by Otto, along with his ally Giselbert, Duke of Lotharingia, at Berthen on the Rhine. The rebels with whom Eberhard made common cause called in the assistance of the French. Eberhard fell at Adernach. Giselbert was drowned on his flight. Henry fled to France, 939. A murderous assault which Henry made upon his brother after he had received forgiveness failed. Henry threw himself upon the king's mercy, received forgiveness a second time, 941, and became henceforward with his brother Bruno, Archbishop of Cologne, since 953 the king's chief reliance. Otto gave Lotharingia in 944 to Conrad the Red, the ancestor of the Franco-Salic royal house, who 4 years afterwards became his son-in-law. Otto made his brother Henry Duke of Bavaria, 947. Wars with events conducted by Margrave Gero with the Danes under Otto himself, who advanced to Jutland. Mark Schleswig given to Hermann Wilhelm, with Boleslav, Duke of Bohemia, 950, who became a vassal of the empire, and with the Hungarians, principally under the command of Henry. 948, Otto appointed his son Liudolf by Editha, Duke of Swabia. 946 to 950, Otto interfered in the French wars. He protected King Louis IV against Hugo, Count of France, both of whom were his brothers-in-law. 951, first expedition of Otto's to Italy against Berengar II of Ivrea. Otto released and married Adelheid, the widow of King Lothar of the House of Burgundy, and then 19 years of age. Berengar submitted to Otto as his suzerain. 952. 953. Liudolf, Otto's son, and Conrad, Duke of Lotharingia, Otto's son-in-law, rebelled against the king. 954. New inroad of the Hungarians, who swept through Germany, ravaging as they went to France. The rebels were in alliance with them. After a severe struggle and several fruitless attempts at reconciliation, Liudolf and Conrad submitted. They were forgiven, but deprived of their duchies. Archbishop Bruno received Lotharingia. Duke Burkhard, Swabia, Bavaria, still in revolt, was subjugated by Otto and his brother Henry. New inroad of the Hungarians. 955. Victory over the Hungarians on the Lechfeld. August 10. Augsburg. Conrad fell in the battle. The Bavarian Ostmark, which was afterwards transformed into the Duchy of Austria, Österreich, re-established. Victorious expedition against the Wends, whom Otto defeated on the Reconitz. 957. Liudolf died in arms against Berengar, who was in rebellion. 961. Second expedition of Otto's to Italy. Pope John XII having implored his assistance against Berengar, Otto hastened to Rome, where he renewed the imperial office. 962. February. Holy Roman Empire of the German nation. While Otto was engaged in the war with Berengar in Lombardy, John XII endeavored to free himself from the imperial protection and allied himself with Otto's foes. 963 November, the emperor advanced upon Rome and captured the city. John fled. The Romans were obliged to promise never to elect another pope without the consent of the emperor. John was deposed by a synod in Rome, and Leo VIII elected pope. 964 January, a revolt of the Romans, quickly suppressed, while Otto was again absent in northern Italy, where Berengar had meantime been obliged to surrender. He died as prisoner in Bamberg. Leo was expelled by the Romans, and John returned, but soon died in consequence of his dissipation. The Romans chose Benedict pope. Otto captured Rome the second time, deposed Benedict, and reinstated Leo. 966 to 967. Third expedition to Italy. Otto's son, Otto II, already crowned as German king, received the imperial crown at Rome. Otto I died at Menleben, near Merseburg. His sepulchre is in the cathedral of the bishopric of Magdeburg, which he had created. 973 to 983. Otto II, highly gifted but passionate husband of the Grecian princess Theophano. 976. Otto's cousin Henry the Quarrelsome, Duke of Bavaria, instigated a conspiracy against the emperor, was conquered and deposed. Bavaria given to Otto of Swabia, son of Leodolf. Carinthia separated from Bavaria and made a duchy. Luitpold of Babenberg received the Bavarian Eastmark. 978. Otto, surprised by Lothar, king of France, escaped with difficulty, reconquered Lotharingia, invaded France, and besieged Paris, but without success. 980 to 983. Wars in Italy. The emperor crossed the Alps to Rome. 981. Advanced into southern Italy, defeated the Greeks and Saracens at Cologne, south of Cotrone, but was afterwards defeated by them further south on the Calabrian coast, where his army was annihilated. 982. Footnote: the battlefield is unknown. It was not at Basantello. End of footnote. Where his army was annihilated. 983. Victorious advance of the Danes and Wentz, destruction of the bishoprics of Havelberg and Brandenburg. Otto II died in Rome. 983 to 1002. Otto III, 3 years old. Henry the Quarrelsome's claim to the guardianship and to the crown itself was denied, but Bavaria, without Carinthia, was returned to him. Otto's mother, the Grecian Theophano, conducted the regency in Germany, his grandmother Adelheid in Italy. After the death of Theophano, 991, Adelheid and Willigis, Archbishop of Mainz, conducted the government until the young prince took the reins in 995. From his great intellectual endowments, known as the wonder of the world, he was dreamy and unpractical. 3 Roman expeditions. On the first expedition, Otto was crowned by Gregory V, 996. 998 to 999. On the second, his teacher, Gerbert, was elected pope as Sylvester II. Attempt of Crescentius to throw off the German yoke and restore the ancient republic. He was defeated and executed. It was Otto's design to make a golden Rome the imperial residence and center of a new universal empire. 1000. Journey through Germany, pilgrimage to the grave of St. Adalbert, foundation of the Archbishopric of Gnesen. A widespread belief that this year would bring the end of the world and the coming of the kingdom of heaven led thousands of people to undertake a pilgrimage to Rome. 1001. During his third visit to Italy, revolt of the Romans. Otto died in the castle of Paterno at the foot of Soracte. 1002 to 1024. Henry II, the Saint, son of Henry the Quarrelsome of Bavaria, great-grandson of Henry I, was elected king at Mainz. after his rival Eckhard, Margrave of Meissen, had been murdered. Henry II enforced the acknowledgment of his sovereignty, particularly from Hermann, Duke of Swabia. 1004 First expedition to Italy against Arduin of Ivrea. Henry crowned King of Italy in Pavia. 1004 to 1018 Wars with Boleslav, King of Poland, who was compelled to give up Bohemia but retained Lusatia. Foundation of the bishopric of Bamberg. 1007 Increase in the power of the Church, reform of the monasteries, energetic enforcement of the public peace. 1014 Second expedition to Italy. Henry crowned emperor in Rome. Arduin gives up his resistance, dies in a monastery. 1015 1016 to 1018 Henry went to war to secure his inheritance in Burgundy, which had been resigned in his favor by the last king of Burgundy, Rudolph III. 1016. Footnote: otherwise known as the Kingdom of Arles. Translator. End of footnote. 1022 On the third expedition to Italy, Henry fought with the Grecians in Lower Italy with the assistance of the Normans who had settled there in 1015. Henry died July 15, 1024. 1024 to 1125 Franconian or Salian emperors. Election held at Oppenheim between Mainz and Worms, the first election in which princes of all the tribes had participated. After hesitating a short time between the two Conrads, cousins, the princes chose the elder, the son of the Frankish Count Henry, eldest son of Otto of Carinthia, over the younger, the son of Conrad, younger son of Otto of Carinthia. 1024 to 1039 Conrad II, the Salian. 1025 to 1030 Revolt of the Babenberger. Ernst, Duke of Swabia, stepson of Conrad, son of his wife Gisela, resulting from the conflicting claims of the emperor and of Ernst as the personal heir of Henry II upon Burgundy, Arles. Ernst fell in battle in 1030. 1026 Expedition to Italy. Conrad crowned King of Italy in Milan, but obliged to bring Pavia and Ravenna to submission by force of arms. Crowned Emperor 1027 in the presence of Canute the Great, King of England and Denmark, and Rudolph III of Burgundy, Arles. The Eider made the boundary between Germany and Denmark. Schleswig, therefore, was abandoned to the Danes. Invasion of Germany by the Poles under Mstislav II, where they ravaged the country to the Saale and carried 10,000 prisoners to Poland. Conrad hastened from the Rhine and provided defences against a new inroad, but attacked the Hungarians, though without success. 1030. In 1031 Conrad attacked the Poles, forced them to surrender their prisoners, and restored Lusatia to the empire. Mstislav became the emperor's vassal. 1032. After the death of Rudolph III, 1032, Burgundy, that is, the kingdom of Arles, which was formed in 933 by the union of Cisgerane and Transgerane, Burgundy was in 3 campaigns wrested from the hands of Odo, Count of Champagne, who claimed it as heir of Henry II and united with the empire. At a later time, however, the Romance portions of Burgundy, the lands along the Rhone, Saône, Isère, and Arance fell to France. The Alemannian portions, Franche Comté, Switzerland, remained a part of the empire. In Italy, the small fiefs were made legally hereditary, and this became the common custom in Germany. To counterbalance this tendency, Conrad seems to have designed doing away with ducal offices and making the royal supremacy immediate and hereditary throughout all German lands. 1036, on his return from a second expedition to Italy, Conrad died at Utrecht. 1039, June 4th, his son had been crowned at Aachen in his boyhood and now succeeded to the throne as Henry III, called the Black. 1039 to 1056, the imperial power at its highest point. King Henry was for a time also Duke of Bavaria, Swabia, and Franconia. The ducal throne in Carinthia was long vacant. 1042 to 1044. In Hungary, the king, Peter, whom Henry had reinstated at the expense of 3 campaigns, became a vassal of the empire. Extension of the Bavarian Eastmark to the Leitha. Tedious wars with the unruly Godfrey the Bearded, Duke of Upper Lotharingia, which was at last, 1049, given to the Alsatian Count Gerhard, the ancestor of the House of Lorraine. Footnote: in possession of Lorraine down to 1737. End of footnote. Godfrey went to Italy, 1054, where he married Beatrix of Tuscany. Henry favored the attempt to introduce the Druga Dei. Proclamation of a general king's peace in the empire. 1046 to 1047. First expedition to Rome. Henry caused a synod to depose the 3 rival popes, Sylvester III, Benedict IX, Gregory VI, each of whom was accused of simony, and appointed a German, Sshoger, Bishop of Bamberg, Pope, as Clement II, who crowned him emperor. Christmas 1046. After Clement, Henry appointed 3 German popes in succession. He invested Drogo, son of the Norman Tancred of Hauteville, with Apulia. 1055. Second Roman expedition. Henry died at Goslar, October 28, 1056. He was succeeded by his son, Henry IV, 6 years old, 1056 to 1106, who had been crowned king at the age of 4. Spoiled in his youth, he grew to manhood, passionate but weak. His mother, Agnes of Poitou, the regent, gave Bavaria to the Saxon Count Otto of Nordheim, Carinthia to Berthold of Zähringen, Swabia to her son-in-law, Rudolf of Rheinfeld. Abduction of the young king from Kaiserwerth to Cologne, 1062, by Archbishop Anno, who was soon obliged to share the administration of the empire with Adalbert, the ambitious Archbishop of Bremen, 1065. Conspiracy of the princes against Adalbert of Bremen. Imperial diet at Tribourg, 1066. Adalbert, banished from court for 3 years, died 1072. Otto of Nordheim, deposed from the dukedom of Bavaria, which was given to his son-in-law, Welf, son of the Margrave Azzo of Est. The house of Welf was extinct in the male line. Magnus, Duke of Saxony, kept in confinement. Revolt of the Saxons, whom Henry had displeased by the erection of numerous fortresses in their land. Flight of Henry from the Harzburg, 1073. Humiliating peace. Destruction of the Harzburg. Henry defeated the Saxons on the Unstrut, 1075. Contest with Pope Gregory VII, Hildebrand, 1073 to 1085. Descended from a family having a small estate in southern Tuscany. He was educated at the monastery of Cluny. He had, as cardinal subdeacon, afterwards as archdeacon and chancellor, conducted the temporal affairs of the papacy under 5 popes. Strict enforcement of the celibacy of the clergy, war against simony, Acts 8:18, and lay investitures, whereby is meant the investiture of clergy with the secular estates and rights of their spiritual benefices by the temporal power by means of the ring and staff. Gregory in alliance with Robert Guiscard, Duke of the Normans, and with the dissatisfied princes in Germany. Henry excommunicated, 1076, suspended from his royal office by the Diet at Tribourg, October 1076, and the ultimate decision referred to a Diet to be held at Augsburg in February 1077. A few days before Christmas, Henry left Speyer in secret with his wife, son, and 1 attendant, crossing the Alps under great hardship. 1077, Henry humbled himself before the Pope at Canossa, January 25 to 28, a castle belonging to the Pope's firm friend, the powerful Matilda, Marchioness of Tuscany. After 3 days' delay, passed by Henry in the garb of a penitent, in the snow-covered castle court, Gregory admitted him to his presence and gave him a conditional absolution. Fortune turned in Henry's favor. Rudolf of Swabia, whom the malcontents in Germany had elected king, March 1077, at Forsheim, was defeated and mortally wounded in the battle on the Elster, 1080. Swabia given to Frederick of Hohenstaufen, Henry's son-in-law, 1079. Henry a second time excommunicated, 1080, went to Italy, captured Rome, and was crowned by Clement III, a pope of his own creation. Gregory VII, besieged in the castle of St. Angelo, was released by the Norman Robert Guiscard and died 1085 at Salerno. Delixi justitiam et odi iniquitatem propteria morior in exilio. The influence of Gregory VII had been felt in all parts of the Christian world. It was under his auspices, some have claimed at his suggestion, that William of Normandy undertook the conquest of England. Henry was involved in a contest with a new king set up by the Saxons, Hermann of Salm, son of the Count of Luxembourg. Hermann, however, abdicated in 1088 and died the same year. Submission of the Saxons upon receiving assurance that their ancient privileges should be respected. The church was still hostile. Marriage of Matilda of Tuscany with Welf V, son of Duke Welf of Bavaria. 1090 to 1097. Third expedition to Italy. Henry captured Mantua after a siege of 11 months, but was in general unsuccessful. Revolt of his son Conrad, 1092. Henry returned to Germany in 1097, in which year the bands of the first Crusaders under Walter of Perigot and Peter the Hermit crossed Germany. War with Conrad, died 1101, and afterwards with Henry's other son Henry, who imprisoned his father. Flight of the emperor to Lüttich, where he died August 7, 1106. He was succeeded by his younger son, Henry V, 1106 to 1125. The king went to Rome, took Pope Paschal II prisoner, and forced him to perform the coronation and acknowledge the imperial right of investiture, 1111. As soon as the emperor had left Italy, the Lateran Council declared the concessions invalid as having been extorted by force, and a second council at Vienna excommunicated Henry. Wars with German princes who were in revolt, especially with Lothar of Saxony and the archbishops of Mainz and Cologne. Victory of the Saxons at Welzscholze near Mansfield, 1115. The war of the investiture was ended after a long contest with Calixtus II by the Concordat of Worms, 1122. Election of bishops and abbots in Germany to take place in the presence of the emperor or his representatives. Investiture by the emperor must precede consecration, but was to be conferred not with the ring and staff, but with the scepter. In Italy and Burgundy, investiture was to follow canonical election and consecration. Ecclesiastics holding secular benefices were bound to perform the feudal duties. End of section 37. Section 38 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 38, Part 2, France, 843 to 987, Carolingian Kings of the Franks, 843 to 877, Charles the Bald. His rule was limited to the neighborhood of Laon. Brittany and Septimania were independent. His supremacy in Aquitania was but nominal. Ravages of the Northmen incessant, daring, terrible. Sack of Saint, Limoges, Bordeaux, Tours, Rouen, Orléans, Toulouse, Bayeux, Évreux, Nantes. Some quarters of Paris even were ravaged. Lotharingia, divided between France and Germany by the Treaty of Meissen, 870. Ourthe, Meuse, Jura, the boundary between Germany and France. Charles wasted his energy striving for the imperial crown. Fiefs proclaimed hereditary at the Diet of Quercy, 877. Charles died on Mont Cenis, returning from an unsuccessful expedition to Italy. Rise of scholasticism. Joannes Scotus Erigena, Hincmar of Rheims. Charles was succeeded by his son. 877 to 879. Ludwig the Stammerer. Louis II le Bègue. 879 to 882. Ludwig III. Louis III in the north of France. 879 to 884. Carman in Aquitaine and over the whole kingdom. After 882, the ravages of the Northmen increased in frequency and duration in spite of Ludwig's victory at Sshoger in 881. Ludwigslede. Revolt of Basso, Duke of Cisjorane, Burgundy, 879. The heir of Ludwig II, Charles being but 5 years old, the nobles chose Charles the Fat of Germany, 884 to 887, king, thus uniting the whole empire once more in one hand. Siege of Paris by the Northmen under Rollo, Hrolf, in 885. Heroic defense by Eudes, Odo, Count of Paris. Charles, consenting to buy the retreat of the Northmen, was deposed in 887. Died in 888 in Germany. The empire of Charles reduced to 6 clearly distinct states: Italy, Germany, Lorraine, Provence, Trangerande, Burgundy, formed by the union of western Switzerland and Franche-Comté under Rudolph I, nephew of Eudes. France. In France, the nobles passed over the infant Charles and elected Eudes, 888 to 898, Count of Paris, son of Robert the Strong. The opposition party among the nobles advocated the claims of Charles III, 893 to 923, the Simple, who was not generally acknowledged until after the death of Eudes. In his reign, the Northmen gained a permanent foothold on the Seine, Normandy, under Rollo, the first Duke of Normandy, with feudal sovereignty over Brittany. 911. Treaty of Saint-Clair, Surepte, near Gisors. Baptism of Rollo under the name of Robert. Revolts against Charles. Robert, Duke of France, brother of Eudes, proclaimed king, but slain in the Battle of Soissons, 923. His place was filled by his son-in-law, Rudolph of Burgundy. Charles, treacherously seized by Herbert of Vermandois and imprisoned, died in 929. His wife, Eadgifu, Edwina, fled to her brother Ethelstain, king of England, with her 3-year-old son Ludwig IV, hence called d'Outre-mer, beyond seas. Rudolph dying in 936 without issue, the nobles, Hugh the White, Duke of France, died 956. Herbert of Vermandois and William Longsword of Normandy recalled Ludwig from beyond seas, 936 to 954. Louis IV d'Outre-mer, in whose reign the country was torn with civil war between the king, Hugh the White or Great, and Otto, king of Germany, East Franks. Ludwig was succeeded by his son Lothar, 954 to 986, who was under the influence of Hugh Capet, son of Hugh the Great. An unsuccessful attempt to acquire Lorraine brought on an invasion of France by Otto II of Germany. Lothar was succeeded by his son Ludwig V, 986 to 987, Le Fainéant, who, after a short and stormy reign, died suddenly, 987, without issue. The direct line of Charles the Great was extinct. The only man who had a claim to the succession was the uncle of Ludwig, Charles, Duke of Lorraine, a vassal of the emperor. 987 to 1328, Capetian dynasty, direct line. Hugh Capet, 987 to 996, was chosen king, but was powerless to resist the great feudal nobles, each of whom surpassed the king in military power and extent of territory. Dukes of Normandy, Brittany, Burgundy, Aquitaine, counts of Flanders, Champagne, Vermandois. The royal domain reached from the Somme to the Loire, with Normandy and Anjou on the west and Champagne on the east. Paris in the center was the capital of the new French monarchy, as Laon had been the capital of the old German kingdom. Capture of Charles the Carolingian, Gerbert, the Archbishop of Rheims, afterwards Pope Sylvester II. Under Hughes' son, 996 to 1031, Robert the royal power was wasted to a shadow. The king, pious, weak, and absurd, was involved in domestic trouble and in constant wars with the nobles. Rising of the serfs, 997, famine, 1030 to 1032, the Vexin on the Seine given to Normandy, Robert's son, Henry I, 1031 to 1060, retained scarcely a trace of power beyond the nomination of the bishops. Introduction of the Truce of God, Truga Dei, by the clergy, at first 1041 in Guyenne, whereby a cessation of all feuds was enjoined by the Church during church festivals, and from Wednesday evening to Monday morning in every week, only 80 days in a year, available for warfare. The crown having now become hereditary, Henry was succeeded quietly by his son, Philip I, 1060 to 1108, whose long reign, distinguished by no deeds of his own, is remarkable for two important events: the conquest of England by the Normans, 1066, and the First Crusade, 1096. End of section 38.
Section 39 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 14. An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 39. Part 3. England. 828 to 1066. England under the West Saxon kings. 828 to 837. Egbert, King of Wessex, ruler of Sussex, Kent, Essex, overlord of Mercia, East Anglia, Northumbria, Wales, and Strathclyde. Ravages of the Northmen. Pouring in swarms from the northern kingdoms of Denmark and Scandinavia, these pirates, the Vikings, harassed England and the continent almost beyond belief. The English called the Northmen Danes, although not all their assailants came from that kingdom. The Northmen were still heathens. The epoch of their invasions falls into three divisions. 1. 789 to 866, period of invasion and ravage without settlement. 2. 866 to 1003, period of settlement and conquest in various parts of the country. 3. 1003 to 1066, period of political conquest. The first recorded attack was in 789. In 834, Sheppey was ravaged. Defeat of the Danes at Hengestune. 836. Egbert was succeeded by his son Ethelwulf, 837 to 858. In 851, the Danes took London and Canterbury. In 855, they wintered for the first time in Sheppey. Ethelwulf married Judith, daughter of Charles the Bald, king of the West Franks. He was succeeded by his son Ethelbald, 858 to 860, who married his father's widow. On his death, Judith returned to the continent and married Baldwin, afterwards Count of Flanders. From this union descended Matilda, wife of William the Conqueror. Ethelbald was succeeded by his brother Ethelbert, 860 to 866, who was followed by his brother Ethelred I, 866 to 871. Settlement of the Danes in Northumbria. Romance of Ragnar Lodbrok. The Danes in East Anglia, 866, in Mercia, 868. 870. East Anglia conquered and settled by the Danes. Martyrdom of St. Edmund, king of the East Angles. Sack of Peterborough and Croyland. Danes in Wessex, 871. 9 battles were fought with the invaders this year. At Ashesdoon, the Danes were defeated by Ethelred and Alfred his brother. 871 to 901. Alfred the Great. In the earlier years of his reign, Wessex was at peace, but the other parts of England still suffered from Danish inroads. In 876, Danes settled in Northumbria, and Guthorm, Danish king in East Anglia, entered Wessex. In 877, lands in Mercia were divided among the Danes. 878, the Danes ravaged Wessex. Alfred took refuge in the forest. Erection of the fortress of Availle. Defeat of the Danes at Ethandune. Treaty of Wedmore between Alfred and Guthorm. The Danes left Wessex, but East Anglia and a part of Mercia were given up to them. London, however, was retained by Alfred. The country of the Danes, Danelaw as it came to be called, now embraced the larger part of England. 880 to 893. Peace in Wessex. Alfred was a skilful warrior, but no lover of war. His genius was for civil government. Revision of the laws. Separation of the judicial from the executive department. Trial by jury was not introduced by Alfred. That institution was of Norman origin, a development of principles of old Frankish law. Creation of a fleet, 882. Submission of several Welsh provinces. Encouragement of learning. Beda's Ecclesiastical History, Orosius' History, and Boethius' Consolation of Philosophy, translated into Anglo-Saxon by Alfred. Voyages of Othere and Wulfhere along the northern shores of Europe, undertaken at Alfred's request. Esser, the Anglo-Saxon chronicle, probably put into shape in this reign. The Danish War broke out again in 893 with an invasion of Kent. Defeat of the Danes at Bottington. In 901 Alfred died. He left 5 children, 2 sons, Edward and Ethelward, and 3 daughters, Ethelfled, the Lady of the Mercians, wife of Ethelred, alderman of West Saxon Mercia, Ethelgifu, abbess of Shaftesbury, Elfrid, wife of Baldwin II, Count of Flanders, son of Baldwin and Judith. From this union descended Matilda, wife of William the Conqueror. 901 to 925. Edward the Elder. Erection of fortresses along the Mercian frontier by Edward and Ethelfled. Conquest of the 5 boroughs, Derby, Lincoln, Leicester, Stamford, Nottingham, by Ethelfled. Annexation of Mercia to Wessex. Conquest of East Anglia and Essex. Submission of Strathclyde and all the Scots. 924. Edward, Lord of all Britain. Wessex, Kent, Sussex, he ruled by inheritance. Mercia, Essex, East Anglia, by conquest from the Danes. Northumberland, Wales, Scotland, Strathclyde, as overlord. Edward died in 925, and was succeeded by his son. 925 to 940. Athelstan. League of Scots, Welsh, and Danes crushed in 926. Again renewed, it was again broken up by the defeat of the allies in the Battle of Brunanburg. 937. Athelstan was succeeded by his brother Edmund, 940 to 946. Revolt of Danes and Scots. Reconquest of the 5 boroughs and the Danelaw. Cumberland given as a fief to Malcolm, King of Scots. Dunstan appointed abbot of Glastonbury. Murder of Edmund, who was succeeded by his brother Edored. 946 to 955. A revolt of the Danes was crushed in 954. Final submission of the Danelaw. Erdwig, 955 to 959, nephew of Edored, quarrelled with Dunstan and drove him from the country. He was succeeded by his brother Edgar, 959 to 975, the under-king of Mercia. Dunstan, recalled in 958, Archbishop of Canterbury, 959, was the true ruler. The royal power stood high. Revision of the laws. Secular priests were out of favour, and monks were installed in many of the wealthiest churches. Maintenance of a large fleet. Edgar was followed by his son Edward the Martyr, murdered 978. 978 to 1016. Ethelred II, the Unready, son of Edgar. Footnote. Such is his conventional title, probably despiser of counsel, would better convey the meaning of rudderless. End of footnote. Son of Edgar, in whose reign the political conquest of England was undertaken by the Danish sovereigns. Danish invasions began after a long interval in 980. Death of Dunstan, 988. Battle of Maldon against the Danes, 991, when Brythnoth, alderman of the East Saxons, fell. Song of Brythnoth's death. In this year, 991, the plan of buying off the Danes was adopted, £10,000 being paid, which were raised by a special tax, Danegeld. In 994, Anlaf, Olaf Tryggvason, and Svein, Svend with the forked beard, ravaged Kent and were paid £16,000. Ravages of the Northmen in 997, 998, 999, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1006, 1009, 1010, 1011, 1013, 1015. 1002, £24,000 paid to the Northmen. Massacre of all Danes in England upon one day, November 13, Danish Vespers, by order of Ethelred. Svein resolves on the conquest of England. Marriage of Ethelred and Emma, daughter of Richard I, Duke of Normandy. In 1007, £36,000. In 1012, £48,000 were paid to the Northmen. Death of Svein. 1014. Election of his son Knut, Canute, to succeed him. The Danes had now recovered all that part of England which they had acquired by the Treaty of Wedmore in 878. Upon the death of Ethelred, the Danish party in England chose Knut king, but the English party, which centered in London, chose Edmund Ironside, 1016, son of Ethelred. He made a brave stand, and many battles were fought this year. After the defeat of Edmund in Essendune, peace was concluded. Edmund received Wessex, Essex, East Anglia, and London. Knut received Northumberland and Mercia. The nominal overlordship of England remained with Edmund. After the death of Edmund, 1016, Knut became King of England. 1016 to 1042. Danish supremacy over England. 1016 to 1035. Knut. England divided into 4 governments: Wessex, under Knut; Mercia, East Anglia, Northumberland, under Jarls or Earls; Huscarls, Knut's personal following. Knut in Rome. 1027. Laws of Knut, 1028. Subjugation of Malcolm, King of Scots, 1031. Knut was succeeded by his sons Harold, 1035 to 1040, and Harthacnut, 1040 to 1042. Godwin, Earl of Wessex; Leofric, Earl of Mercia; Siward, Earl of Northumberland. On Harthacnut's death, the son of Ethelred, Edward the Confessor, 1042 to 1066, was elected king. He had been educated at the Norman court, and during his reign Norman influence was supreme at the court of England. The country was in the hands of the great Earls Godwin, Leofric, Siward. In 1051, Godwin, father-in-law of the king, was exiled. Recalled in 1052, he brought about a general banishment of the French. Upon the death of Godwin, his power passed to his son Harold, 1053. In 1055, Harold's brother Tostig succeeded Siward as Earl of Northumberland. In 1057, Harold's brother Gurth was made Earl in Norfolk and Suffolk, and another brother of Harold, Leofwin, Earl of Kent and Essex. Subjugation of Wales by Harold, 1063. Revolt of Northumberland, 1065. Deposition of Tostig and election of Morkere, grandson of Leofric of Mercia, and brother of Edwin, then Earl of Mercia. On the death of Edward, 1066, Harold, Earl of Wessex, was elected king. A claim to the succession was immediately advanced by William, Duke of Normandy, upon 3 grounds. First, the alleged bequest of Edward the Confessor. Second, an oath taken by Harold upon occasion of his having been shipwrecked on the coast of Normandy about 1064, in virtue of which he had become William's vassal, and had promised to marry his daughter and secure him the succession after the death of Edward. 3. The right of his wife Matilda. The claim being rejected, William at once prepared to assert it by arms. Invasion of Yorkshire by Harold Hardrada, King of Norway, and Tostig, brother of Harold of England. September 25. Battle of Stamford Bridge. Defeat and death of the invaders. William had meantime landed at Pevensey. Harold hastened south, but was defeated in the Battle of Hastings, or Senlac, October 14, and fell on the field. Edgar Atheling, grandson of Edmund Ironsides, was chosen king, but soon submitted, with all the chief men, to the victor. Election of William. End of section 39. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 40 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 40, Part 4, The North. Denmark. Northern historians of the Middle Age refer the conquest of the north to the Asus under Odin, who gave Denmark to his son. After him came Dan the Famous, who gave a name to the kingdom. Under Frode the Peaceful, who reigned at the beginning of our era, Denmark enjoyed a golden age. In the 8th century, the famous Battle of Bravalla was fought between Harald Hildetand, King of Denmark, and Sigurd Ring, King of Sweden, and ended in favor of the Swedes. Thus far, all is mythical. The true history of Denmark begins with Gorm the Old. It is clear, however, that the Danes had settled in two bands, one occupying the peninsula, Jutland, Schleswig, and Holstein, the other occupying the eastern islands, Zealand, Funen, etc. Both divisions, between which there was scanty intercourse, were ruled by numerous petty chiefs, Sma Kongar, among the famous of whom was the king and high priest of Ledre in Zealand, who was at the head of a loose confederacy of the islands. When Jutes and Angles in the 5th century migrated to Britain, Danes from the islands seem to have taken their place in the peninsula. Godfrey, king of Jutland, was embroiled with Charles the Great, and built a Deneverk, or line of fortress, across the peninsula. Under his successor Hemming, the Eider was made the boundary between Denmark and the Frankish Empire. In 822, Christianity preached in Denmark by Ebbo, Archbishop of Reims. In 826, Ansegarius, the Apostle of the North, labored in Denmark, but without lasting results. Gorm the Old, about 860 to 935, the first king of all Denmark, was a devout heathen who persecuted the new faith until forced to refrain by Henry I of Germany. Erection of the great Daneverk between the Slay and the Eider. Gorm ruled the peninsula, the islands, and Scania and Bleking, the northern provinces of Sweden. Harald Bluetooth, Blatand, 935 to 985, war with Norway. Otto II of Germany in 975 forced Harold to consent to the introduction of Christianity in his kingdom. Svend Forkbeard, Tvedsgade, 985 to 1014. Successful revolt of the tributary Wends. Svend in England. Nut the Great, 1014 to 1035, king of Denmark and of England. He passed most of his time in England, which led to an attempt on the part of the Ulf-jarl to make Harda-Knut king in Denmark. It failed, and Knut later had Ulf killed. In 1028, Knut was proclaimed king of Norway. Harda-Knut, Hatha-Knut, 1035 to 1042, succeeded his father in Denmark. His war with Magnus of Norway ended in an agreement whereby whoever should outlive the other should inherit his kingdom. Under this treaty, Magnus ruled Denmark, 1042 to 1047. He was succeeded by Svend Estridsson, son of Ulf-jarl and Estrid, sister of Knut, 1047 to 1076. War for 17 years with Harald Hardrada of Norway was brought to a close in 1064. War with the Wends. Svend raised Denmark to a position of power, which was lost under his 5 sons who followed him: Harald Hane, 1076 to 1080, Saint Knut, 1080 to 1086, Olaf Hunger, 1086 to 1095, Eric Ejegod, 1095 to 1103, Niels, 1105 to 1135. Sweden. Sweden was the first of the Scandinavian kingdoms to attain power. According to tradition, there were 2 races in the country besides the Finns, the Göta or Gotha, Goths, and the Svea. The Svea traced their origin to the followers of Odin. Njord, son of Odin, was the first king of Sweden. His son, Freyingva, built the temple of Uppsala and founded the line of the Ynglingar, which ruled the Svea until Ingjald Ilraada so angered the petty kings by his cruelty that they revolted. The king burned himself and his family, and his son Olaf fled to Norway. Ivar Vidfadme, king of Skaania, which was independent before its conquest by Gorm of Denmark, succeeded Ingjald. This was in the 7th century. In the 8th century falls the mythical Battle of Bravalla, where Sigurd Ring, king of Sweden, defeated Harald Hildetand of Denmark. Sigurd's son, Ragnar Lodbrog, is even more famous in story than his father. Tale of his capture by Aelle of Northumberland, and of his death in a pit of serpents, which his sons avenged by the slaughter of Aelle. In the 9th century, authentic history begins. Mission of Ansgarius, 829 to 865, to Sweden, where his preaching met with great success. Erik Amundsen, king of Sweden, died in 885, made important conquests in the east. At the same time, bands of Swedes settled around Novgorod, subjugated the Slavs, and laid the foundation of the future empire of Russia, Varangian Russia. Olaf, the Lapp king, 993 to 1024, was the first Christian king of Sweden. War with Saint Olaf of Norway. The last king of the Uppsala line was Emund Gamle the Old, who died about 1056. Stenkil, 1056 to 1066. Norway. According to tradition, Norway was first settled by Olaf Treitelje of the Ynglingar line, who fled from Sweden after the death of his father Ingjald. The country was governed by numerous petty kings and remained weak and distracted, like Sweden and Denmark, until, as in those countries, a process of consolidation set in the 9th century. Halfdan the Black, 841 to 863, reduced many of the petty kings to subjection, and his son, Harald Haarfager, 863 to 930, completed the work of conquest and introduced the feudal system. Defeat of the Jarls at Hafirst Fjord in 872. These changes, and the repression of freebooting which allowed them, induced a great migration of the Jarls, the most famous of the Vikings. Establishment of Northmen under Rolf Ganger Rollo in Normandy. Conquest of Dublin by Olaf in 852. Discovery and settlement of Iceland, 860 to 875, etc. Erik Blodux, 930 to 934. Håkon, 934 to 961. Harald Graafell, Håkon Jarl, 988 to 995. Olaf Tryggvason, 996 to 1000. He disappeared at the Battle of Svold, where he was defeated by Olaf the Lapp king of Sweden, Svend Tveskeg of Denmark, and Erik and Svend, sons of Håkon Jarl. The victors divided Norway between them. Discovery and settlement of Greenland by Erik the Red in 985. Vinland, America, seen by Bjarn and visited by Leif and others, 986 to 1011. Norway was again united by Saint Olaf II, 1015 to 1030, in whose reign Christianity was introduced. Magnus the Good, son of Olaf, 1035 to 1047, king of Denmark from 1042 to 1047. The Graa Gaas, or Book of the Law. Harold III Hardrada founded Opslo, Christiania, and fell at Stamford Bridge in 1066. Magnus II, 1066 to 1069. Olaf, 1069 to 1093. Magnus III Barfod, 1095 to 1103. Conquest of the Orkneys and Hebrides of Dublin. Death of Magnus in Ireland. End of section 40.
Section 41 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 41, Part 5, Spanish Peninsula. 755 to 1031. Caliphate of Cordoba founded by the last Umayyad Abdurrahman. Most brilliant period of the Moorish civilization in the 9th and 10th centuries. Abdurrahman III, Hakim II, Almanzor his general. The populous city of Cordoba, the seat of science and arts. 1031. Dissolution of the Caliphate of Cordoba into a number of small states. The Morabeths, or Almoravides, Yusuf, summoned from Mauritania, successfully opposed the Christians, 1086, and made themselves masters of Mohammedan Spain. Christian kingdoms. Asturia, Oviedo, since the conquest of the country as far as the Duero by Alfonso III in the 10th century, called the Kingdom of Leon after the new residence Leon. Castile, so called from the castles erected against the Arabs, originally a county of Asturia. Navarre, a border state in the Pyrenees. First a county under French supremacy, then independent. Sancho I assumed the title King of Navarre, 905, and subjugated Aragon, originally a Frankish county north of Navarre. 1000 to 1035. Sancho III, the Great, King of Navarre, and, by inheritance, King of Castile, divided at his death his kingdom among his 3 sons. As Leon and Castile were soon united, there existed henceforth 3 Christian kingdoms in Spain. 1. Castile-Leon, 2. Navarre, 3. Aragon. We must also reckon the county of Barcelona, which grew out of the Spanish mark of Charles the Great and was independent after the time of Charles the Bald. Wars of Rui Diaz, called by the Arabs Cid, i.e. Lord, died 1099. End of section 41. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 42 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 42, Part 6, The East. Eastern Empire, 527 to 565, Justinian I, Emperor of the East, Belisarius, Narses. Codification of the law in the form known as the Corpus Juris Civilis Tribonianus, comprising 1. Institutionis, 2. Pandecti or Digesta, 3. Codex, 4. Novelli, later additions. Parties of the circus, greens, blues, reds, and whites. Bloody contests, Nika, 532. The Church of San Sophia, built by Constantine. Hagia Sophia, burnt and rebuilt with great splendor. Decline of the empire under Justinian's successors, cruelty, mutilations, a part of the Asiatic and African provinces conquered by the Persians and afterwards by the Arabs. 726 to 842, contest over images, image breakers, iconoclasts, and image worshippers. 717, to 741. Leo the Isaurian, image worship prohibited. 780 to 802. Irene, who out of love of power had her own son blinded, restored image worship. The accession of a woman to the imperial throne served as a pretext to legalize the transfer of the imperial crown from the east to the west. 842. Theodora fully restored image worship. 867 to 1057. Eastern emperors of the Macedonian line. The empire hard pressed by Arabs, Bulgarians, and Magyars. The emperors Nicephorus Phocas and John Zimisces, whom Theophano, widow of Romanus II, died 962, placed on the throne, partially reconquered the provinces which the Arabs and Bulgarians had torn from the empire. Caliphate of Baghdad under the Abbasides, 750 to 1258. Immediately after the reigns of Harun al-Rashid and Ma'mun, the power of the caliphs began to decline. 935. The Emir al-Umra, that is, Prince of Princes, received all the secular power. The caliph remained only spiritual head of the faithful. 969. Egypt, independent under Fatimites. 1058. Seljuk Turks, Togrul Bey, Alp Arslan, Malik Shah, attained the dignity of Emir al-Umra, Seljuk supremacy. 1092. The empire of the Seljuks separated into a number of small sultanates: Iran, Kerman, Aleppo, Damascus, Iconium, or Rum. India. The early history is exceeding uncertain, and the most important events are assigned dates differing from one another by over 4 centuries. The Guptas, who succeeded in power the Shahs of Saurashtra, 60 BC to 235 AD, occupied Kannauj from 319 to about 470, when they were overthrown by Tatar invaders. Huns and the Vallabhis, who dwelt in Kutch and the northern part of Bombay, were the principal power in India, 480 to 722. Actual authentic history begins with the Arabic invasions. Sind was the first province to feel the Mohammedan attack. It was conquered in 711, but in 750 a general uprising expelled the victors. About 1000 to 1186, supremacy of the sultans of Ghazni. The next great attack was made by a Turk, Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni in Kabul, who invaded India 17 times and conquered the country to the Ganges. The decisive struggle took place at Peshawar, where Mahmud was victorious. In 1024, famous expedition to Gujarat, destruction of the idol pillar filled with jewels. Mahmud was succeeded by 14 rulers of his house, the last of whom, Bahram, was conquered by Allah-ud-Din of Ghor. Bahram's son, Khusru, founded at Lahore the first Mohammedan dynasty in India proper. 1186 to 1206, supremacy of the Afghans of Ghor. In 1186, Khusru's son was made captive by Mohammed Ghori, after which the predominance exercised by the Turks of Ghazni passed into the hands of the Afghans of Ghor. Mohammed Ghori was killed in 1206. China, 590 to 618, dynasty of Sui, under whose energetic sway China was partially rescued from the confusion of the 3 kingdoms. 618 to 907, dynasty of Tang, founded by the usurper Liu Yuan, who as emperor took the name of Cao Su. The first part of this period down to 718 was a brilliant time for China and the golden age of literature. The earlier rulers, Tai Sung, 627 to 650, Gao Sung, 650 to 683, Wu Hao, 683 to 705, the wife of Cao Sung, who usurped the throne on her husband's death, were valiant warriors and wise rulers who held the Tatars in check, recovered much of the former possessions of China in Central Asia, and raised the empire to a commanding position among other nations. 643, embassies from Persia and Constantinople in China. From 718, the attacks of the Tatars increased in vehemence. From 763 to 780, their inroads were incessant. Under Wu Sung, 841 to 847, temples were destroyed, monasteries and nunneries closed, and all foreign priests, Christian, Persian, Buddhist, banished. The reaction was, however, short-lived. Invention of printing. 907 to 960, 5 dynasties later, Liang, later Tang, later Xin, later Han, later Chao, occupied the throne within this period, but the power of each was very limited. In Honan, Sichuan, and other provinces, independent states arose. 960 to 976, Zhao Kuang-yin as Emperor. Tai Su, the founder of the dynasty of the later Sung, fought with success against the Khitan Tatars, who had occupied the whole of Manchuria, establishing there the empire of Haya. Succeeding emperors were less fortunate and paid tribute to the Tatars. 976 to 1101. Japan, from the reign of Ojin 270 to 310 to the close of the 6th century, the history of Japan is a record of quiet progress in civilization under the influence of continental intercourse and of increasing wealth. Throughout this period, as before, the Mikados were actual sovereigns and personal commanders. The close of this epoch saw the introduction of Buddhism into Japan and its rapid spread. The 7th century is of surpassing interest in the history of Japan, for then it was that causes, long working in silence and unseen, resulted in changes subversive of the entire social and political life of the Japanese, changes which led to the withdrawal of the Mikado from personal intercourse with his subjects behind a veil of formal etiquette and heightened reverence, and to the predominance of the military over the civil power, until the actual government of the country passed from its legal sovereign, the Mikado, into the hands of an usurping military chieftain, thus creating a long-enduring, much misunderstood system of dual government. Changes whose final outcome was a feudal system corresponding to that known to medieval Europe, which, with its legitimate offspring, oppression, weakness, anarchy, lasted until 1868. These changes were the following: 1. The growth of a numerous court nobility of imperial and hence of divine descent. 2. The creation of numerous offices of state, which became the property of the court nobility. 3. The division of the male population into an agricultural and a military class. 4. The separation of state offices into 2 sections, the civil and the military, and the continuance of each in the hands of one group of noble families. 1. The Kuge, or court nobility, owed their numbers to the practice of polygamy, which the necessity of providing against the extinction of a divine dynastic line imposed on the Mikados. They comprise at present 155 families, which form among themselves larger groups or clans. Such clans are the Fujiwara, the most famous of all the Kuge, the Sugawara, the Taira, Haika in Chinese characters, the Minamoto, Genji in Chinese characters. 2. In 603, the requirements of a more extensive empire caused the establishment of 8 great administrative departments and of a host of smaller offices, which were filled by members of the Kuge and gradually became vested in certain families. 3. The demand of the growing empire for increased military efficiency led to the division of the whole male population into 2 classes. 1. The class of agricultural laborers, comprising all who were unfit for military service. They were relegated to a life of unbroken toil and were burdened with the annual payment of a quantity of rice sufficient for the support of the 2. Military class, the samurai, which included all the bravest and most intellectual men in Japan. Relieved from the necessity of working by the tax received from the first class, and not overburdened with military duties, these men were free to devote themselves to the pursuit of literature and learning, forming the best element in the nation. 4. The Fujiwara, increasing in power, gradually absorbed all civil offices, while the military offices were filled from the 2 families of Taira and Minamoto, better known as Hai and Gen. Thus did the Fujiwara become enervated by the luxury of palace life. Thus did the Mikado, while his office gained in respect and reverence by its environment of titled officials, lose all real power and sink to a mere puppet in the hands of intriguing nobles, to be installed and deposed at will. Thus did both emperor and court constantly lose ground before the growing influence of those energetic families to whom were given the active duties of military command. The generals, or shoguns, became the mayors of the palace of Japan. So originated the dual government, which was not, as foreigners long thought, a constitutional institution, whereby the civil and military functions of government were vested in the shogun, or temporal emperor tycoon, and the religious functions in the mikado, or spiritual emperor, but an unconstitutional innovation, wherein a subordinate officer had usurped that authority which belonged of right to the only emperor, the mikado, and whose position that emperor had never recognized. The natural result of this state of affairs was the evolution of military feudalism, whose rise is considered in the next period. 794, the capital of the empire, the home of the mikado and the kuge, permanently fixed at Kyoto, near Lake Biwa. 1156, outbreak of war between the families of Gen and Hai, Minamoto and Taira, which had previously shared the military offices in peace. End of section 42. Section 43 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 43. Third Period, Epoch of the Crusades, 1096 to 1270. Part 1. Crusades. Cause: the pilgrimages of the Christians to the Holy Sepulchre, where Saint Helena, mother of Constantine the Great, had built a vault for the sepulchre, and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, were interrupted after the Fatimites, and yet more after the Seljuks came to power. Ill treatment of the pilgrims. The hermit Peter of Amiens demanded of the Pope Urban II, 1088 to 1099, assistance in freeing the holy places, and preached the crusade in Italy, and France. Footnote: V. Seibel Gesch des Ersten Kreuzugs, 1841, has shown, on conclusive grounds, that the idea of the Crusades originated principally with Pope Urban II. It has recently been made doubtful whether Peter of Amiens had been in the Holy Land at all before the First Crusade. End of footnote. Councils of the Church at Piacenza and Clermont in Auvergne, 1095. Addressed by the Pope. Universal enthusiasm. It is the will of God. The undisciplined bands, led by Peter, by the French knight Walter of Passy and his nephew Walter Saint-Xavier, the penniless, and others, were for the most part annihilated in Hungary and Bulgaria. 1096 to 1099, First Crusade, Kingdom of Jerusalem. Leaders of the First Crusade: Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lower Lotharingia, his brothers Baldwin and Eustache; Robert, Duke of Normandy, son of William the Conqueror; Robert of Flanders; Stephen of Blois; Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse; Hugo of Vermandois, brother of Philip I, King of France; Bohemond of Tarentum, son of Robert Guiscard, his nephew Tancred. They led 200,000 or 300,000 warriors to the east. Bishop Adhemar of Puy, who was the first to take the cross at Clermont, went with the expedition as papal legate. Died 1098. No king took part personally in this crusade. The princes went to Constantinople, where all except Raymond did feudal homage to the Emperor Alexius Comnenus. Attack upon the territory of Kilij Arslan, Sultan of Iconium, or Rum. June 1097, Nicaea surrendered to the Grecian emperor after a siege of several weeks' duration. Victory of the Crusaders at Dorylaeum, July 1st, over the Sultan Kilij Arslan. Baldwin, separated from the main army, crossed the Euphrates and conquered a principality for himself in Edessa. 1097 to 1098, the main army besieged Antiochia on the Orontes for 9 months in vain, but finally the city was betrayed to Bohemond of Tarentum by the Armenian renegade Pyrrhus. 1098, Kerboga, the powerful emir of Mosul, besieged the Crusaders, exhausted through sickness and want, in Antioch with an immense army. Victorious sally of the Christians, the Holy Lance. The Seljuk army defeated and scattered. Long rest of the Crusaders in Antioch and quarrels among them. 1099, expedition along the coast toward Jerusalem. Unsuccessful siege of the fortress of Archa. In May they advanced beyond Caesarea. On the 7th of June, the Crusaders, now numbering but 21,500 effective men, beheld the holy city, which the Fatimites had reconquered from the Seljuks in 1098. 1099, storm of Jerusalem. After a 5-week siege, July 15, terrible massacre, pilgrimage to the Church of the Resurrection. Establishment of a feudal kingdom of Jerusalem, chiefly French, with vassal counties, Edessa, Antiochia, and afterwards Tripoli. Assizes du Royaume de Jérusalem. 3 chief officers, seneschal, connétable, marshal. 2 patriarchs at Jerusalem and at Antiochia. Godfrey of Bouillon, protector of the Holy Sepulchre, defeated the Sultan of Egypt at Ascalon or Gaza. Godfrey died 1100. His brother Baldwin I, king of Jerusalem, Acre, Tripoli, Berytus, Beirut, Sidon, conquered with the aid of Pisa and Genoa. Baldwin I died 1118, was succeeded by Baldwin II, died 1131. Fulco of Anjou died 1143, under whom the kingdom of Jerusalem reached its greatest extent. Baldwin III died 1162. Amalric died 1173. Baldwin IV died 1184. Baldwin V, not of age, died 1186. Veit, Guy of Lusignan, 1147 to 1149. Second Crusade, without result. Cause, conquest of Edessa by Imad ed-Din. Zenki, emir of Mosul, 1144. Second conquest and destruction of the city by his son Nur ad-Din, 1146. Bernard, abbot of Clairvaux, preached the crusade. Conrad III of Germany and Louis VII of France started for Palestine, the former from Regensburg, Ratisbon, the latter from Metz somewhat later. Both armies passed through Hungary to Asia Minor. The German army, being far in advance, entered Phrygia, where it was almost annihilated by want and by the opposition of the Sultan of Iconium, but few regaining Nicaea. With the scanty following, Conrad joined the expedition of the French army along the coast, but returned from Ephesus to Constantinople on account of ill health. Louis and the French nobility took ship from Pamphylia for Antiochia. The common soldiery continued by land to Cilicia, and were completely annihilated by hunger and the enemy. Conrad went from Constantinople to the Holy Land by sea, 1148, and in conjunction with the French made an unsuccessful attack on Damascus. 1189 to 1192, Third Crusade, conquest of Acre, Saint Jean d'Acre or Ptolemais. Cause, capture of Veit, Guy of Lusignan, king of Jerusalem, at Tiberias on the Sea of Genezareth. Conquest of Acre and Jerusalem by Salah ed-Din. 1187, the founder of the dynasty of the Ayyubites in Egypt. He treated the Christians magnanimously. The Emperor Frederick I, who in his youth had taken part in the Second Crusade, undertook in his old age an expedition from Regensburg, Ratisbon, in the spring of 1189, passed through Hungary, spent the winter in Adrianople, crossed 1190 to Asia Minor, conquered Iconium, and went to Cilicia, where he was drowned in the Calacadnus Seleth. His son Frederick of Swabia led a part of the pilgrims, many having turned back by way of Tarsus, Antiochia, and Tyrus to Acon, Ptolemais, Saint-Jean d'Acre. He died 1191 during the siege of this city, which was conducted by the King Guy of Lusignan, who had gained his freedom. Richard the Lion-hearted, Coeur de Lion, King of England, but French in nationality and language, and Philip II, Augustus, French Auguste, a title of respect which was given him later, King of France, went by sea to the Holy Land, 1190. Richard from Marseille, Philip from Genoa, participation of Genoa, Pisa, and Venice. After a long stay in Sicily and many quarrels, the two kings reached Acre, which Lusignan had already besieged for nearly 2 years. The city was now soon forced to surrender, July 1191. Philip, having quarreled with Richard, returned to France, 1191. Heroic deeds and cruelty of Richard, who, however, was twice obliged to turn back from before Jerusalem. Armistice with Saladin. The strip of coast from Joppa to Acre given to the Christians. Pilgrimages to the holy places permitted. Richard gave Cyprus, which he had conquered in 1191, as a fief to Veit Guy of Lusignan, autumn of 1192, who transferred his title of King of Jerusalem to Henri of Champagne. Richard, on his return, suffered a shipwreck at Aquileia, was recognized in Vienna, detained by Leopold, Duke of Austria, at the command of the Emperor Henry VI, kept a prisoner by the Emperor 13 months in Trefels near Annweiler in the county Palatine, and in Worms, and released only upon payment of a ransom and rendering homage. Footnote. It is probable that the story of the Austrian banner having been trodden in the filth at Acre by Richard's command is not a fable. Compare Took Kaiser Heinrich VI, pages 256 to 558. But the imprisonment of Richard had doubtless higher political motives, and is sufficiently explained by the alliance of Richard with the Welkirch party in Germany. See page 223. End of footnote. 1202 to 1204, Fourth Crusade, Latin Empire, 1204 to 1261. At the instance of Pope Innocent III, preaching by Fulco of Neuilly, a crusade directed originally against Egypt was undertaken by powerful French barons, assisted by Baldwin, Count of Flanders, and Boniface, Marquis of Montferrat. The Crusaders undertook the siege of Zara and Dalmatia, which the King of Hungary had seized for the Venetians, Doge Henry Dandolo, partly in payment for transport. At the urgent request of Alexius, son of the Eastern Emperor Isaac Angelus, who had been dethroned by his brother, a request strongly supported by Philip of Swabia, the Crusaders went to Constantinople with the Venetian fleet of 480 sail, captured the city, and replaced Alexius and his father on the throne, 1203. The emperor was unable to fulfill his compact with the Crusaders, union of the Greek Church with that of Rome, large payments in money, contention during which the city caught fire, revolt of the Greek populace. Isaac died. After the murder of Alexius by the Greeks, second capture of the city, pillage, new conflagration, which consumed many works of ancient literature. Establishment of the Latin Empire, Baldwin emperor, many coast districts and islands fell to the Venetians. The Marquis of Montferrat became king of Thessalonica. French dukes in Athens, Achaia, etc. Villehardouin, historian of the expedition. Establishment of a Greek empire at Nicaea by Theodore Lascaris, and a second, the empire of Trebizond, on the coast of the Pontus Euxenus, by a descendant of the Comnenus. Michael Palaeologus of the Nicaean Empire put an end to the Latin Empire in 1261. 1212, the Children's Crusade. Thousands of German and French boys started for the Holy Land. Many died on the way. Many were sold into slavery. 1217, Crusade of Andrew II, King of Hungary, without result. 1218 to 1221, unsuccessful attack upon Egypt under John of Brienne, king of Jerusalem. 1228 to 1229, Fifth Crusade. Jerusalem regained for a short time. Frederick II, Emperor of the West, who was under the papal ban for not having fulfilled his promise of undertaking a crusade, went to Acre by sea and received Jerusalem, where he crowned himself, Nazareth, and a strip of land reaching to the coast, together with Sidon, from Sultan Camille el Kamel, on condition of a 10 years' armistice. Jerusalem was lost again, and finally 1244. 1248 to 1254, Sixth Crusade, without result. Louis IX, King of France, St. Louis, went to Cyprus and passed the winter there in order to destroy the Saracen power in his stronghold of Egypt. He went in the spring of 1249 to Damietta and captured the city. On the expedition which he undertook in November against Cairo, Louis was defeated by the Ayyubite Sultan Turan Shah al-Moaddan, cut off from Damietta and captured with the entire French army, April 1250. The execution of the treaty of peace, whereby the king was to be liberated on condition of evacuating Damietta and paying a heavy ransom, was delayed by the overthrow of the Ayyubites by the Mamelukes. Louis coasted along Palestine, fortified Acre and other cities of the coast in the course of a residence of almost 4 years, and returned to France in 1254. 1268, Antiochia lost to the Mohammedans. 1270, Seventh Crusade, without result. Louis IX went to Tunis, where he and the greater part of the army were carried off by sickness. 1291, Acre, Ptolemais, stormed by the Mamelukes. The Christians abandoned their last possessions in Palestine, Tyre, Berytus, Sidon. The Crusades were the greatest events of the Middle Age. In spite of the excesses and cruelties of many of the Crusaders, they lend to the time to which they belong an ideal, a religious character. Results of the Crusades: 1. Increased power and authority of the Church and the Papacy. 2. Increase of the personal power of princes owing to the reversion of many feudal holdings which became vacant. 3. Rise of independent communities who bought their freedom from their overlords, who needed funds for the pilgrimage. 4. Development of commerce, the Italian republics at the height of their power. 5. Intellectual growth resulting from the new ideas brought back from the East, especially advance in the knowledge of geography and natural history. 6. Perfection of the institution of knighthood, chivalry. The 3 religious orders of knighthood: 1. Knights of St. John, or Hospitallers, that is, Knights of the Hospital of St. John in Jerusalem, founded by merchants from Amalfi, 1070. The brotherhood was enlarged after the First Crusade, Gerhard, and converted into an order of knighthood after the manner of the Templars, Raymond Dupuy. Black Mantle, White Cross. The order was transferred to Cyprus, 1291, to Rhodes, 1310, whence they were called Knights of Rhodes. Rhodes lost, 1522. In 1526 the order received a gift of Malta from the Emperor Charles V, thence called Knights of Malta. 2. Knights of the Temple, or Templars, from the Temple of Solomon, on whose site stood the house of the order in Jerusalem, originating in a union of 9 French knights in 1118, Hugo de Payan. White Mantle, Red Cross. In 1291 the order was transferred to Cyprus. In 1312 dissolved by Pope Clement V at the Council of Vienne. 3. The Order of Teutonic Knights, originally Brotherhood of the German Hospital, founded in 1190, was in 1198 raised to an order of knighthood by Frederick of Swabia before Acre during the Third Crusade. White Mantle, Black Cross, seat of the order at Acre, under the Grand Master Hermann of Salsa. A band of knights went to Prussia, then occupied by the heathen Wends in 1226. Hermann of Balk, first Landmeister in Prussia, which was subjugated by bloody wars, 1226 to 1283. In 1291 the seat of the Grand Master was transferred to Venice, 1309 to Marienburg, 1457 to Königsberg. The land of the order was secularized in 1525. Those knights who remained Catholic maintained possession of the German estates, residence of the Grand Master of Mergentine at Franconia. The order was dissolved in 1809. In all 3 orders, knights, priests, brothers in service. End of section 43. Section 44 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 44, Part 2, Germany and Italy. 1125 to 1137, Lothar of Saxony, supported by his son-in-law Henry the Proud, Duke of Bavaria of the House of Welf, whom he later appointed Duke of Saxony as well, and Berthold, Duke of Zeringen. Lothar fought until 1135 against the two powerful Hohenstaufens, Frederick, Duke of Swabia, and Conrad, nephew of the last emperor, Henry V. Their father was Frederick of Buren, and Stauffen, son-in-law of the emperor Henry IV. 1132 to 1133. On his first Roman expedition, Lothar was crowned by Pope Innocent II and accepted the allodial possessions of Matilda of Tuscany as a fief from the Pope. 1136 to 1137. On his second Roman expedition, Lothar attacked the Norman Roger II, who had assumed the title of King of the Two Sicilies, and drove him for a short time to Sicily. On his return, Lothar died at Breitenfang in Upper Bavaria, December 3 to 4, 1137. Under Lothar's reign, German influence made great advances in the north and east. The Danish king, Magnus, recognized anew the overlordship of the emperor. Bohemia did feudal homage. The Wends were driven back and in increasing numbers converted to Christianity. Holstein given to Adolf, Count of Schaumburg, the Margravate of Meissen to Conrad of Wettin, the Nordmark or Altmark at the mouth of the Havel and on the left bank of the Elbe to Albert the Brer of the House of Wallenstadt or Ascania, 1134, who had done Lothar important service on the first Roman expedition. Albert crossed the Elbe and conquered almost the entire Mittelmark, which then received the name of Brandenburg from its chief city. 1138 to 1254, House of Hohenstaufen, Stauffer, so called from the castle of Stauffen in Swabia. 1138 to 1152, Conrad III, elected by the party opposed to the Saxon house without participation of the Saxons and Bavarians, or the Ghibellines, Italian corruption of Weiblingen, the name of the castle of the Hohenstaufens, and the Welfs or Guelfs. Compare the genealogical table, page 220. Conrad put Henry the Proud under the ban and gave Saxony to Albert the Bear and Bavaria to Leopold IV, Margrave of Austria. 1139. During the changing fortunes of the war, Henry the Proud died. The claims of his 10-year-old son Henry, afterwards called the Lion, to Saxony were maintained by the latter's mother and grandmother and their connection. Bavaria was claimed by Welf, the sixth brother of Henry the Proud. Welf advanced to the relief of the city of Weinsberg, which Conrad besieged. In the Battle of Weinsberg, footnote, recent investigators denied that the cry of High Welf, High Weiblingen was heard here for the first time. End of footnote. 1140, Conrad conquered, and the city was compelled to surrender. The Faithful Wives of Weinsberg, poem by Berger. After the death of Leopold of Austria, October 18, 1141, Bavaria fell to his brother Henry Jasomirgott. Footnote, so called from his favorite oath. End of footnote. who married Gertrude, Henry the Proud's widow, 1142. Her son, Henry the Lion, received Saxony. Albert the Bear gave up his claim to Saxony. The Mark of Brandenburg, which was a fief held directly from the Emperor, Reichsmittelbar, and his other possessions, which his enemies had occupied, were restored to him. Conrad's crusade. Conrad, whose eldest son Henry, who had already been elected king, died before him, appointed as his successor, not his second son, a minor, but his nephew, Frederick of Swabia, who was unanimously elected by the princes. Conrad died February 11, 1152, at Bamberg. 1152 to 1190, Frederick I, Barbarossa, one of the most heroic figures of the Middle Age, died at Meersburg. Frederick settled the disputed succession to the Danish crown. Sven became king of Denmark as a vassal of the empire. 1152. Frederick's main object was to make good the imperial authority, and in particular to restore the imperial rights in northern Italy, which had become narrowed by neglect. Hence war with the powerful republican cities of Lombardy. 6 expeditions to Italy. 1154 to 1155, first expedition. Frederick destroyed some small places which opposed him, and was crowned king of Italy in Pavia, and emperor at Rome by Hadrian IV, who had appealed to him for aid against the Romans. Arnold of Brescia, scholar of the schoolmen. Abelard, a popular preacher, who inveighed against the secular power of the clergy and possession of estates by the church, was condemned and burnt. 1153, Convention of Constance between Frederick and the Papal See. 1156, Henry the Lion received Bavaria again. Austria was separated from Bavaria and raised to a duchy, hereditary in the female as well as the male line. 1157, died at Würzburg. Nearly all the states of the West did homage to the imperial power, Holy Roman Empire. In Besançon, the Burgundian nobles submitted again to the empire. The Bohemian Duke Vladislav received from Frederick the royal crown. 1158 to 1162, second expedition to Italy. The Lombard cities, including Milan itself, submitted. At the Diet on the Roncallian fields, the rights of the emperor were defined as against the cities. Jurisdiction in the cities transferred from the consuls to an officer of the empire, the podesta. Prohibition of the right of private war between the cities. The Milanese revolted. Quarrel between the Pope and the emperor. Tedious war with Milan, which surrendered after a 2 years' siege. At the emperor's command, Milan was destroyed, 1162, by the inhabitants of the neighboring cities. 1159 to 1177, schism in the church. Alexander III, elected by the majority of the cardinals, Victor IV by the minority who favored the emperor, and recognized by the council which Frederick convened at Pavia, alliance between Alexander III and the Lombard cities. 1163, third expedition without an army. After the death of Victor IV, April 1164, a new anti-pope, Paschal III, was elected by the imperial party. New disturbances in Italy soon broke out. 1166 to 1168, fourth expedition, Paschal III, conducted to Rome by Frederick. 1167, Lombard League between the cities of Lombardy, Cremona, Bergamo, Brescia, Mantua, and Ferrara, and the cities of the Veronese March, Verona, Vicenza, Padua, Treviso, which had united in 1164. Union of the Guelphs with Ghibellines. They rebuilt Milan, built Alessandria, so called after their ally, Pope Alexander III, and occupied the passes of the Alps. The emperor, whose army was almost annihilated by a plague which broke out in Rome, with difficulty escaped to Germany. In Germany, a great feud had been raging since 1166 between Henry the Lion and his enemies, the archbishops of Mecklenburg and Bremen. Albert the Bear, Otto of Meissen, etc. The emperor put an end to the strife at the Diet of Bamberg. 1168, Henry the Lion undertook a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. 1172. 1174 to 1177, fifth expedition. The emperor entered Lombardy over Mont Cenis. He besieged Alexandria in vain. Henry the Lion deserted him and returned to Germany. The emperor attacked the Lombards, but in spite of his heroic courage at the Battle of Legnano, 1176 was completely defeated. Negotiations and armistice with Alexander III and the Lombard cities. 1177, reconciliation between the emperor and the pope at Venice. 1183, the definitive peace with the Lombard cities was concluded at Constance. The emperor renounced all regal privileges which he had hitherto claimed in the towns, acknowledged the right of the confederated cities to levy armies, to fortify themselves, and to exercise civil and criminal jurisdiction. By the popular nomination, the consuls acquired the rights of imperial vicars. The extension of the confederacy for the purpose of maintaining these rights was authorized. The cities agreed to maintain all just rights of the emperor, a recognition of the overlordship of the emperor, which, however, they were allowed to redeem by an annual payment. Henry the Lion, humbled in Germany, after his neglect to appear at 4 diets, he was put under the ban of the empire and his fiefs declared forfeited. 1180. He defended himself bravely and defeated the Archbishop of Cologne. Upon the approach of the emperor, Henry's vassals gradually deserted him. Henry threw himself at the emperor's feet in Erfurt, 1181, but was allowed to retain his allodial estates only, Braunschweig, Brunswick, and Lüneburg. Division of the old Duchy of Saxony, part of Westphalia, was given to the Archbishopric of Cologne. Lübeck, Hamburg, and Bremen became in the course of time free cities, owing allegiance to the empire only. The Archbishop of Magdeburg and Bremen, the bishops of Halberstadt, Hildesheim, Lübeck, etc., the counts of Holstein and Oldenburg, etc., became immediate vassals of the empire. Eastern Saxony and the ducal title were given to Bernard of Ascania, son of Albert the Bear. Otto of Wittelsbach received Bavaria. Henry the Lion was obliged to leave the country for 3 years. He went to the court of Henry II of England, his father-in-law. 1184, brilliant court festival at Mainz. 1184 to 1186, sixth expedition to Italy, peaceful. The emperor gave his son Henry, who was now 21, but had long been king-elect of Germany, in marriage to Constance. 1186, daughter of Roger II, aunt and heiress of William II, the last Norman king of Naples and Sicily. 1190, Frederick's crusade and death. His son, King Henry, whom he left behind as vice-regent, was obliged to take the field against Henry the Lion, who, upon the emperor's departure, had been sent out of the empire for another 3 years, but had since returned from England. The death of William II of Sicily in November 1189 led Henry to come to an understanding with Henry the Lion. In the meantime came the news of the emperor's death. 1190 to 1197, Henry VI, a highly educated statesman, but stern and relentless. 1191, first expedition to Italy. Henry received the imperial crown at Rome after he had abandoned Tusculum, which had ever been true to his father, to the Romans. The city was destroyed. Frascati grew up near its site. Henry went to Naples to rescue the inheritance of his wife Constance from Tancred of Lecce, whom the native party in Palermo had elected king. Unsuccessful siege of Naples for 3 months. Sickness in the army compelled the emperor to return to Germany. 1192 to 1194, new war with Henry the Lion, who had not kept the first treaty. The war ended in a compromise, the conclusion of which was assisted by the liberation of the brother-in-law of Henry the Lion, Richard Coeur de Lion of England, and by a marriage between Agnes, daughter of the emperor's uncle Conrad, Count Palatine of the Rhine, with Henry, son of Henry the Lion. 1194, second expedition to Italy, where Tancred had died. War with his widow and his son William. The emperor subjugated the kingdom of the two Sicilies and punished with severity the participants in a conspiracy against himself. 1194, Henry threatened with excommunication for withholding the estates of Matilda from the Pope. 1196, died at Würzburg. Henry's plan of making Germany, united with the Sicilies, an hereditary monarchy, on condition that all fiefs should become hereditary, even in the female line, failed in consequence of the resistance of the princes and the lesser nobility. 1197, third expedition to Italy. Henry suppressed the second conspiracy with cruel severity in the midst of his great plans. Conquest of the Eastern Empire, crusade. He died suddenly in Messina, 32 years old. 28 September 1197, double election in Germany. 1198 to 1208, Philip of Swabia, youngest son of Frederick Barbarossa. 1198 to 1215, 1218, Otto IV of Brunswick, son of Henry the Lion. 1198 to 1215, war for the crown between the house of Hohenstaufen and of Welf. Otto IV, recognized by Pope Innocent III, was defeated by Philip and his power reduced almost to the limits of Brunswick. In the midst of preparations for a last and decisive combat, Philip was assassinated at Bamberg by the Count Palatine Otto of Wittelsbach. Otto IV was universally recognized and crowned at Rome by Innocent III, 1209, after having abandoned the estates of Matilda to the papal chair and made other concessions. He was soon involved in a quarrel with the Pope, however, and the latter put forward his ward, Frederick, son of Henry VI, as anti-emperor, 1212. Otto IV, in alliance with England, was defeated at Bouvines, near Lille, by Philip II, Augustus, 1214, and returned to his own domains. Died at the Harzburg, May 10, 1218. 1212 to 1250, Frederick II, also king of the two Sicilies, a prince of remarkable gifts, but passionate, more Italian than German, having been born in Sicily and educated by his Italian mother. He was an energetic opponent of the spiritual supremacy, having indeed but little liking for the church. In his hereditary estates he favored the Saracens. 1215, Frederick went to Germany, was crowned German king in Aachen, where he promised to undertake a crusade, and 1217 gave Swabia to his young son Henry, and had him elected king of Rome, the title given to the German king-elect. 1220, Frederick left Germany for 15 years, expedition to Rome, after renewing the promises which he had formerly made to Pope Innocent III, feudal supremacy of the papal chair over his hereditary domain, which should never be united with Germany. Crusade. He was crowned by Honorius III at Rome. 1222, the emperor's son Henry solemnly crowned king at Aachen. His chief adviser and chancellor was Engelbert, archbishop of Cologne, murdered 1225. 1225, Frederick took as his second wife Iolanthe, daughter of John of Brienne, titulary king of Jerusalem, promise of a crusade renewed. 1226, died at Cremona, quarrels with the Lombard cities. 1227, the crusade which had been commenced was broken up by a contagious disease. The successor of Pope Honorius III, the octogenarian Gregory IX, placed the emperor under the ban. 1227 Battle of Born Hervede. The Danes, who under Valdemar II had extended their power over the coasts of the Baltic, were decisively defeated. 1228 to 1229 Crusade of Frederick II. 1229 Frederick drove from his dominions the papal key troops who had invaded them. 1230 Peace with the Pope at Saint Germano. Removal of the ban. 1230 to 1240 Legislation of Frederick in his Sicilian kingdom. Regulation of feudal relations. Representation of the cities. 1234 Revolt of the young King Henry in alliance with the lower German nobility and the Lombard cities against his father, suppressed by Frederick with the aid of the princes of the empire and the imperial cities. Henry submitted, was kept in strict confinement, then sent to Italy, where he died. 1242 Reconciliation with the Welfs. Erection of a new duchy, Brunswick-Lüneburg, for Otto the Child. Third marriage of the emperor at Worms with Isabella, sister of Henry III of England. Died at Mainz. Enactment of a public peace. First publication of a law in German as well as in Latin. 1236 Victorious campaign against the Lombards. In Germany, Frederick the Warlike of Austria, a follower of the rebel Henry, deposed and put under the ban. 1237 Frederick II in Vienna, which was proclaimed an imperial city. Afterwards Frederick the Warlike received Austria and Styria again. 1237 Died at Speyer. Election and coronation of Conrad, the second son of the emperor, as German king. 1237 in November, brilliant victory of Frederick over the Lombards at Cortenuova. In November, Frederick's obstinacy in pressing his demands too far prevented the complete subjugation of Lombardy. Interference of the Pope, who had claims on Sardinia and was offended at the assumption by Frederick's natural son Enzio, an Italian corruption of Heinz, the husband of Adelisa, heiress of a part of the island, of the title of King of Sardinia. 1239 to 1250 War of Frederick II with the Popes Gregory IX and Innocent IV. 1239 Frederick accused of heresy by Gregory and excommunicated anew. Ancona conquered by Enzio. 1241 Naval victory of Enzio at Elba over the Genoese fleet, which was conveying some ecclesiastics to the council at Rome. Death of Gregory. His successor, Innocent IV, 1243 to 1254, fled to Lyon. Germany threatened with a Mongol invasion. Innocent IV called a council at Lyon, 1245, renewed the ban against the emperor, formally deposed him, summoned the German princes to a new election, and urged all subjects of the emperor to revolt. In Germany, the spiritual princes elected Heinrich Raspe, 1246 to 1247, Landgrave of Thuringia, who, though at first victorious, was defeated by Conrad, Frederick's son, at Ulm, and died 1247 at the Wartburg. The house of the Landgraves of Thuringia, ending with Heinrich Raspe, the eastern part of that state was joined to the Margravate of Meissen, while the western part became the Landgravate Hessen. 1247 to 1256 William of Holland, second anti-king, attained no authority in Germany. 1248 Frederick, at first successful in Italy, was repulsed before Padua. His son Enzio was captured by the Bouillonese in the Battle of Fossalta. 1249 died after an imprisonment of 22 years in a dungeon. Treason of Peter of Venias, Frederick's chancellor. 1250 Frederick died in Fiorentino in the arms of his son Manfred. December 19 he was succeeded by his son. 1250 to 1254 Conrad IV, anti-king. William of Holland fought since 1252 for his hereditary realm only in Italy. 1256, William of Holland fell in battle with the Frisians, 27 years old. 1256 to 1273, Interregnum in Germany, Club Law, Faustrecht. Richard, Earl of Cornwall, younger son of King John, Lackland of England, elected by a part of the princes and crowned at Aachen, was recognized along the Rhine only, died 1272. Alfonso X of Castile, grandson of Philip of Hohenstaufen, son of Frederick Barbarossa, elected by the other princes, never came to Germany. In the kingdom of the Two Sicilies, the brave Manfred, son of Frederick II, was at first chancellor for the minor king Conradin, son of Conrad IV, afterwards 1258 king. Charles of Anjou, brother of Louis IX of France, to whom the Pope gave the crown, defeated Manfred, who was betrayed by his barons at Beneventum, 1266, and made himself king of Naples and Sicily. Manfred fell on the field. Conradin went to Italy with Frederick of Baden, also called Frederick of Austria. Being the son of the Babenberg heiress of Austria, he was defeated between Skurkola and Tagliacozza on Lago di Solano, 1268, and executed at Naples. 1282, Sicilian Vespers, so called because the conspiracy broke out on Easter Monday at Vesper time. Slaughter of all the French in Sicily. John of Procida, Peter of Aragon, King of Sicily, Charles of Anjou, limited to the Kingdom of Naples. End of section 44.